With the ambition to become human constellations, they slaughtered their own kind. But in a cruel twist of fate, the one truly qualified to ascend was also sacrificed. The world was instantly plunged into ruin. In that endless night, Simon Kim, a first-level alchemist with no magical talent, forged a mythical item, the Stone of Old Age, an artifact that could have been humanity's last miracle. Reborn 11 years in the past, the miserable life of a powerless man will become a legend, with the ability to craft items beyond the divine grade. In a ruined city littered with the fallen, a figure ran desperately through the streets. The girl sprinted forward without looking back. Behind her, urgent shouts echoed, "She's escaping. Don't let her get away." Two men armed with swords were hot on her trail. Suddenly, a hand shot out, followed by a command. "That's enough." The pursuers immediately froze in their tracks. It was the Continental Master, Dong Liu-ju. Chasing her further is a waste of effort. His eyes glinted. Consciousness is what matters now. His gaze swept across the area, finally landing on a young man named Si-Huk Kim, a kid from a small country. Impressive. But that's all. He sneered. A fallen hero like him isn't worthy of breaking his limits. With that, Dong Liu-ju let out a triumphant laugh, declaring, "Isn't it I, Dong Liu-ju, who is worthy of godhood?" He seemed to be losing his mind. "Do you see this? I, Dong Liu-ju, have kept my promise to you." A massive, crimson eye, crackling with reality-tearing lightning, slowly opened in the sky. "Indeed, you have done well." Dong Liu-ju grinned. "Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. Raise me up, let me become Earth's constellation, to become a god of this world." The eye praised. "Very good." The system immediately activated, requesting the birth of Earth's constellation number 274. Analyzing. Target is not qualified. Dong Liu-ju's face fell in stunned disbelief. "What?" Expanding search parameters. Confirmed. The qualified candidate for constellation is deceased, the system announced. That person was Si-Huk Kim. Reason to continue the galactic arena on Earth number 274 no longer exists. Dong Liu-ju screamed in rage, "No! What is happening? The protection rights for Earth number 274 have been revoked. The galactic arena on this planet is now terminated." The massive eye finally spoke again. "Oh, Dong Liu-ju. It seems you were not worthy after all." He seethed. "You dare deceive me? You clearly said that if I killed Si-Huk Kim, I could become a constellation." "Correct, that is what I said." The eye responded coolly. "As you wished, I requested your ascension. You simply weren't qualified." With that, crimson lightning rained down, striking him. His entire group was caught in the blast. Dong Liu-ju, though wounded, remained defiant. The monstrous eye cackled with glee. "How amusing. This moment always brings me such joy. I will thoroughly enjoy devouring your world." Elsewhere, as rain poured from the sky, the girl from before slammed a door open, calling for Simon Kim. "Are you still messing with that stuff?" she asked. Books and herbs were scattered across the floor. Simon was intently focused on something. "You're here?" she chided. "The whole world is falling into chaos, and you're just calmly working on this?" He replied flatly. "Besides alchemy, what else can an alchemist do? You're unbelievable." She then tossed a small bag onto his table. "Here, take this." Simon's eyes widened in shock. Holding the potion vial in his hand, he asked, "What is this?" She sighed, exasperated. "You don't recognize it. Just as you predicted, that bastard Dong Liu-ju betrayed your younger brother." "But Si-Huk didn't use this." "I thought he would, but after every member of his guild was killed, he threw it to me." "Is that so?" She continued. "Anyway, my debt to you is now paid." He wondered, "What debt?" Simon sighed. "Ah, you were still holding on to that." She scratched her head. "No, it's just your brother. Because of my revenge." But Simon cut her off. "It wasn't your fault. Your revenge was justified, and those people deserve to be punished. Your vengeance and Dong Liu-ju's betrayal are two separate matters. You really are something else." With that, she opened the door to leave. Simon was surprised. "You're leaving already?" She replied with confidence. "I have to fight. I think that bastard Dong Liu-ju just summoned something horrifying." "You saw the system message, right? That our protection has been revoked." "Yeah, it popped up out of nowhere and startled me. It said the qualified candidate for constellation is dead. If there was such a thing as constellation qualification, it definitely belonged to my brother, Si-Huk Kim, the Sword Saint. I don't know about anyone else, but I understood him completely. I was the only one who knew Si-Huk's true status. I don't know what's going on, but things are really going to hell," she warned. "This place probably isn't safe anymore. You could actually die." Simon looked confused. "But why aren't you running away?" She let out a short laugh. "You know I'm not the type to run. I don't have any reason to live anymore. Anyway, don't throw that away. Make sure you drink it. The proud sword saint gave his life for it. Sorry, but that was originally mine anyway. Oh, was it? Well, I'm leaving. And thanks for everything. With a final nod, she was gone. Simon summoned his status window and stared at it, letting out a heavy sigh. As expected, my stats are pathetic. Now, everything is meaningless. He then decided he needed an energy source for his alchemy. How could everything be falling into place so perfectly? Clutching the potion tightly, he remembered all the time he poured into this one result ever since his awakening. Without the emerald tablet, he wouldn't have even dared to dream this big. Maybe because all he had left was resentment, his spirit had refused to break. He had even created a masterpiece potion of alchemy. He couldn't believe he'd actually done it. Finally, Simon poured the potion into the magic circle he had drawn. Sayuk, Mac. Thanks to you both, I've achieved the two greatest goals of my life before I die. He had no idea if this would even succeed in this environment. But the foundation of alchemy is always equivalent exchange. Lightning bolts rained down, striking the array one after another as Simon cried out in shock. The entire house lit up amidst the endless darkness. In the aftermath, a blue stone appeared. A legendary artifact had been synthesized. Simon was overjoyed. Success. 5,000 achievement points have been acquired. This category has been deactivated due to its disappearance. Looking at the stone, Simon understood. So, this is what it was. The system announced it was the extraction stone, a legendary product of alchemy. Simon held it in his hand. Item binding. A moment later, a drop of blood fell from his hand. The stone instantly turned crimson, binding itself to Kim Simon. Staring at the glowing red stone, Simon was stunned. Huh. A powerful energy surged from the artifact before it slammed directly into his chest. Simon collapsed to his knees, enduring the pain. Suddenly, the house trembled. Masik had returned, appearing right before him. A look of pure terror crossed Simon's face. Simon had been forcefully logged out, and that crimson eye had found its way here. The extraction stone, even seeing it with my own eyes. It's hard to believe. Simon looked up nervously at the overwhelming presence. Is this the power of a dimension that could birth a constellation? What is this? This is an unimaginable harvest. Though he couldn't understand its words, Simon was filled with rage. It was all because of that bastard, Ma Exuk. And that damn Si-Hyuk. If only his magical aptitude hadn't been so pathetic. Just then, the system displayed, synchronization complete. The extraction stone has been properly placed. Magic stat has been converted into the unique stat. Synthesis power. Achievement. Acquired a unique stat has been received. A unique stat. An eerie energy radiated from Simon's chest. He finally realized it. Synthesis power. With this, he could create anything he desired. He could finally fight back against that monster. He could live a life no longer defined by weakness. Searching for a suitable target in owner's catalog. Search failed. Expanding search range by consuming synthesis power. Search complete. Most suitable target is the Book of Synthesis. Requirements for equivalent exchange are insufficient. Simon clutched his head in agony. Based on owner's current state, the extraction stone will use its own synthesis power to initiate an independent synthesis. Then, Simon raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The massive eyes seemed to reel from the shock. The birth of a divine item never before created caused the eyelid of its original owner to twitch. Its attention was now fully fixed on the player, Kim Simon. This is impossible, it thought. Unbelievable. How could a mere human create the product of a foolish father? You have received the attention of a constellation for the first time. 1,000 achievement points have been acquired. A series of system windows appeared, but Simon was on the brink of death. I don't know what's happening, but at least I managed to fight back against that bastard. That was his final thought before his world faded to black. In a city bathed in sunlight, rays of light streamed through a window. Simon's eyes snapped open. Where am I? His gaze fell upon the desk and chair in the corner. Simon was stunned. Was this his old studio apartment? Was that crimson eye just a hallucination? But the experience felt so real. Just like death. He still couldn't forget it. Suddenly, a vibrating phone drew his attention. He picked it up, confused. A phone. Only China and the US were left standing, and even they had fallen into chaos. That's why he'd given up on using a phone long ago. Looking at the date and the missed calls on the screen, a realization hit him. The year was 2030. He was 28 years old again. He clearly remembered the extraction stone taking control of his body and performing some kind of synthesis. Did it? Send me back in time. Wait a minute. This feeling was different from before. Even though he was 11 years in the past, back at age 28, he couldn't be happy. This had been a very difficult time for him, plagued by the magical ineptitude caused by that incident. His eyesight was so bad he needed glasses, and all his senses were dull. But now, The heavy, suffocating feeling of magical ineptitude was completely gone. He needed to check more closely. Simon summoned his status window. Looking at the information, he was shocked. Wait, instead of magical ineptitude, it now says extraction stone. So the extraction stone that was embedded in his chest. Did it become a trait after the binding process? Regardless, the extraction stone had granted his wish. Woo, I never thought this day would come. The feeling of magical impotence, the shackles that bound my very soul, had vanished. I couldn't take it. If I'm this sober, I desperately need a drink. Simon opened the fridge and grabbed a can. As he drank, he realized more than just a thing or two had changed. Ever since that curse vanished, my stats, they've been completely restored to what they once were. He savored the taste, the real taste of beer. I can finally feel it again. The average for level 1 is 5 points in every stat. I'm 1 point short in most. But one of my stats is a 10. That's a number only the most elite rookies possess. Then, his eyes caught something else. Synthesis power. 10. Wait a minute, it's not magic power. It's synthesis power. Ah, the system did say it was a unique stat. That means I'm now a unique stat holder. This is unbelievable. At level 1, no less. In my past life, only a handful of players ever possessed a unique stat. Most of them went on to become legends. Rankers like Si-hyuk or Dong-yul-ju. Simon slammed the can down on the table. You really never know what life has in store for you. By the way, what's with these achievement points? 1,150,000 of them. I have no idea where they came from, but I'll figure it out once the achievement shop opens. Let's take a look. Title: Pioneer of Alchemy. Simon reeled from one shock to the next. This is insane. It's a profession-related title, and it's a buff type. Even Ma-suk, a late bloomer among the rankers, dominated the field because of his powerful heavenly demon title. And now, I have a title just as powerful. Let's see what other titles I have. Is there anything better? Next up, Attractor of Outside Gazes. Simon frowned. When did I even get this? Outside gazes? What in the world is the outside supposed to be? It seems like a totally useless trait. Still, better than nothing, right? The most important thing is that my curse is finally broken. All right, time for a little experiment. First, I'll deconstruct the ignition formula, reshape it for magic, and then channel my synthesis power into it. Just then, the power gathering in his hand vanished. Just as I thought, even though they're similar, using synthesis power for conventional magic is impossible. Simon opened a drawer and pulled out a piece of chalk. It should be different if I draw a synthesis circle. Originally, alchemy always required one. Simon focused his mind. If I have a penalty that prevents me from using magic, then there must be a massive advantage when it comes to synthesis. Let's try drawing the circle. But at that moment, the Chetra stone on his chest began to glow. Simon was confused. What's happening? Is my body rejecting it? No. It's the Chetra stone. It spoke to him in a language beyond comprehension. It felt like the stone was calling his method primitive and barbaric. Why use such a crude and inefficient technique? Thinking back, ever since he got the Chetra stone, his very idea of synthesis had changed. Simon remembered the snap of his fingers. He closed his eyes, visualizing it. The shape of the weapon he wanted to create. A spear. That's right. Just like the one that bastard Dong-yul-ju used. A spear with powerful special abilities. And as many additional options as possible. The price for this synthesis is my own power. The moment he had that thought, an immense force surged through him, making him cry out in agony. His body instinctively tried to resist the drain. A system window appeared. Synthesis power is critically insufficient to achieve desired result. Simon gritted his teeth. Damn it, the unstable Chetra stone is searching for an alternative path. A solution has been found using the owner's available resources. The Chetra stone requires 1 million achievement points to restore stability. What will you accept? 1 million points. Simon bit his lip, but then he remembered. The Chetra stone cured my curse, and it even sent me 11 years into the past. You've already proven your worth. I'll trust you. Chetra stone. He hit accept. Instantly, 1 million points vanished, and the agonizing backlash subsided. The Chetra stone has been fully restored from its unstable state. Simon grinned. Excellent. Now, my alchemy should be far easier to control. Simon raised his hand. All right, this time it has to work, right? He snapped his fingers. But nothing happened. Synthesis power is insufficient to achieve desired result. He growled in frustration. Are you kidding me? Again. What kind of monstrous item am I asking for? This is infuriating. Even when I was crippled by that curse, I still managed to synthesize legendary grade items, and now I can't even make a single spear with a few special abilities. The Chetra Stone requires 500 achievement points to establish the deficient equivalent exchange. Simon sighed. After spending 1,000,000 points, what's another 500? He accepted the cost. Fine. I've already burned 1,000,000. What's 500 more? Simon selected. Yes. He raised his hand one more time, praying. Please, let this be worth it. A brilliant golden light erupted from his hand. Simon's eyes widened in awe as people on the street below stared in shock. Whoa, what was that? A bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing straight through Simon's window, where the raw energy began to coalesce. Simon just stared, dumbfounded, at the crater of shattered stone and earth before him. The system suddenly announced, the constellation 30 is observing you. In a land shrouded by mist, within a grand palace, notifications flooded in. Every constellation was showing interest in Simon. He was stunned. What? Constellations? Why are they all suddenly paying attention to me? The constellations of Olympus are astonished by the mark left upon your body. The lesser gods of Olympus hastily backed away, leaving only the 3 great kings sitting firmly on their thrones, completely unfazed. One sat majestically in the center. Among them, the ruler of Olympus showed immense interest in you. Simon was shocked. The gods of Olympus were retreating because of a mark on him. Could it be because of that title? A spear materialized right in front of him. But what was this energy? Bolts of lightning continuously struck the weapon. Simon reached out and grabbed the spear. He struggled to hold it, then quickly read the system panel. The Spear of Zeus. Simon's eyes widened. What the hell? Azrapi. Isn't this the primary weapon of the Thunder Emperor, Alexander? Even after losing his connection, the Thunder Emperor held his rank as a high-level master, and despite being a spear wielder, his attack power rivaled the lightning magic of the greatest mages. To think I could synthesize a weapon like this, but compared to the real Azrapi, which could incinerate everything around it just by being equipped, this thing looked pathetic. Just as its rank implied, it was merely a fake. Even Zeus was only showing interest, not offering any kind of sponsorship, but that wasn't surprising. Suddenly, Simon realized something. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, the system never said synthesis was impossible. On the contrary, if I can meet the synthesis requirements, does that mean I can forge the real Azrapi? Curing my mana disability and regressing 11 years was already a miracle. But if I can craft legendary-grade weapons just through equivalent exchange, this alchemy is truly an insane ability. Suddenly, the spear in his hand vanished. What was that? Backlash from the synthesis process? And my achievement points? Damn it. I just blew 500 achievement points at level 1. The value of 500 points is absolutely massive. I take back what I said before. Now this is an insane ability in a completely different way. Losing 500 points was truly demoralizing. The Chetra Stone mitigates backlash. Simon froze. Huh, did it just refund the points spent on the synthesis? He immediately summoned his status window. Glancing it over, he noted it was completely different from his original one. Before, there were no levels, and his rank was just a question mark. Is this because of the connection and the time regression? Chetra Stone. I have 2 questions for you. If this change happened because of our connection, does that mean your growth is influenced by me? It immediately responded to Simon. A confident smile spread across his face. So that's how it is. Outside, twilight was beginning to fall. Simon continued to explore his synthesis power within his room. Magic users have to go through a chanting process. Even alchemists need to draw synthesis circles and prepare materials. Who would have thought circle-less synthesis could be this effective? It completely surpasses circle-based synthesis. This is a revolution in alchemy. No, in the entire field of magic. The cup and watch he was using began to crack under the strain of his power. Thanks to this, I perfected a new synthesis method with my current alchemy skills. The tutorial stage will be no problem at all. It's definitely at 5 p.m. today, right? May 17th, 2030, at 5 p.m. I could never forget the day I received my first summons for the tutorial. The day you had to prove yourself worthy of being a true player in the arena. How ironic that of all the days, I would regress to the exact day of the tutorial summons. The event back then was the territory conquest. With my mana disability, I couldn't even step into the territory before an arrow pierced straight through my head. But now, I'm not afraid, because I have alchemy. Come to think of it, I got a message earlier. Simon reached for his phone. The screen showed missed calls from Sai-Huck and Yu Yong. Simon berated himself. Sai-Huck, are you happy? I'm so ashamed. I should have fulfilled my duty as your older brother. All of Sai-Huck's messages were bragging about his achievements. Simon let out a helpless smile. You sent so many, you little punk. You were such a bright kid back then. I didn't realize at the time how much pain he was enduring on the inside. Now that I've gone back in time, I know. The Celestial Arena's true target was my little brother. I can change everything from now on. But first, I need to fix our relationship. But what should I send? I don't even know what to say. Why am I getting so worked up over this? This is so frustrating. Finally, Simon decided to send Sihuk a message. Suddenly, he noticed something else. Seeing Yu Yang's name displayed on the phone, his hand trembled. That's right, at this point in time, you're still alive. His face filled with emotion, but he took a deep breath, steeling himself. Calm down. It hasn't happened yet. I can change it. Remembering that scene, Simon grit his teeth. No, I will change it. Suddenly, a system window appeared. Congratulations, you have been selected to join the arena tutorial. Summoning in 9 minutes and 59 seconds. If you have an arena access device, please equip it now. This time. For sure. His hand clenched the blanket. The miserable life of a powerless magic user, and all the tragedies to come. I'll shatter that fate and rebuild from scratch. Then, Simon made his decision. I request early entry. Welcome to the tutorial phase. This stage's event is a territory conquest with 100 participants. Simon was inside. Just like before, it was a jungle map. It truly felt like he had turned back time, earned points by capturing territory or eliminating other players. The tutorial phase will now begin. It's been a while since I've been in the arena. This time, I'll play it smart and aim for the top rank. The system displayed another message. The gaze of the constellation, Zeus, is focusing on you. This left Simon completely stunned. The constellation, Zeus, has given you a mission. Quest window has been activated. Sponsorship window has been activated. Quests and sponsorships usually only open up after the tutorial, but they're active for me right now, the mission. Someone must achieve rank 1 in this event. That's just like the ruler of Olympus. If I don't get first place, you won't even bother to look my way, right? And 1,000 achievement points for just a tutorial event. He was determined. I have to take first place, no matter the cost. Hey, Lord Zeus, if you could throw in another 100 points, it'd be even more interesting. The moment he spoke, lightning crackled right above his head. Simon quickly took it back. Just kidding. Then he swiftly moved on. For the so-called ruler of Olympus, you're surprisingly cheap. Elsewhere, blood splattered against a tree. A man had been struck down by an arrow from behind. Hey, the rewards are as sweet as they say. As expected of a major corporation, even their consumable items are top tier. This was Kim Min Dong, a member of the Sung Sam Guild. And he was utterly ruthless. The guild just told me to survive and come back, but I can't settle for that. After getting kicked out of that damn academy, I refuse to remain an ordinary guild member forever. I'll make every last one of them regret casting a talent like me aside. Sometime later, the sun was high in the sky. Simon's steps were slow and measured. He scanned the area, as if searching for something. I remember it was somewhere around here. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a stream. Simon smiled. Found it. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. It's been so long since I've seen this stream. From high up in a tree, Min Dong spotted Simon. He drew his bow. A participant with no gear in this match. This is my lucky day. No matter how good his innate traits are, without any equipment, he's just another rookie. Thanks for the free kill. As the words left his lips, an arrow shot towards Simon. He simply raised a hand as it closed in. In the next instant, water erupted from the stream, snapping the arrow in two. Simon looked unfazed. I knew it. Had he already sensed his enemy? The tree then exploded, throwing Min Dong to the ground. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, a mage. Still, to be taken out by an unequipped nobody like this. But before he could finish the thought, his face twisted in shock. A series of small explosions forced Min Dong to dodge wildly. Simon praised him. Not bad. Your movements are pretty slick. What? Simon sounded amused. I was aiming right for your head. That's impressive. Min Dong was completely provoked. Dying to this guy would be a satisfying end. You! He charged forward. What the hell are you rambling about? Even as Simon attacked, Min Dong managed to evade most of the blows. With a dagger in hand, he seethed, recalling Simon's words. A B-rank trait. Swift movement, right? But then, the terrifying truth dawned on Min Dong. What? How could you possibly know that? Simon just gave him a wide grin. Just as he prepared to counter, Simon commanded the earth to pierce through Min Dong's body. He coughed up blood. You? The Academy? Only then did Simon understand. Ah, you're asking if I'm from the Awakened Academy. He let out a long sigh. As if a place like that would ever accept someone like me. A loud thud echoed through the forest. With his target eliminated, Simon let out a breath. He sized up the body. Looking at your full set of gear, you must be a rookie from some famous guild. You're probably using a high-quality connection device, so the reality shock will be minimal. If this were an official arena, you would have been dead for real a long time ago. He glanced down at his own hands, remembering he had joined without any connection device at all. Elimination in an official arena means true death. It's not like logging out of a game. It means dying in the real world. Furthermore, an official arena doesn't just end with a player's death. If the arena isn't cleared, it leads to an outbreak in the corresponding nation. And in the case of a dungeon or a raid, any unkilled monsters are unleashed upon the real world. For that reason, the number of top rankers a nation possesses is directly tied to its national power. Unfortunately, after that incident, South Korea, just like the smaller nations that vanished before it, failed to stop an outbreak and was utterly destroyed. Simon clutched his head, forcing himself back to reality. None of that has happened yet. Focus on the here and now. First, I need to assess the situation. The first and second ranked players only had 1 or 2 kills each. Simon's eyes widened in confusion. Huh? He wondered why the kill count was so low. It had been a while since the tutorial stage even started. Then it hit him. Everyone was playing it safe in the beginning. Well, this was a gold tier event, just like a territory conquest. The ranking points must be incredibly high. Participants probably started with high-level traits, stats, and gear, right from level 1. The more they had, the more they feared losing it all. Some players had already entered the territory. With the territory points at 48, they hadn't been in there for long. Given the nature of this event, territory points were far more important than kills for securing the top spot. But right now, I need to get more familiar with this synthesis method. A grin spread across Simon's face as he decided, I'll just hunt down a few more myself. Time to wipe out anyone trying to play it safe. In the forest, a man was sprinting frantically, each footstep punctuated by a ragged breath. He threw a panicked look over his shoulder. It was madness. Sharp spikes shot up from the ground, logging it. That guy was insane. The one who killed him, Simon, thought to himself, damn, he was fast. Even in heavy armor, he moved like that. He must have had some kind of speed-related trait. If I hadn't struck first, he definitely would have escaped. Just then, another figure appeared behind him. The newcomer charged forward instantly. Simon shot a wary glance over his shoulder, and with a snap of his fingers, the man was logged out too. Simon remained on high alert. No matter how you looked at it, these guys were just hyenas, waiting for an opportunity. A system window popped up, surprising Simon. Repeated synthesis has increased your synergy. The level of the Death Stone has increased. Simon figured a stat boost was normal at lower levels, but he never imagined the Death Stone's own level could increase. The idea of training, while hunting down cautious players, was proving to be incredibly effective. A moment later, Simon was satisfied. That makes 11 kills. That should be enough to stop the sneak attacks, right? He looked up at the pillar of light. The territory is close. I guess it's time to head in. As Simon walked casually through the forest, something caught his eye. He stared at a pile of sand being blown by the wind and wondered, what is this? So many bodies. And we're not even inside the territory yet. Simon's attention shifted to the arena's leaderboard. As he scanned the names, his eyes widened. From rank 1 to rank 4, their territory points are almost identical. Not only that, all 4 of them have been at the top since the tutorial began. That could only mean one thing. They were working as a team. A clear violation of the rules. No matter how badly they wanted to win, teaming up during the tutorial stage, Simon tried to guess their location. Are they camping inside the territory? A tank in the front, an archer in the back, and 2 swordsmen on the flanks. It's the perfect formation. It makes hunting them down like hyenas nearly impossible. I was planning to conserve as much as I could, since the mission reward is split, but it looks like I have no other choice.
Lightning crackled in Simon's palm. If you're all going to play like that, then I'll just have to become a monster myself.
Elsewhere, a young woman's eyes were glowing. She was expanding her search range. Another man called out to her, Hey, Luna, do you see anything? She replied, I don't think anyone else is coming. He scoffed. Are your eyes getting blurry from aura depletion? She shot back, annoyed. What are you talking about? Besides, my clairvoyance uses magic power, not aura. He teased her. Oh, really? Well, that's great, since you use your leftover aura to hunt for kills. Lee Soon sighed. But why are you complaining to me when your kill count is even lower than mine? Honestly, it's so unfair. Everyone else has over 5 kills, except for me, who told you to pick a tank role. This is ridiculous. Seriously absurd. What am I supposed to do when my trait turned out like this? It's not like I chose this trait either. Someone stepped in to stop them. That's enough. She said, Kim Ji-woo, your territory points are over 60% now. I'll help you get some kills from here on out. Ji-woo was surprised. Huh? Are you rushing things? I'm counting on you. Their friend, Leon, wondered, Oba, can we go outside the territory now? Go outside? Yeah. The number of participants has dropped a lot. It's getting suffocating in here. Are you worried about that, Simon Guy? She reassured them. Don't worry, I know most of the rookies from the other guilds, and the name Simon isn't on any list. But Kang Hojang thought that was exactly what made it more worrying. A guy with a completely unknown name has already racked up 11 kills. Leon continued, but I don't think we need to be afraid, right? All the participants this time are a bunch of idiots. That Simon guy, or whatever his name is probably just a hyena-style kill stealer. If he were really that good, he'd already be in the territory. And then came the flattery. If you're worried, we can just patrol the area while maintaining our formation. I'm so bored. We trained so hard for this, right? Kang Ho Jang closed his eyes, reflecting. As Sun said, after all four of us failed the last training exercise, we gritted our teeth and trained relentlessly. Thanks to that, our guild, Scorpion, even provided us with top-tier equipment. As a result, the four of them had dominated the rankings up to this point. Well, even if we are cooperating. Lee Sun grumbled, have a little more confidence. Even if we team up with some nobody we've never even heard of. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She spotted something. Deep within the forest, Lee Sun's eyes flashed with recognition. She had found Simon. Instantly, her hand moved with practiced grace, knocking an arrow. Lee Sun took aim. He's here. Kang Ho Rang followed her line of sight. What? An arrow sliced through the air, straight for Simon. I see you hiding over there. The projectile rocketed toward its target, a cloaked figure with his head covered. It was Simon. His eyes flared with an unseen power, and the arrow instantly shattered in midair. Simon commanded the very sand beneath his feet, and Lee Sun could only stare in disbelief. Her teammates were just as stunned. Magic. That's definitely magic. A faint smile played on Simon's lips, and here I thought I was well hidden. Heavenly Eye. Her eyes shot wide with terror. How? How could you possibly know that? Simon gave a wicked grin. Oh, I have my reasons. I've done extensive research on all sorts of traits. Unwilling to back down, Lee Sun fired another arrow as a clear provocation. Oh, really now? Should I test whether you studied enough to keep your head from flying off? Suddenly, a voice cut in. Wait, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the silence as Kang Ho Rang stepped forward, his killing intent palpable. You must be Kim Simon, Simon wondered. And you are, the man replied. Kang Ho Rang. Simon observed. Seeing as you're ranked number 1, I take it you're the leader, right? That's right, Kang Ho Rang said, his voice cold as ice. I'll be brief. Kim Simon, you're joining our party. Lee Sun was shocked. Appa, what are you talking about? June was just as stunned. What? Are you insane? How do we know this guy won't just stab us in the back? Ho Rang explained. 11 kills without any special equipment. He must possess a magic-type ability that's at least S rank. We will make you number 1. Lun's hand gripped his shoulder. Wait a second. Ho Rang, are you thinking straight? That guy is a magic type. If he decides to turn on us, we'll all be annihilated. But he believed teaming up with a magic user of that caliber was a risk worth taking. But magic types are incredibly rare, even within our own Scorpion guild. Not to mention, 11 kills. No matter how good a hunter is, that number is simply absurd. He tried to reason with them. Think bigger, Lun. If we can forge an alliance with a magic user this powerful, our own status within the guild will skyrocket. Hearing this, Simon just scratched his head and laughed. Ha, you people are hilarious. What on earth makes you think I would ever accept an offer like that? What? Isn't it obvious? You're all talking as if my joining is a foregone conclusion. Ho Rang sighed. You're not interested? My apologies for the presumption. Simon replied nonchalantly. I'm well aware of the typical arrogance of magic users, but I'm not that kind of person. Ho Rang was confused by his words. Then what is the problem? Simon stated it plainly. Team-ups. Ho Rang still didn't get it. What's wrong with teaming up? Simon scoffed. Are you really asking me that? Teaming up is a clear violation of the rules. If this tutorial phase is being broadcast, you're all going to be dragged through the mud. A flash of anger crossed Ho Rang's face. I don't care. Why should I worry about public opinion when there's no official penalty? Hearing this, Simon spoke quietly. Hey, Kang Ho Rang. Judging by your gear, you must be from a pretty famous guild. How do you plan on handling the fallout from this? Are you that confident? Ho Rang gritted his teeth in frustration. You think you're hot stuff just because you killed a few bottom feeders. Ho Rang held his hand up high. Our Scorpion Guild cares about one thing and one thing only. Results. As long as the outcome is good, nothing else matters. And we are a perfectly coordinated team of 4, a far cry from those fools you've already taken down. He continued his plea. So join us, Kim Simon. This is your last chance. Simon finally pulled back his hood, spoken like a true member of the Scorpion Guild. There's nothing left for us to discuss. He pointed a single finger at him. Hey, Kang Ho Rang. You should worry about yourself." The moment he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. A torrent of lightning rained down from the sky, striking right where the group stood. The blinding light forced them all to shield their eyes. Ho-Rang slowly opened his eyes, as Dia cried out in panic. What was that? Simon summoned his spear. First place was always going to be mine. Why would I stoop to using dirty tactics like teaming up? Ho-Rang announced to his team, negotiations have failed. He then glanced back at Lee Soon. She understood instantly. I'm on it. A single arrow shot out, swift and true. But Simon remained calm, leveling his spear forward. Begone. A violent blast of lightning erupted from its tip. It collided head-on with Lee Sun's arrow, completely obliterating it. She gasped. What in the world? But Simon's real target was all four of them. In the next instant, the members of the Scorpion Guild were wiped out. A triumphant grin spread across Simon's face. He looked down at their fallen forms with pure satisfaction. Simon couldn't believe he'd only used 10% of its power. He suddenly sensed that something was wrong and whipped his head around. Kang Ho-Rang was charging straight for him. A confident smile touched Simon's lips. Still alive, are we? The two readied themselves for the clash. Ho-Rang's eyes perfectly mirrored Simon's incoming attack. Knowing the immense danger, he enveloped himself in a cloud of dark purple smoke and, a second later, vanished. Simon was on high alert. An A-rank trait, Shadow Step. So that's how he dodged my attack. In a flash, he materialized right behind Simon. Ho-Gang slowly raised his blade, preparing to deliver the final blow. All of his rage and frustration was poured into this single strike. Die. But with a simple snap of Simon's fingers, the ground erupted in jagged spikes, impaling Ho-Gang where he stood. His hands, still clutching the sword, trembled in disbelief. This can't be. After casting all those lightning spells. How do you still have any mana left? Simon smirked. Oh, it's just something a little different. Come on, Ho-Gang. You should get out of here. Sticking around any longer is just a waste of time. With those words, he vanished. The system chimed. You have achieved a 100% domination score. The master of the territory has been decided. Simon smiled, satisfied. It's done. You have achieved first place in the tutorial stage. You have earned the title, Ruler of the Tutorial. He read the system notifications with a slight grimace. Humph. If I hadn't used my trump card, I could have gotten the full 1,000 points. So in total, I earned 750 achievement points. Plus, once I return to the real world, the rewards for clearing the arena will be waiting for me. Simon was ecstatic. I really made a huge profit from this tutorial. Please look forward to what comes next. You will be returned to your original location momentarily. The scene shifts to the Scorpion Guild's headquarters in the Seoul Special City. The Vice Guild Master read the report, his voice cold. Hey, Ho-Gang. Yes, Vice Guild Master. The man crushed the paper in his fist. You think this report makes any sense? It wasn't that you were taken down by some overwhelmingly powerful enemy or ambushed by another team. You lost a direct fight to someone with absolutely no gear. Ho-Gang was speechless. I have no excuses. The man's voice dripped with contempt. As you know, I don't blame someone for lacking skill. That's something that even pouring money into can't always fix. But listen here. The Vice Guild Master struck Ho-Gang with a vicious slap. Losing even after teaming up is something I cannot forgive. Teaming up is an act that damages your own reputation. Do you have any idea what that means? Faced with such an fury, Ho-Gang could only bow his head and beg for mercy. I'm sorry. The Vice Guild Master tossed a file onto the table. Here. Ho-Gang stared at it intently. He was startled. This is? The man confirmed it. That's right. It's an invoice for those who received the guild's full support, yet still failed the tutorial and only caused more trouble. He issued a warning. It stipulates that for the next 10 years, all rewards you earn will be transferred directly to the Scorpion Guild. Read it carefully and sign. Suddenly, a hand went up. It was Joe, offering his opinion. This contract seems a little too harsh. But in the next second, something blurred past his face, and the Vice Guild Master had him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. His voice was a low growl. When you're stupid, your body is the one that suffers. Do you actually want to die? Joe frantically begged for his life. I'm sorry, Vice Guild Master. Witnessing this, the others didn't dare say another word. Just sign it. The scene changes again, this time to the Sung Sam Guild headquarters in Seoul Special City. Manager Park Min Cheon was resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Simply unbelievable. He quickly waved his hands. Oh, I'm not blaming any of you. It's just, this story is absolutely incredible. Min Dong grumbled. That's what I've been saying. The fact that he could cast magic like that without any incantation was shocking enough. But to think he got 15 kills. And did it all by himself, taking down 4 top-tier players who had teamed up. That's right. I had the arena leaderboard open and confirmed it all in real time. Min Xiang pushed up his glasses, satisfied. I understand. The details will be included in the report. You can all go now. The three of them still looked worried, but Min Xiang cut them off. I know what you want to say. Don't worry about it. Our Sung Sam Guild doesn't punish members for failing the tutorial. You can just do better next time, right? The three replied in unison. Yes. Then they walked away, looking relieved. Min Xiang watched them go with a satisfied smile. By the way, he single-handedly took down 4 players who teamed up. He turned to his colleague, John He. Do we have any intel? She replied flatly. Manager Park, we're in the middle of work. Min Xiang chuckled. But if I call you Assistant Manager Jion, you'll get mad, won't you? She irritably handed him a document. I don't get mad. Min Xiang glanced at the file and commented. The intel suggests the Scorpion Guild members were the ones who teamed up, correct? Jion He confirmed it. Yes. 3 of them possessed B rank abilities and 1 was an A rank. Min Xiang was puzzled. How did the Scorpion Guild, known for its dirty tactics, manage to gather such talented individuals? No, that's not the right question. How did a single person take down a high-level coordinated team all by himself? Jion He spoke up. It was almost certainly a magic-based class. They could have overwhelmed them with unparalleled attack power. At level 1, with that kind of power, even if that were possible, he would need a significant amount of time to cast his spells. She pointed to the file. The report says he activated magic just by snapping his fingers. Could it be a personal trait, something at least S rank or higher? Min Xiang nodded. That's one way to look at it, but I have a different idea. Assistant Manager Jian, no matter how good their trait is, there are limits at level 1. It has to be something more than that. Hearing this, her eyes widened in shock. She suddenly understood. You mean, something like a constellation? Minshin confirmed it. Yes, a constellation. If we're talking about a variable of that magnitude, then it all makes sense. John Hai sighed. But the kid's only level 1. He just cleared the tutorial. There's no way he's already backed by a constellation. Minshan fell into deep thought. Ever since the Galaxy Arena appeared in 2015, constellations have only shown interest in players at the diamond rank or higher. They've never appeared for the lower tier. So, is he an anomaly? Or is something else at play, something other than a constellation? Regardless, one thing is certain. He is someone we absolutely must recruit. John Hai reminded him. The other guilds won't just sit back and watch. Minshan just gave a wry smile, which is why our Vice Master Fu will have to work a little harder. He pushed up his glasses. Wouldn't you agree, Guild Master? She flinched at the title. What? Just then, a blinding golden light appeared beside them. A slender foot emerged from the shimmer, followed by a grumbling voice. You could have just called me Lady Du Dung, you know. But tell me, when did you realize I was here? This is an A-rank invisibility artifact, Minshan explained. I didn't notice at first, but when we started talking about Kim Simon, I suddenly felt your presence. Anyway, what brings you here? I thought you'd be busy. You're in your final year, aren't you? She hopped onto the desk with a sigh. I was just bored. The academy doesn't mean anything to me anymore. Minshan considered this. If you're really that bored, why not join a match in the arena? She shot back. I just finished one. Didn't you watch my live stream? He averted his gaze. Ah, my apologies. An urgent report came up, so I missed it. She snatched the report from the desk. No need to apologize. Is this it? The report that has Manager Park so worked up. Minshan quickly tried to stop her. Lady Du Dung, you can't do that. That's top secret guild information. She just laughed. So what? I own the guild. He still tried to snatch it back, but that doesn't mean you can just. But she held it just out of his reach. Oh, he was flustered. Lady Du Dung. She read the name on the report aloud. Kim Simon. Elsewhere, crackling blue lightning began to appear. In a flash, a spatial gate tore open the fabric of reality. Simon slowly stepped through the portal. As his feet touched the ground, he sighed, I'm back. He immediately collapsed onto his bed. Finally, it's over. You have received bonus experience for ranking first in the tutorial. Your level has increased to 2. The level of the extraction stone has increased by 1. Reading the system window, Simon remarked, if it weren't for the stone siphoning my EXP, I would have hit level 3. He commanded, status window. The status window instantly appeared. His strength, agility, and stamina were still leagues below his alchemy power. It was a huge gap, but that disparity was actually his greatest advantage. Simon clenched his fist. Why? Because having a low personal level but a high-level extraction stone gave him a massive edge in the arena. The concept was simple. In the arena, where players of similar levels fight, everyone else would be level 3. But by secretly suppressing his own level, he could build up stats that would blow away anyone's natural-born talent. Simon smirked. Perfect. Now, let's check my titles. He tapped on Pioneer of Alchemy. This title hadn't changed at all. Simon was suddenly reminded of Masuk. Damn it, getting new titles is a real pain. But even Masuk had said that upgrading her own titles was incredibly difficult. Ruler of the tutorial. Ha, a new title. So there are no other benefits? Well, I guess that's how titles usually work. For some reason, titles were always underestimated, even in his past life. It was strange to get a growth-type title right from the start, but this was fine. Collecting titles raises your achievement rank, which affects the achievement shop. The achievement shop unlocks at gold rank or higher, and to buy stats there, collecting titles is absolutely essential. Now, where should I invest my remaining stat points? I have 2 points left. Should I dump them all into transmutation power? The extraction stone is powerful, but it can't defy the fundamental law of alchemy. Equivalent exchange. Simon wanted to cry. All right, I've already spent 1,000,000 points. What's another 500 at this rate? To solve this problem, I need transmutation power. Why am I even thinking like this? But I can't completely ignore my physical stats for transmutation power. Even among high-ranking mages, physical ability can sometimes make all the difference. This is a really tough decision. At the very least, I should raise it to the average awakening level of 5 and then think about stat distribution. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a minute. Simon clutched his chest. Extraction stone. Let me ask you something. As long as equivalent exchange is possible, you can transmute anything, right? It replied in a strange, ancient language. Simon pressed further. Then, is human transmutation possible? But it remained silent. No answer. Simon thought to himself, well, I guess that's understandable. Human transmutation is the ultimate taboo in alchemy. But I know for a fact that the homunculus is the most infamous result of that very forbidden art. They can manifest as arena monsters. Yet that same power can be harnessed for good. It's like the scientific progress of 21st century Earth. Just then, the stone spoke. Startled, Simon pressed the question, will I truly use this power only for good? He answered with conviction, that is my intent. My plan is to use it solely for self-improvement. But if I face a dire crisis, I can't make any promises. After all, I have a goal I must achieve. Hearing his resolve, the stone revealed more, and a smile touched Simon's lips. I know. I'm fully aware of the risks of human transmutation. But then, the stone said something that caught him completely off guard. What? That isn't your concern? An item that's the counterpart to the jade slate. What are you talking about? He pressed further. Are you talking about an item like the jade slate? One that holds your faction's knowledge? The stone replied. Its words sent Simon deep into thought. I suppose that isn't too strange. The jade slate has nothing on human transmutation. When I first obtained the jade slate, I remember having to pass an ownership qualification test. Checking ownership qualifications for the jade slate. Conditions confirmed. The jade slate acknowledges you as its owner. The only reason a mere level 1 player like me could possess it was due to its binding properties and a failsafe that incinerated any unqualified user. Simon clutched his head. To be precise, it kills anyone who doesn't meet the criteria. A chill ran down his spine. Looking back, if I hadn't qualified, I would have been turned to ash. Simon asked, Philosopher's Stone, you're worried I won't qualify for this transmutation item, aren't you? After the stone's reply, he scoffed in frustration. So I should just give up? But its next words made Simon's eyes light up. What? You can partially block the penalty for failing the qualification? He demanded, just tell me this. At the very least, you can prevent death, right? All right, now that I'm an official player, as long as I don't die, I can always recover. First, I'll invest all my remaining stat points into the Philosopher's Stone's alchemic power. Can you give me a glimpse of the transmutation material? It was just like the jade slate, but a different color. Simon closed his eyes. Got it. He envisioned a deep purple hue instead of green. One that would function like a modern smartphone screen, making it easy to browse its knowledge. Simon reached out his hand. A system message appeared, your alchemic power is insufficient to perform the required transmutation. He wasn't surprised. I figured as much. To establish an equivalent exchange, though the Philosopher's Stone is insufficient, 10,000 achievement points are required. Do you accept? What, 10,000 points? Simon couldn't believe his eyes. This, I did not expect. And you're telling me this is cheap? Even what Liu Yifei made was only 500 points. Simon was speechless. Damn it. I scraped together 12,300 points, and now I'm about to lose most of it. Still, he grit his teeth and accepted. There was no other way. He had to try. 10,000 achievement points have been deducted. Instantly, Simon felt an immense power surge from his palm. He gasped, recognizing the familiar energy. His hand rose slowly, and with a snap of his fingers, the power coalesced in his hand. The moment he snapped, A violet aura exploded outwards. Simon's entire body was enveloped by the purple energy as something began to wrap itself around his arm. Simon stared in awe.
Is this thing alive? You have created an unregistered mythical grade item.
You have received 5,000 achievement points. The option of the title, Pioneer in Alchemy, has been enhanced. The title has been upgraded. Simon read the system update. A 5% reduction in energy consumption. This meant its effectiveness didn't just scale with his level, it would continue to grow as the title itself evolved over time. This synthesis energy reduction was insane. No wonder the guide had called it an outstanding growth title. This was an absolutely overpowered ability. Instantly, the gaze of the constellations fell upon Simon. He tensed up. What the hell is this? The item on his arm was the Ophidian stone slate. Another replica, he exclaimed in disbelief. Don't tell me. I spent 10,000 achievement points for a mere 20% completion. Even Liu Yufei had managed a 10% completion for only 500 points. Simon buried his face in his hands with a heavy sigh. Wait a second. Does this synthesized item have no side effects? The Philosopher's Stone's reply stunned him. It confirmed there were truly no negative repercussions. That means the effect is permanent. So, if every 10,000 points adds 20%, Simon calculated that with just 4 more payments, another 40,000 achievement points, he would possess a complete mythical grade item. The thought was absolutely insane. A sinister grin spread across Simon's face. As the stone provided more details, he reassured it. Don't worry. I'm prepared for any penalty. With a single touch, I can contact my younger brother. Besides, for someone with arena sickness, I'm more than accustomed to pain. That unbearable agony has been my companion my entire life. And if my prediction is correct, there won't be any penalty at all. Simon channeled his energy into the book, as purple tendrils began to wrap around his arm. Just as he expected, he felt no pain, no pressure at all. The original owner of the Black Sun constellation seemed to be watching over him. A divine relic like this would never do him harm. A system notification appeared. The stone tablet was requesting to merge with the core stone. Simon's eyes widened in shock as a wave of agony suddenly crashed over him. The core stone accepted the tablet's request. Simon was completely lost. Wait, what is this? More and more tentacles began to swarm around him. It slammed him violently to the ground. He panicked, watching the tendrils spread across his body like a disease. No, if this keeps up, my entire body will be consumed. His screams echoed from inside the room, catching the attention of those outside. Stop it. The system announced the stone tablet had successfully merged, and its level had increased. Simon lay on the floor, utterly exhausted. The arena raid event has begun. 50 participants. A cooperation condition has been added. Simon slowly materialized. He just finished the tutorial, and now he was being thrown straight into a raid event. Minjun was annoyed, too. This is going to be difficult. And he assumed this was still just the placement test phase. Who would have guessed a silver-ranked event would appear here? It must be because that monster eliminated me in a flash last time. But in a way, this is also an opportunity. This could be his second chance to recruit the promising talent he was forced to pass on. Suddenly, another person appeared nearby, drawing his gaze. Members of another guild had arrived. What? A raid? This is the worst luck. Why a raid instead of a defense mission? One of them boasted confidently. It must be because my MMR is so high. Didn't I get a high rank in the tutorial? Another complained. So it's your fault this whole thing got harder. The first man reassured him, don't worry, I'll just carry you all again. Minjun suddenly recognized something. Wait a second.
That emblem. Those are the bastards from the Scorpion Guild. In any arena, there are always players known for their dirty play or terrible behavior.
But the Scorpion Guild, they were on a completely different level. First, they were a massive and undeniable power. Second, their dirty tactics always came with a bizarre philosophy and logic. They called it meticulous pragmatism to achieve victory. But in reality, they were just thugs who used every dirty trick imaginable. Minjun clutched his head in despair. And it looks like they're all in one group. Damn it. So much for my chance of becoming a promising new recruit. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and spoke. What's this? It's supposed to be a 5-person team, but there's only this guy. The others probably haven't been matched yet. Humph. I wonder just how powerful the person they're pairing me with will be. Hearing this, Minjun thought to himself. Still as arrogant as ever, one of the thugs noticed something. Hold on. Isn't that the mark of Sung Sam? Are you with the Sung Sam Guild? What? Is this Sung Sam guy for real? Hey, you from Sung Sam. What's your name? Kim Minjun. The man mumbled the name. Kim Minjun, huh? Humph. I've never heard of that name before. You're from Sung Sam, but you're just a rookie who barely passed the tutorial. No matter how bad things get, Sung Sam would never equip its members with anything below C rank, right? I mean, those massive corporations love to show off. If you get a high score in the tutorial, they even give you A rank gear. But it looks like our Kim Min-jun here didn't get any rank at all, did he? Hearing this, he clenched his fists tightly. These bastards. Endure it. I have to endure it. Even though he desperately wanted to kill these three right now. One of them spoke up. You got a problem with that? Min-jun knew he couldn't win. I'd be taken down in an instant. They're stronger than me. If I fight, I'll lose. The man, Cho Jion, put his hand on Min-jun's shoulder, smirking. All right, Min-jun, we'll make sure you clear this round. Just do exactly as we say. Got it? Min-jun gritted his teeth. They're planning to steal all the rewards for themselves, aren't they, you bastards? Suddenly, another flash of light appeared, drawing their attention. What now? Min-jun's eyes went wide when he saw the person. A pair of legs materialized, followed by a complete person. Min-jun was in shock. That guy. Why is he here? Seeing this, Cho Jion sighed, covering his face. Ugh, what a total mess. The others began to taunt Simon. I have to admit, the arena's matchmaking system is really something else. A guy from Sung Sam was bad enough. But now they paired us with a freeloader with no gear. Simon smirked menacingly as he repeated, Freeloader. You talking about me? The man swung his mace forward threateningly. Well, if not you, then who else? Simon shot back. Did you just curse at me? He let out a long sigh as the stone in his chest began to glow. A voice shrieked in his mind. What, you piece of trash? Some ugly bastard who looks like he was dragged across asphalt dares to call me a piece of trash. Appa, raise your hand right now. I'll tear that ugly face off and deep fry it myself. Simon thought helplessly. I was trying to calm myself down, but why does my heart ache like this? If you touch me like that, what am I supposed to do? Then his personality flipped in an instant. More. Touch me more. Simon was speechless. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have stopped the merger with the obsidian tablet at all costs. A small change had occurred within the core stone. Who knew such a simple request could be so terrifying? Seeing him muttering to himself, the others were confused. Hey, what's he doing? Who knows? Maybe we scared him stiff. Choi Jian provoked. Hey, freeloader. You getting cold feet? The other two sneered along. What's there to ask, Jian? One of them added. It's obvious, he's terrified. Judging by that gear, he's not even in a guild. He's probably just been leeching off soft-hearted fools this whole time. But I, Choi Zion, and not some pushover you can exploit. Understand? Simon's face hardened as he spoke. Ah, so this is about my equipment. He gave a hollow laugh. If that's the case, you've completely misunderstood. Hearing this, Jian exploded with rage. This guy must have lost his mind. What the hell do you mean, misunderstood? Are you calling me a fool? Simon continued calmly. You said your name is Choi Zion. How interesting. At this rank, magic or support classes are often poorly equipped. It seems you've been in the arena for a while, haven't you? Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. And on top of that, you're a member of the Scorpion Guild. The thug grew irritated. That's a bold way for a newcomer to talk. Simon just scoffed. I'm not foolish enough to respect someone who doesn't even deserve to be called human. His words finally pushed the other two over the edge. What the hell did this bastard just say? A freeloader like you dares to run your mouth? Are you seriously looking down on us? Fine then. I'll smash that arrogant look right off your face. With the final word, he swung his spiked mace straight at Simon, but the hero simply snapped his fingers. As the sharp sound echoed, the spiked mace stopped dead in its tracks. Jian was so shocked he was at a loss for words. A blue aura flared to life around Simon, materializing into a massive hand that had caught the mace. Jian broke out in a cold sweat, his mind reeling. This is impossible. Am I being completely overpowered by some average-looking nobody? His hand tightened around the weapon's hilt, trying to fight back. Simon noted with satisfaction, I thought your agility stat would be high because of your speed, but it seems strength is your main stat. Or is that just your special trait? Jian's entire body trembled as he cursed inwardly. This guy wasn't even flinching. Seeing their leader in a bind, his two lackeys charged forward. Zion. One of them leaped high off the ground, raising his sword for a downward strike, but his eyes suddenly shot open in disbelief. Mindung had appeared from behind and finished him. The last remaining thug yelled in a panic. Sangbin. He rushed forward. You bastard! Mindung, caught off guard, spun around in alarm, only to see his attacker had already been impaled by something sharp. Jion seethed with anger as he watched his teammates get annihilated. These guys. He began analyzing the situation. A rank power characteristics. Stat distribution focused on strength and agility, and even equipment above B rank. How in the world are you so strong? Simone just applied more pressure. You still have the energy to scream. The mace cracked and then shattered. Giant stared blankly at the broken handle still clutched in his hand. At that moment, Simon held it up excitedly. Now this. This is the face I wanted to see. Don't blame me for this. You were the one who attacked first. Afterward, there were only droplets of blood spraying through the air, splattering onto Simun's shoes. He molded over. This arena's difficulty was extremely high due to the MML, far beyond a normal silver rank raid event. On the other hand, that meant the rewards for clearing it would be that much greater. Furthermore, this time, the smaller the number of party members, the bigger the reward they would each receive. That's why those guys were so aggressive about his gear. A system window appeared. Muscle tissue simulation. Completion rate, 15%. Simon was dejected. Only 15%? But then he reconsidered. Just maintaining this ability was dangerous enough. If his arm had fully transformed into a ghoul's arm, he never would have accepted the fusion if the system's appearance preservation function didn't exist. But it's fine, he thought. In fact, he was actually starting to like it. Suddenly, Simon startled and looked to his side. He asked Min Dung, "You're the last member of the group, right?" The man confirmed it. "Yes, that's right. But I think we've met somewhere before. You look really familiar." "Me? I believe it was during the tutorial." Simun remembered. "Ah, you're the person I fought with by the river, right?" Min Dung took the chance to extend his hand. "That's right. I'm Kim Min Dung from the Exung Sam Guild." "It's a pleasure to work with you." Simun repeated the name. The Exung Sam Guild. Zung Sam is Dudung's guild. Thinking of her, a sad expression washed over Simun's face. This change in mood made Min Dung nervous. "Oh, did I say something wrong?" Simun quickly shook his head. "No, nothing. I was just lost in thought for a moment." He shook Min Dung's hand. "Well, since we're in this together, let's give it our all." His new partner looked confused. "Huh. It's just the two of us, but this mode requires a 5-person team. The other 3 died after we were matched, so the system won't assign any replacements." Min Dung screamed in disbelief. "What? That's impossible." A system notification dinged. All participants have been matched. The arena will now begin. Time limit, 30 minutes. Simon remained perfectly composed, while Min Dung was the only one panicking. This is insane. The two of them were teleported to another place. Without wasting a second, Simon gave a command. "All right, let's move out. Our team is already at a disadvantage compared to the others." Right. The constellation G is observing you. The constellation Dark Sun is expressing satisfaction." Simon was stunned. "J is still watching me, and now the Dark Sun, too?" He grew worried. "Why? I haven't even reached a high rank yet. I'm just doing my placement tests. Why are 2 constellations paying attention to me? So even the constellations can't keep an eye on their sponsored players forever?" The system display updated. Target location. Goblin base occupied. Objective, clear the target area. As the countdown began, Simon gritted his teeth in utter shock. Hold on, a base? This kind of place is usually called a checkpoint. These outposts vary a bit in design depending on the map, but they're basically a fortress built on a bridge. The problem was, Simon was completely blindsided by its sudden appearance. Why would it show up here? Checkpoint stages were supposed to be for platinum rankers or higher. He scanned his surroundings, reconsidering everything. No, wait a second. The Scorpion Trio and Kim Ming Dun had all passed the ranking trial. Thinking about it, everyone here was high spec, so it was possible. Meanwhile, Kim Ming Dun could only stare in amazement. A flicker of worry crossed Simon's eyes. If this was a fair fight, maybe this outpost was a special stage just for them. The more he thought, the more intrigued he became. On the bright side, the rewards would definitely be worth it. Actually, this was perfect. A confident smirk immediately spread across Simon's face. If this is how it's going to be, I'll wipe them all out and claim the kill rewards. He suddenly turned and shouted, "Hey, Kim Ming Dun." Kim Ming Dun jumped, startled. "What is it?" Simon flashed a sly grin. "You want to score some kills?" The guy still didn't get it. Kills. Then realization dawned and Kim Ming Dun scratched his head, admitting, "No, I'm just a beginner. Just fighting goblins is already pushing my limits. Sorry to be a burden, but I just want to safely collect the completion reward." Simon couldn't help but celebrate internally. Perfect. In that case, let's build our strategy around that. Amazing. I can monopolize all the kills. Meanwhile, inside the checkpoint, a goblin was laughing cheerfully. Time for the shift change. How exciting. 2 goblins chatted as they walked. Guard duty is so boring. Don't say such stupid things. This is much better. The chief is in a terrible mood right now. They had no idea a shadow was already hurtling down towards them. That's right, you idiots are about to get an earful. Simon landed, slamming his feet hard into both goblins. It turned out he had used Black Panther simulation, a skill that replicates the physical power of a Black Panther. He couldn't believe the hypersensitive goblins didn't notice a thing, especially since they were known for their keen hearing. Simon rolled his shoulders a few times. Clearly, multi-body synthesis was still incredibly demanding, but his fatigue was nothing compared to someone else's shock. Appa, the fact you can even use multi-body synthesis is insane. Just then, Kim Ming-dong slowly approached, sword in hand. Can we really do this? Just the two of us? Simon just waved his hand nonchalantly. I did a quick scan of them before the ambush. Their only weapons are rocks and poison-tipped metal. He offered a reassuring smile. They can't pierce your armor, Ming-dong, so if you stick to the plan, we'll be fine. The younger man's anxiety seemed to fade. Got it. With the discussion over, Simon moved deeper inside. All right, let's go. They began to slowly enter the enormous checkpoint. The goblins inside were in the middle of a feast, their defenses completely down. This is delicious. It's been so long since we had meat. Suddenly, one goblin heard a sound someone was running full speed towards them. This person was none other than Ming-dong, charging in aggressively. The goblins immediately reacted. A human is attacking. Suddenly, one of the goblins noticed something. Wait a second. While the rest of the horde swarmed towards Ming-dong, that one goblin held back, readying a ranged attack. He's alone. There's only one of him. He ignored the shower of rocks and jeers, charging straight ahead. This human is insane. Ming-dong paid the stones no mind, shouting a taunt, "Shoot me." A goblin pointed its bamboo spear at him and spat. Is this all you've got? You fools. More and more of them continued to pour in. Human, you can't get through here. The human is trapped. He seemed to have lost his mind, screaming as he charged forward. Ming-dong continuously swung his sword to maintain distance. Any who stubbornly rushed forward were cut down, their blood spraying everywhere. Suddenly, he was stabbed in the hip, right in his blind spot. Ming-dong struggled to stay upright, telling himself, just a little more. He gritted his teeth and waited, just a little longer. Then he resumed his assault. Come on, get me. At that exact moment, Ming-dong suddenly looked to the sky and roared. It's time. Immediately after, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down, giving the goblins no chance to escape the electrifying blast. Simon quietly observed the spectacle from a distance. A system notification chimed in. The Philosopher's Stone has mitigated the backlash effect. 50 previously consumed achievement. The recovery rate is dependent on the level and grade of the Philosopher's Stone. Clutching his wound, he could only stare with wide-eyed disbelief. In the blink of an eye, how was any of this possible? Simon pulled up the system to check his status. Looking at the window, a thoughtful expression crossed his face. The obsidian slate had merged, increasing his level to E, but his recovered achievement points remained the same. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his mind. Oh, you don't even know what a backlash is? The voice continued its explanation. No composite material would dare to interfere with a backlash. Only I have the power to control it. At the very least, you would need to be B rank or higher. Hearing this, he seemed to finally grasp the meaning of B rank. Just then, the system delivered some good news. A constellation smiles, impressed by your efficient use of Trafi. The constellation has sponsored you 100 achievement points. Even Simon was taken aback. A sponsorship, without even being in broadcast mode, considering the obsidian slate's completion rate and all the synthesis steps ahead. This was a very welcome development. He quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your sponsorship. Suddenly, the weapon in Simon's hand began to glow. Simon stared at his hand with a hint of regret. What a shame. I really thought I could get one more use out of it. Even if you pour every last equivalent investment into synthesis, a backlash will still occur. Despite this, he wore a satisfied smile. All right, I guess I got off easy for this lesson. Abruptly, a strange light flared up from behind the two of them. The light caught Ming-dong's attention and he whirled around. He quickly alerted Simon. The target point has appeared. You mean to leave right now? But Simon just smiled and refused. Ming-dong, you go on ahead. Ming-dong couldn't believe Simon's decision. What? What about you? The goblins are regrouping and coming back. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Simon remained supremely confident in his own power. You saw what happened just now, didn't you? I'm fine. I'll finish this up and join you later. So go on. He wanted to protest, but held his tongue. Instead, Ming-dong decided to shout words of encouragement to Simon. Then please, visit the Holy Trinity Guild next time. We will definitely repay this debt. He waved as he prepared to depart. Please, thank you so much. Seeing Simon advance toward them, the goblins began to tremble with fear. Simon cracked his knuckles, readying for battle. Now then, let's end this. Without warning, the ice-cold blade of an axe swung right for him. Simon instantly spun around, his senses on high alert. A massive goblin had swung its axe down, shattering the ground where he had just been standing. But Simon had already leaped to safety, letting out a cold scoff. The goblins roared with excitement. The boss. You're dead meat now. The boss is here. The giant goblin stomped forward slowly. You. Its razor-sharp axe radiated an intense, murderous aura. The massive goblin furiously advanced on Simon. Human. He couldn't believe his eyes. A hobgoblin? Why is a hobgoblin here? Simon suddenly recalled the system's previous notification. The target area was listed as the goblin-infested bridge. Could it be? The realization finally dawned on him. The phrase goblin-infested implies that a hobgoblin appears when an elite goblin is corrupted by dark energy. Since this bridge was overflowing with dark energy, a hobgoblin's appearance was practically inevitable. Dark tendrils of energy began to swirl around Simon's hands, signaling the fight was about to begin. Still, even for a high-rank zone, isn't throwing in a hobgoblin going a little too far? At the very least, you need to be around platinum rank for this. He immediately activated his Black Panther simulation ability. The hobgoblin lunged, swinging its massive axe. This is for my fallen subordinates. It brought the axe down with immense power, but Simon simply leaned to the side, dodging the blow. He continued to evade its attacks with ease, but a seed of doubt began to grow. But, isn't this a little too easy? Simon quickly leaped back, creating some distance. Overall, its physical abilities are far weaker than a true hobgoblin. Seeing this, he smirked to himself. So its power has been nerfed? At least they still have some conscience. What a relief. It might be a waste of achievement points. But to be safe, I need to take it down properly. With a snap of his fingers, Simon summoned bolts of lightning. Extraction stone. The summoned stone cheered out. Whoa, I've been waiting for ages. Suddenly, another notification took him by surprise. The constellation Dark Sun frowns at the repeated use of Zeus's lightning. The constellation Dark Sun expresses its displeasure by pointing to your obsidian slate. Simon was momentarily distracted. What is it now? The hobgoblin seized the opportunity and charged him. Simon snapped back to reality. Oh no. Fortunately, he managed to block the attack just in time. Even so, the sheer force of the blow sent Simon sliding backward. He had to admit that power was terrifying. Even with its strength reduced, this is still a hobgoblin we're talking about. The system chimed in again. The constellation Dark Sun has issued you a quest. Simon was still processing the last message. A quest? The system began to explain. Quest. The constellation Dark Sun is dissatisfied with you only using Zeus's lightning. Defeat this round's hobgoblin boss using human synthesis. Reward. 500 achievement points. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin let out a furious roar and charged once more. He simply leaped aside, dodging the attack. Offering 500 achievement points for a quest like this? At that moment, Simon understood the true reason for this quest. I get it now. This is a matter of pride. Especially since I'm an alchemist. He landed softly on the ground, directly behind the creature. Simon glanced skyward, his decision made. All right, I'll take on this quest. The system immediately announced the two constellations' reactions. The Dark Sun constellation smirked with satisfaction. The Geo constellation scowled, clearly displeased. Suddenly, the Dark Sun constellation provoked Geo, startling him. A constellation? You dare threaten me, you perverted bastard? Or perhaps I should pay a visit to Olympus. But the old being simply acted as if it was beneath his notice. The Geo constellation shook its head. That madman was as wild as ever. It then crossed its arms and took a step back, making the situation a bit awkward for him. The atmosphere grew incredibly heavy. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin roared, consumed by pure rage. You lowly human. How dare you humiliate me? Simon just stood there, staring at his hands, relying only on human synthesis. He then turned, a look of absolute confidence on his face. This might just be possible. In an instant, Simon surged forward. He didn't hesitate to meet the beast head-on. Simon activated his simulation ability, smashing his fist into the hobgoblin's shield and unleashing a powerful shockwave. The wooden shield was nearly shattered by Simon's blow. The monster saw this and grew cautious. For a mere human, he had some serious nerve. Immediately after, the hobgoblin grabbed him by the head. It quickly roared an order to its minions. Attack! The other goblins cackled when they saw this. The human's been caught. They swiftly hurled their darts towards Simon. He simply glanced back for a moment as the poison-tipped darts embedded themselves in his back. The hobgoblin couldn't help but laugh, overflowing with arrogance. How does that feel, human? Hard to move, isn't it? It sneered, completely unaware that he was secretly gathering his power. Humans truly are an inferior species. The hobgoblin continued, feigning pity. How pathetic. Falling for such a simple trap without any resistance to the paralysis jewel. It raised its axe, preparing to torture Simon. Let's start by chopping off your limbs, one by one. But suddenly, he caught the hobgoblin's arm. Its eyes widened in absolute shock. The hobgoblin then watched as the poisoned darts popped out of his back. What? What is this? It broke out in a cold sweat, refusing to accept reality. Impossible. How can a human possibly do this? Simon ignored its panic and activated his skill, crushing its arm. Simulation. In a flash, the hobgoblin lost its limb. It shrieked in agony, collapsing to its knees. He followed up, his grip tightening on its neck. Now it was Simon's turn to mock. Goblins truly are inferior creatures, to fall for such a simple trap yourself. His eyes turned ice cold as he asked, "Isn't that right?" The hobgoblin no longer had the strength to resist. Without wasting another moment, Simon ended its life. The hobgoblin's massive body crashed lifelessly to the floor. The other goblins began to tremble in fear. How could this happen? The boss. The boss is dead. At the same time, a system notification chimed. You have completed the quest from the Dark Sun constellation. You have received 500 achievement points. But Simon was about to receive another reward. The Dark Sun constellation is extremely pleased with your use of the power of human synthesis. You receive an additional 500 achievement points. You have defeated the hidden boss, the hobgoblin, solo. You receive 500 achievement points as a bonus reward. Even he was a bit surprised by all these rewards, so the hidden boss wasn't just created to be defeated. And that wasn't all. A flood of other notifications appeared. The Galactic Arena, which was discussing you, is stunned by your continuous, unbelievable achievements. The Dark Sun constellation is mocking the fools. With their administrative skills, is this why I never registered as a constellation? Simon was suddenly lost in thought. They're discussing me. Thinking back, something similar happened when he created the obsidian tablet. This attention from the Galactic Arena. Is this a good thing? I should think positively. The Galactic Arena always ensures a clear balance between risk and reward. Simon stopped overthinking it and walked towards the Pillar of Light. Anyway, there's nothing I can do to change it now. Time to claim my rewards. The scene shifts to Simon's room. He has now returned to the real world. The system immediately displayed a cascade of messages. You have completed the corrupted Goblin Fortress Arena stage. Defeated all enemies solo in a 5-person cooperative scenario. The clear reward has been increased based on performance. The attribute bound by the Philosopher's Stone has received a portion of experience points. Level increased to 4. The level of the Philosopher's Stone has increased to 2. Received Hobgoblin's Battle Axe as a clear reward. Defeated the hidden boss Hobgoblin solo. Received Corrupted Hobgoblin Serum as a reward. Achieved the hidden accomplishment, Defeat a hidden boss. Received an additional 1,000 achievement points. Even he found it all hard to believe. This is a lot. Simon looked at his achievement points and chuckled. Is it because this was the first boss? The rewards were truly massive. Status window. He smiled unconsciously while reviewing his status. At this rate, I'll hit 1,000 achievement points soon. Simon then voiced a question to the Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone, with 10,000 points, I can synthesize the obsidian tablet again, right? It quickly confirmed his query. Correct. However, as you progress further, the required points and the growth rate will change. After hearing this, Simon understood. Oh, is that so? I get it. Are you surprised by my reaction, Philosopher's Stone? I figured you'd be curious and ask me about it. Simon just let out a sigh. With my years of alchemy experience, I could already guess. He then turned his focus back to the status window. Simply put, the cost would increase with each subsequent upgrade. This meant he had to invest his points wisely. Even so, this was an investment he couldn't afford to pass up. Unlike consumable items, the obsidian tablet was permanent. Once created, he could use it forever. Besides, the power of the obsidian tablet in human alchemy was second to none. The Philosopher's Stone suddenly added more information. By the way, for the second synthesis, that 20% growth rate still applies to the 10,000 points. Simon immediately understood the implication. Excellent. So the cost remains the same until we hit 40% completion. The Philosopher's Stone nodded firmly. Yes, exactly. A look of pure triumph washed over his face. Good, that's more than enough. A quick mental calculation told him. The power of his human alchemy would be twice as strong as it is now. Simon navigated to his points menu, but hesitated. It was better to save some, since achievement points were his primary resource. But when he looked, his current balance was 0. It seemed that clearing stages didn't grant points as a reward. I remember getting them from broadcasts. Or arena clear rewards. Simon needed to consider this carefully. I'm still in the middle of my placement matches, after all. With this, his total alchemy power was now at 17. Not only that, but the Philosopher's Stone had leveled up from 5 to 7. He cracked his knuckles, preparing for the main event. And now, it's time for the main course. Simon quickly checked his inventory. He inspected the Hopland's battle axe first. It was an item from the Green Skin series, a favorite among warriors, a standard weapon in the axe category. I wonder if the item options are the same as the Platinum tier versions. It was even better. It added +5 to his strength. A +5 stat boost was considered a top-tier option. Simon was clearly pleased with this weapon. Usually, items only offered a boost from +1 to +3. This thing would definitely fetch the highest price. It was a true bargain. Then, a strange feeling washed over him. Simon couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. It hasn't been long since I returned, but it feels like an eternity since I've seen something like this. The Philosopher's Stone was utterly confused again. Appa, what are you talking about? He suddenly pulled out a vial of Hobgoblin's serum. This only deepened the stone's confusion about Simon's plan. Is that Hobgoblin serum? Why do you have it? No way. Appa, did you endure taking an anesthetic right before you synthesized me? He remembered a fragment of his past, the agonizing side effect of not being able to use his magic. His body would decompose during the arena stages, causing indescribable pain. Each time, he had to use special anesthetics just to endure it, and this serum was one of the key ingredients in those concoctions. The Philosopher's Stone still didn't understand Simon's actions. But Appa, you even created an antidote. Why didn't you drink it sooner? He didn't want to answer directly. Ah, I had my reasons. The stone was stunned. Seriously, you have to put your health first. To think you managed to synthesize me perfectly in that condition. Simon nodded in agreement. That's right. If I hadn't used the antidote as a base for your synthesis, this return never would have happened. The Philosopher's Stone added. Returning to one's true body is something that not even the constellations can achieve. Suddenly, Simon grew curious. But what exactly did you synthesize that helped me recover and made this return possible? It tried to provide the information, but found it couldn't. There is one thing that can make it possible. Simon didn't hear it clearly. Huh? What did you just say? But the Philosopher's Stone couldn't break the rules. Ah, damn it. I guess I can't mention this. After all, even the constellations are wary of it. Simon flopped onto his bed with a sigh. If it's a forbidden topic, then there's nothing we can do. What's the use in saying something I can't even hear? The stone was surprised by his attitude. Wow, you gave up really fast this time. The Philosopher's Stone suddenly revealed a little more. Exactly. Besides, the Galaxy Arena is already giving me a hard time just for mentioning it. Hearing this, Simon's interest was piqued. The Galaxy Arena? The Philosopher's Stone immediately confirmed. Yeah. They're spamming me with messages telling me not to bring it up again. Anyway, what are you going to do with this serum, now that you don't have problems with magic anymore? Of course, he already had a plan. Right. I won't need to produce it as an anesthetic anymore. So, I'm thinking of crafting an elixir. The Philosopher's Stone instantly understood Simon's intention. Wait a minute. You intend to use this poison? A confident smile spread across his face as he confirmed it. That's right. To an alchemist, even poison can be a cure. Hearing this, the stone became incredibly excited. Oh my god, I love it. To manipulate the very essence of a material at will. And since it's mixed with dark energy, it will definitely be intense. Just imagine the sheer irony. A poison, transformed into an antidote. Its very nature, completely reversed. How thrilling. Even Simon thought the Philosopher's Stone was getting a little carried away. Hey, calm down. But its excitement was infectious. Did I say something I shouldn't have? As the next day dawned, he looked up in utter amazement. This place, it hasn't changed a bit. Even the Philosopher's Stone was in awe of the building's scale. It's massive. Truly colossal. Is this the sanctuary for players? Simon quickly confirmed it. Yes. More precisely, it's the Galactic Agora. The stone began to speculate. The Galactic Agora, a gift from the arena, perhaps? He offered a slight correction. Not exactly. The Galactic Arena directly manages all the broadcast rights. Suddenly, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Excuse me, are you one of the awakened? It was a security officer, here to verify Simon's status. Just a quick identity check. Could you please store an item in your inventory and then retrieve it? He complied with the officer's request. She then handed Simon the required device. Verification complete. Thank you for your cooperation. Here is your player watch. Simon was all too familiar with this item. It's been a while, old friend. He knew its capabilities inside and out. They handled everything. Personal accounts, transaction logs, and combat data, not to mention team recruitment and an internal map of the Agora, a truly advanced artifact. The security officer offered to help further. Is this your first time at the Galactic Agora? If you need an explanation on how to use this watch. Simon, however, cut her short. It's fine. I've used one before. The security officer didn't press him. Right? Understood. Please enjoy your time. Stepping inside, The Philosopher's Stone was completely overwhelmed by the sight. So many people. Are all of them players? Simon confirmed it instantly. Yes, some might just be normal awakened, but you can't even enter without an inventory. The stone was still buzzing with amazement. Incredible. No wonder this is called the Holy Land for players. So where are we heading now? Simon quickly hit the elevator button. The player-exclusive shopping district. I have a few items I need to offload there. The elevator doors slid open, revealing a few people already inside. He briskly stepped in. Two men inside were already talking. Hey, did you hear? The new instructor class at the Awakening Academy is on a whole different level. Yeah, they're saying it's the most talented class in history. Simon's interest was piqued by their conversation, especially at the mention of Kim Si-hyuk and Lee Ju-young, the top two. They broke through the diamond tier and are now official rankers. For real, when did they get ranked? It was a while ago. How do you not know? They shattered the diamond ceiling just 4 years after their debut. They're hailed as the best in all of Korea. At that moment, the elevator stopped on the 4th floor, and the doors opened. The other man sighed in frustration. I'm so jealous. Some of us have been hard stuck in gold for 4 years. The Philosopher's Stone noticed a change in him. Why are you smiling? Simon just offered a vague excuse. It's just funny. The deeper they went, the more surprised the stone became. So many different shops. It finally voiced its question. So this is where people buy and sell their loot? Simon fielded its inquiry. Yes, and most of these are run by guilds rather than individuals. But the stone still didn't get it. But why sell here instead of the nearby auction house? Simon glanced at his own inventory before answering. When an item is common grade, it's almost impossible to auction. The prices are more or less fixed. He had arrived at a large storefront. Dealing with major guilds was always a cleaner transaction. The man inside spotted Simon and greeted him with a bow. Welcome. Simon scanned the interior as he walked. The major corporations are on another level, sleek and clean. The shopkeeper offered his help. Are you looking for anything in particular? Simon got straight to the point. I'm here to sell. The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. To sell. It's been a while since a seller walked in. He then inquired about the merchandise. And what item did you wish to sell? Simon placed the hobgoblin's battle axe on the counter. The man's eyes immediately lit up. Oh, this is. He picked it up, examining the axe closely. A hobgoblin battle axe, and it has a high-grade option, too. Simon wanted to close the deal. That's right. Can you appraise it for me now? The man smiled and pulled up a price list. Of course. These are the recent transaction prices for this item here at the Galactic Agora. Simon's eyes went wide at the number. 42 million. The man continued. One sold yesterday for 38 million won, but it only had a B+ strength bonus. The man's tone suddenly became inquisitive. May I ask where you obtained this? He began to size Simon up. I'm a production class player, but you don't exactly have the look of a high-level ranker. His words sent a jolt through Simon. What? The man pressed him instantly, his eyes sharp. What is your level? Simon answered honestly, level 7. He could feel the man's suspicion. A smug grin spread across the manager's face. Level 7, you say. I bet you want the full amount in cash. Tax-free, right? Simon quickly tried to clear the air. Hold on, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. I earned this item fair and square inside the arena. The man just scoffed, jabbing a finger toward the axe. A level 7 with a platinum grade drop, he sneered. Look, this won't take long. He suddenly slammed his hand on a red button on the wall, a wicked smile playing on his lips. You press this button, security comes running. And just like that, the rightful owner of this stolen item will be found. The manager then feigned a look of kindness. Guys like you. You're usually down on your luck, so I can help you out. His offer was a blatant shakedown, making Simon tremble with rage. 10 million, cash. Sell it to me for that price, and I won't push the button. The shameless manager laid out the ultimatum. And of course, I'll keep this little incident just between us. So, what's it going to be? Simon seethed, but his hands were tied. I'm sorry, he gritted out. Are you kidding me? But suddenly, a new voice cut in, making the manager jump. That's quite an interesting story you're spinning, Manager Kim. It was none other than Lee Yu-jung. So, after becoming a manager in App Yu-jung, you've gotten pretty bold, huh? The scene shifts. In a quiet park, someone pops open a can of soda. It's Lee Yu-jung, handing the now open can to Simon. But his eyes are fixed on her hands. Those hands. 9 years from now. Those same hands will be clutching a blood-soaked hammer. The very hammer that would crush the skull of her own grandfather, Chairman Ryun-chun. The absolute, unbelievable horror of that day. It wasn't just the chairman. The heads of several top executives were also smashed in. That incident was the spark that ignited the fall of all of South Korea. But why did it happen? The shock of that day is still burned into his memory. Looking at her now, Simon felt an unnerving sense of distance. She was a complete stranger compared to the Li Yuzheng he thought he knew. Back in the present, Li Yuzheng noticed his strange behavior. That's odd. You used to love soda pop so much. Did your taste change? Her question snapped him back to reality. Ah, sorry. I was just lost in thought for a moment. A soft smile touched her lips as she revealed her observation. You haven't changed at all. When you get really focused on something, you block out the entire world. He looked a bit surprised. You noticed that about me? Li Yuzheng beamed, her smile radiant. Yes. Thanks to you, I learned how charming it is when a man is completely absorbed in something. Simon could only let out a sigh. Li Yuzheng, you haven't changed either. Just then, someone approached and addressed her respectfully. Miss, it was her manager. I've sent over the details for that deposit you mentioned. Li Yuzheng immediately checked her account. This looks a little different than what I was expecting, she noted, and her manager frankly admitted it. That's right. Li Yuzheng's eyes remained fixed on her screen. Good, you did well. She then turned the screen to Simon, showing him a number, 50 million. This is the payment for the hobgoblin battle axe you sold. Even Simon was taken aback. This is quite a bit more than the market price. A hint of frustration crossed her face. Consider it compensation for the inconvenience. One of my employees caused you. Is it still too little? I can give you more if you want. Simon quickly reassured her with a smile. It's fine, Li Yuzheng. I know you're the direct heir, but you keep business and personal matters separate. A satisfied smile graced her lips. You're still the same as always. Her gaze softened, filled with a deep affection. You really haven't changed one bit. That's why I feel so comfortable talking with you. Simon, however, grew wary. What's with her all of a sudden? This is so cheesy. But Simon's gaze held only a profound sadness. Well, it has been a long time. Maybe this isn't so strange after all. A little later, as they strolled through the park, he brought up a sensitive subject. By the way, how is your mother? Li Yuzheng's reply was brief. She's still in a coma, but it's fine. I visit and take care of her often. Simon saw right through the lie. You're doing more than just visiting, aren't you? You're running dungeons. She could only offer a strained laugh in confession. Truthfully, I use my mom's visits as an excuse to enter the arena. I even had a dedicated access capsule installed in her hospital room. She quickly changed the subject. Oh, but hey, you said you got that item from the arena earlier. Simon didn't try to hide it. That's right. A look of genuine concern instantly crossed her face. Does that mean your body has fully recovered? He answered with a confident smile. Yeah. My mana burnout syndrome is completely cured. Hearing this, her face lit up with pure joy. Wow, that's fantastic news. Realizing her outburst, Li Yuzheng scratched her head, a little embarrassed. Sorry. I got a little too excited. Anyway, congratulations. But I'm not sure if I should ask this. She decided to be direct, her curiosity about his abilities winning out. Can I ask, how did you recover? He remained silent, thinking for a moment. In the end, Simon decided to keep the truth hidden. I just got lucky, I guess. I started to feel my mana slowly returning, and then one day, it was completely back. Yuzheng just nodded, a flicker of disappointment in her eyes. I understand. I'm so happy. To be honest, I was incredibly worried. No matter how many treatments she sought, the loss of her magic felt hopeless. Seeing her like this, Simon tried to comfort her. Dudong, you struggled enough all these years. It's time to stop blaming yourself. Dudong was left completely speechless, but Simon insisted it was just a coincidence. It was an accident, and I only did what was natural. She still wanted to protest, but he cut her off instantly. That's enough. I'll say it again, it was my choice. Simon truly had no regrets about his decision. Even if he could go back, his choice would remain the same. But as he said the words, he was mocking himself on the inside. If I truly don't regret it, why haven't I been able to answer your messages since that day? Of course, the pressure from the outside world was immense. I was already the son of a mistress. My very existence was a problem for the family. And then the accident left me crippled. The Kim family probably just wanted me to disappear for good. But cutting off the two siblings I grew up with, I can't deny that was my own choice. Right after I left the family, they contacted me constantly. Remembering this, Simon clenched his fist. The shame was suffocating. If I had to name a reason, it's that I simply couldn't accept the reality of losing my magic. I had a perfect magic stat of 10. A future shining bright. And then, in a single moment, I lost everything. So I drew a line, cutting myself off from the world. Physically and mentally, I couldn't even take care of myself. Deep down, a part of me might have even resented you both. If it weren't for you two back then, I'll always regret the person I became, especially in your case, Dudong. If I had been by your side, maybe you wouldn't have been branded a traitor. Dudong just smiled, cheerfully continuing their talk. But hey, you just entered the arena recently, right? Simon gave a vague, hurried answer. Huh. Yeah, it's only been a few days. I haven't even finished my ranking matches. Her eyes immediately lit up. Really? Then you must need some gear, right? Dudong offered to buy Simon some equipment. Come on, let's go to the shop together and get you some gear. He just forced a smile and declined. I'm not really in a rush. She looked confused. Not in a rush for gear, but you're a magic type. Simon had no choice but to reveal his class. That's right, my class is Alchemist. Dudong's face lit up with understanding. Oh, an alchemist. That makes sense then. She suddenly grew incredibly excited. So are you planning to use your money to buy alchemy ingredients? He gave a short reply. Yeah, I was lucky and got a few recipes recently. It just so happened that Dudong was running low on materials. That's perfect. I actually need some ingredients too. Simon pretended he didn't hear her and asked again. You need ingredients? She confirmed with a nod. Yep. Simon became a little wary. But Dudong, you're a combat type. What kind of materials do you need? Dudong waved her hands dismissively. Come on, combat classes don't just swing their weapons around mindlessly. We even craft potions to help with our training. Simon started to get a bad feeling about this. Really? He said, trying to find a polite way out. Even so, wouldn't it be more effective to ask another alchemist or a producer? And with your skill level, I'm sure you can gather all sorts of potions. But then, Dudong suddenly grabbed his hand. Oh no. She came up with a perfect excuse. I don't have time. I have to visit my mom in the hospital soon. He still wanted to refuse. Dudong, let's do this another time. But she was already dragging him away. Let's go. Hurry. You're a magic type, so you're slow. I'll just pull you along. Simon stumbled, trying to keep up. That's strength. Ah. Okay, I can walk. Dudong's manager watched in utter disbelief. Huh? She couldn't believe this was the same Dudong. Was this really the young woman she thought she knew? Even her smile was completely different from usual. She was like another person. The manager could only let out a long sigh. Ah, perhaps. This is who she really is. But the manager quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. I just don't get it. Meanwhile, the two of them had arrived at a bustling market square. A stall owner was shouting his sales pitch. Handmade recovery potions. From intermediate to basic, we've got them all. We buy all miscellaneous items, prices adjusted to the last 5 days of market rates. A small crowd was starting to notice them. Simon was beginning to feel mortified. But Dudong didn't mind one bit. Alchemists are always short on ingredients. Let's just look a little longer. He shook his head again. This is more than enough. I've bought way more than I expected. She kept pleading. Then just get one more thing. Seriously, this is the last one. Simoon opened his nearly full inventory. Dudong, my inventory is about to explode. But Dudong was still beaming with excitement. Don't be like that. There's something I really want to give you. He could only grit his teeth and surrender. Shopping with someone else is more terrifying than I imagined. Given permission, she immediately dashed off to pick something out. This one's huge, but the color is off. And this one is way too small. All Simon could do was stand there in silence. Even I can only spot the subtle differences in materials of the same rank during combat. How does she know so much about alchemy? Dudong, who meticulously inspected everything, wasn't an easy person to deal with. He just quietly watched as she happily shopped. Perhaps that kind of scrutiny was necessary in the past. But for me, someone who can craft the philosopher's stone and mythic-grade weapons, none of this really matters. As long as it's the right tier, the details are irrelevant. Just then, Dudong presented him with a special item. Of course, Simeon recognized it instantly. It was an arena access device. She happily revealed more. That's right. It's the latest model made by Sung Sam. It hasn't even been released to the public yet. An arena access device. These gadgets came in all forms, from helmets and capsules to visors. Their existence was a direct result of the galactic arena contacting governments all over the world. At first, only superpowers like the U.S. and China were able to produce them. But the galactic arena directly intervened, preventing those two nations from creating a monopoly, even issuing a stern warning. They even threatened to revoke the player's status of everyone from China and the United States. He hesitated to accept the item. Are you sure it's okay to give this to me? Dudong quickly reassured him. All the high rankers from my guild, Sung Sam, are already using them. It just hasn't been commercialized yet, but Simmons still felt uneasy. No, I'm an outsider. Can you really just give this to me? She beamed, giving him a firm nod. What's the problem? It's a gift from me to you. But then, her aura sharpened as she gave him a warning. If Sung Sam comes looking for it, you have to tell me. She repeated herself, but Simon was lost in thought. Okay, big brother. Simon scratched his head, trying to refuse. Still, wouldn't it be better if I just bought one from the Sung Sam store? Dudong immediately pouted. Oh, come on. If you enter the arena without a device, you could seriously injure your body. She bit her lip, unsure what else to do. Ah, there's that habit again. She does that whenever she's trying to be stubborn, so bullheaded. Dudong could only sigh. If you're that worried, then just think of this as compensation for the branch manager's rudeness earlier. Simon finally understood her intentions. Well, if you put it that way. He was celebrating on the inside. Perfect. I was planning on buying an access device anyway. I was actually thinking about streaming from the arena soon, so this is even better. A moment later, Simoon realized time was running out. It's almost time. Dudong, I have to go. Dudong had her own plans too. Yeah, I'm about to visit my mom in the hospital. This was another thing on his mind. Oh, by the way, your aunt's illness is related to the arena, right? I should look into that. When the Galactic Arena first opened, a sickness called arena disease appeared only in Awakeners, much like the mana deprivation I suffered from. Simon wasn't too concerned about the time limit. I don't know the exact name of her illness, but she was once chosen by the constellations, so she should be able to hold on for a while. A sad, old memory surfaced in his mind. She treated me, an illegitimate child, like her own son. I need to grow stronger and start making a cure. Fast. Suddenly, Dudong grabbed Simon's arm. Whoa, big brother. He had no idea what she was up to. Dudong looked a little shy as she spoke. You still need to give me a reply. Simon was completely lost. A reply? He suddenly scratched his head as it dawned on him. Ah. The text message? She looked a little annoyed. You were bragging about how you replied to that message. He just chuckled in response. Bragging? Nah, I just didn't have anything else to brag about. Dudong agreed with him. Right, it's so annoying. Simon let out a sigh. We're not kids anymore. All right, I'll text you when I get there. Hearing this, her face lit up with a huge smile. Really? You promise? Without thinking, Simon reached over and patted Dudong's head. You silly kid. But her expression instantly darkened. He realized his mistake a second too late. Ah, girls really hate it when you mess with their hair. Simon quickly made an excuse to leave. Well, be careful on your way. I'm gonna teleport before things get weird. With a final wave, he vanished. See ya. Dudong's manager looked annoyed. He has absolutely no manners. Even if they're close, you don't just touch a person's styled hair like that. She then noticed Dudong was standing completely still. Why isn't she moving? Is she actually mad? Her manager tried to comfort her. Ah, don't worry. I'll fix your hair in a flash. It'll be a problem if something happens here. There are too many people watching us, especially since everyone here is a player. With Sung Sam's reputation, it would be impossible to keep this quiet. What should I do? But then she noticed something incredible. Dudong was actually smiling blissfully. She blushed bright red and covered her face. Chi. Let's just pretend we didn't see any of that. Her manager could only agree. Sure. Okay. She quickly averted her gaze. Something felt strange today. Dudong abruptly changed the subject. By the way, manager. Whatever happened with that incident? Dudong's manager didn't catch her meaning. What are you talking about? Dudong's expression turned serious. Come on, it's just the two of us here. You can speak freely. She started pulling up her tablet. If you mean that case from last year, it's shocking that nothing has come to light. Still absolutely nothing. The screen was completely blank. Not a single trace of information. It seemed she already understood. Meaning. Dudong's manager continued. Yes, it's like someone completely wiped it clean. Even so, she had her doubts. Isn't it strange? A terrorist attack on South Korea's high society. And yet, there's zero information about it. Dudong found it unsettling too. The media jumps on the smallest scandals, but this has been met with absolute silence. That only made her more suspicious. Exactly. The S&T Group's heir got pranked on a live stream recently, and the media went into a frenzy. Something is definitely wrong here. She instantly recalled that incident. After all, he's just some third-generation Chibal heir who won a minor gold medal. But a single prank threw the entire country into an uproar. This just doesn't add up. Dudong suspected someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. It really feels like someone is deliberately covering this up. Someone with immense power. Dudong's manager gave a gentle warning. You can feel it, can't you? If we dig any deeper, we're going to have a problem. She just smiled confidently. What? Are you scared? Who do you take me for? But her manager was genuinely worried. I'm asking if you're okay, kiddo. You have far more to lose than I do. Dudong just let out a sigh. Manager, I don't have much left to lose anymore. Her gaze suddenly shifted. She was still watching Simon. Ah, so she was determined to investigate. I've recently acquired something so I need to know more. Her manager already knew what the answer would be. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. She asked one more time. So, shall we get to work? Once we start, there's no turning back. Du Dung was ready. Yes, let's begin. If you find any data, bring it to me. And if there are any awoken involved. Her aura turned chilling as she gave the order. Bring me their heads, even if you have to tear it from them. I found a rather interesting item recently. Beneath a sky of twinkling stars, Simon tossed his jacket onto a chair, completely exhausted. He collapsed onto his bed. Nothing beats being home. The stone's voice echoed. Was that girl from earlier a close friend of yours? Suddenly, Simon realized. You mean Du Dung? We're very close. We've known each other since we were 5. We grew up together. After listening, it asked, Is that so? Simon shot up. What is it? Is something bothering you? The philosopher's stone pulsed in his chest. No, it's just. How should I put this? She seems a bit cunning. But if you've been friends since childhood, I can't very well stop you from seeing her. Just know I'm here if you need me. Forget it. Anyway, let's begin crafting the essence. It will help you recover faster than anything else. He stretched and said, You're right. All right, let's see. Simon took several small vials from a cabinet, laying out his materials on the table. Simon held up a block of wood. This size is perfect. He glanced at a corner. That spot over there should work. With a swift flick of his wrist, a shape began to form in his hands. Light flared in pulses, and the structure of a wooden table materialized. He placed it in the corner he picked out. This brought a smile to his face. Alchemy truly is amazing. It always delivers a perfect result. Now then, I'll put the essence ingredients here for easy access, and I'll move these other potions over there, since I don't need them right now. The Philosopher's Stone asked, What kind of effect are you aiming for with this essence? Simon frowned. Isn't it obvious? I just need it to make me stronger. But the Philosopher's Stone pressed on. But how? He picked up a vial of fallen goblin serum. This time, I want to try something different. The Philosopher's Stone was confused. Different how? A confident glint appeared in Simon's eyes. Normally, goblin materials have a paralyzing property, right? The Philosopher's Stone replied immediately. That's correct. Goblins use their own blood to create anesthetics. So first, we'll need to purify the fallen magic within it. Suddenly, it paused. Wait a second. Are you planning to use its paralyzing properties? Simu nodded. Exactly. I'm going to focus on the fallen aspect. After all, an essence enhances stats in a similar way. The Philosopher's Stone reacted violently. Have you lost your mind? Researching fallen magic? You're not a demon, and you don't even know the most basic forbidden arts. Fallen magic is incredibly unstable. It will destroy your body the moment you touch it. Despite the warning, Simon remained calm. I know. The Philosopher's Stone objected fiercely. If you're not careful, you could suffer catastrophic side effects, like a curse that completely nullifies your magic. He placed a hand on his chest reassuringly. Don't worry about it. I have a plan. I happen to know an expert, someone who has mastered the art of controlling corrupted magic. Simon stated firmly, So, here's the deal. Philosopher's Stone. Let's try synthesizing something entirely new. A moment passed before Simeon's voice cut through the silence. What's your take on this? This is purely a matter of knowledge, isn't it? Or do you see it differently? The Philosopher's Stone gasped in admiration. Master, your intellect is truly astonishing. Simun just chuckled in response. Come on now. You can call me smart, but you're the one who keeps up so effortlessly. Swirling the solution in its vial, he pressed on. So you're saying it's impossible? The Philosopher's Stone immediately shot back. No, it's definitely possible. I can't be 100% certain, but if things unfold exactly as you've described, then I don't see any issues. Simeon's face lit up at those words. Really? The stone confirmed once more. That's right. Just like with the obsidian tablet, after all, it's not an item that demands a wide array of abilities. Then, the Philosopher's Stone added another critical detail, and since this is a tome of pure knowledge, the requirements won't be as demanding as they were for Azraf. However, synthesis at this final stage will have a much higher cost. Without pausing his work, Simon asked, So you mean I'm going to need a massive amount of achievement points, correct? It laid out the possibilities. Unless you can somehow skyrocket your alchemy stat. Simon confirmed that was precisely the case. The item he was about to create was on par with a divine artifact. The skill of alchemy itself demanded a level of perception, far beyond that of an ordinary person. The Philosopher's Stone chimed in with a stark reminder. Even for high rankers, maxing out a stat is no simple feat. His eyes narrowed in thought. That actually makes perfect sense. Divine artifacts are bestowed by the constellations, only upon their chosen ones, under specific conditions. Simon then posed the crucial question. How many? The philosopher's stone hesitated for a moment. Let me run a quick calculation. Its eventual answer was frustratingly vague. It's tied to the degree of completion you currently possess. To be honest, we got incredibly lucky when we crafted that obsidian tablet. A flash of surprise crossed Simon's face. Lucky? How so? The philosopher's stone answered almost sheepishly. Well, being an alchemist gives you a slight edge. And I happen to possess a certain charm. Simon looked utterly exasperated. Is charm one of its special attributes? The stone let out a dramatic sigh. Can't you just compliment me for once? Simon relented with a nod. Fine, you're very charming. The philosopher's stone feigned coyness. Oh, stop it. Now you're making me blush. He quickly changed the subject. Anyway, this degree of completion. It's extremely important, isn't it? The philosopher's stone had only one answer. Precisely. Simon looked up, rubbing his chin and thought. Degree of completion. He began calculating in his head. The stone defined it as a level and a percentage, similar to a percentage-based replication. Lowering the degree of completion also lowers the cost, but Simon realized that logic only applied to items like Asraf. When it came to pure knowledge, the rules were different. Simon wouldn't settle for 9.5 out of 10, no matter how profound the knowledge is. If it's incomplete, it's utterly useless. I have to find the perfect balance between cost and usability. Philosopher's Stone. I have a question. Simon suddenly touched his chest. What is it? The stone then asked him a peculiar question. You merged with the obsidian tablet, didn't you? Simon slowly corrected it. More accurately, I absorbed it. The stone pressed on. But no matter how powerful it was still just a crafted item, wasn't it? The corners of his mouth curved into a knowing smile, which means, I can absorb knowledge itself, can I? The philosopher's stone sounded thrilled. Of course. My intelligence, you didn't know? That was all the confirmation Simon needed. Perfect. Then let's begin the synthesis immediately. The philosopher's stone teased playfully. It seems you've already figured out how this whole alchemy thing works. A sudden shift flickered in Simon's eyes. Exactly 10%. That should be enough. The stone praised him with excitement. That sounds promising. Do you know anything about how artifacts are created? Simon's reply was curt. A little. I've heard a few interesting stories. His mind flashed back to the past, to a book thrown at his feet. Hey, genius, take a look at this. Can you make any sense of it? Ma-Suk was practically fuming. This technique only works for someone who's reached level 10 mastery in the heavenly demon arts. But damn it all, my brain checked out after the 7th grade. Then she had pleaded with him. You're good at systematizing things, right? Can you please help me decipher this mess? The memory washed over Simon. In his past life, he'd been asked to decipher the heavenly demon arts. Of course, he couldn't even see the characters clearly, as they were only visible to the designated heir. But he knew one thing. It was divided into 10 distinct levels. Therefore, logically speaking, each level should correspond to 10% of its total completion. That meant a 10% degree of completion would contain the full instructions for level 1. But for Ma-Suk, it was a technique made for a high ranker, with only 7 levels. Simon crossed his arms in silence. I had originally planned to read and decipher it all by myself. However, he now had a new theory. But if the philosopher's stone can absorb knowledge directly, that changes everything. I wouldn't need to decipher it myself. I would only need to prepare my body. The synthesis system would handle the rest. Driven by this new idea, Simon asked aloud, Philosopher's Stone. How effective is a 10% degree of completion? The stone seemed a bit uncertain. Not much, just 5,000 achievement points. Simon's eyes widened. 5,000 points? That's a bargain, the philosopher's stone quickly reminded. But later stages will be far more expensive. This is myth-grade knowledge. After all, Simon snapped his fingers, intrigued. We can learn the first star right now. That's good enough for me. Let's begin the creation. The system confirmation appeared. Exchange 5,000 points. He quickly selected it. A purple aura flared to life, etching itself into ancient runes before forming a single scroll. Simon took the scroll, a rush of excitement hitting him. It's done. A system notification confirmed. The heavenly demon divine art. Simon pressed the scroll to his chest. Philosopher's Stone. Absorb it now. It immediately replied, Understood. The scroll slowly sank into his body. Simon watched intently, thinking to himself. Strange. This time, none of the constellations reacted. A moment later, the Philosopher's Stone reported. Absorption complete, but it's complex. I feel like I'm trying to grasp mist. Simon's pupils constricted as the world around him blurred. What is this? It felt, just like before his regression. Then, the vision warped violently. A moment later, Simon's eyes snapped open. Huh? Above him was a clear blue sky. He awoke beside a rushing waterfall. Simon was completely stunned. Where am I? A voice called out from behind him. So, you're awake. An old man with a long white beard smiled. I was worried about your condition. Simon stood up, brushing the dust from his clothes. I'm fine. The heavenly demon nodded in approval. The youth of today are certainly not bad. He then gestured invitingly. Come here. Have a seat. But suddenly, something caught Simon's eye. The old man teleported him in a dizzying flash, and his body instinctively dropped into a kneeling position. What the hell? Simon whipped his head around to look where he'd just been. How did I get here so fast? His brows furrowed in deep suspicion. Simon was clearly taking a huge risk. I never thought I'd come face to face with a constellation like this. The heavenly demon stroked his beard and chuckled. You speak as if you already know me. A confident look crossed Simon's face. How could I not recognize the creator of the heavenly demon divine art I just learned? The heavenly demon made no effort to hide it. I see. I suppose I shouldn't have asked such an obvious question. You are correct. I am the constellation known as the heavenly demon. A system notification added 5,000 points for meeting the heavenly demon. It described him as a dangerous entity and warned Simon not to provoke him, offering an emergency teleport back to Earth. Simon's brow furrowed with caution. Even the system is sending warnings. The heavenly demon clicked his tongue, annoyed. These system pests are always overreacting. He then roared with irritation. Get lost. Stop broadcasting your filthy messages about me. Simon was left speechless. Like master, like disciple. For a moment, he could almost see the demonic lord standing there. At that moment, he decided to speak up. You called me here because of the heavenly demon divine art, didn't you? The old man stroked his beard, excited. Cutting right to the chase, are we? You young ones are certainly bold, but you've misunderstood something. The heavenly demon's expression grew serious. While the heavenly demon divine art is indeed a supreme technique, it's not the main issue. My interest lies elsewhere. The old man posed a question. Who exactly are you? Simon asked, confused. What do you mean by that? The old man's words were cryptic. I mean exactly what I said. Simon's throat went dry. Wait a minute. Is he trying to probe me? When had his hands clenched into such tight fists? Not even the evil god or the black sun noticed my regression. But now a high-grade constellation like the heavenly demon is asking me this? The heavenly demon smirked. Are you really going to play dumb in front of me? So you're not entirely arrogant, after all. He asked another question. How much do you truly know about me? Simon recalled the demonic lord's scathing review. A disgusting old man. A lunatic. A pervert obsessed with power. For some reason, those words echoed in his mind now. He gave a detached, non-committal reply. From what I understand, the constellation heavenly demon seeks transcendence. He values the strongest individuals above all else, much like the hierarchy of the demon world. The answer seemed to satisfy the heavenly demon, a sharp young man. You are correct. His eyes changed. Just as you say, I have always craved power and walked the path of transcendence, even before becoming a constellation. A wave of killing intent made Simon flinch. Those eyes. They remind me of that terrifying gaze from my past life. Could those eyes belong to a constellation related to the heavenly demon? Suddenly, the heavenly demon retracted his aura. His powerful presence exploded, and the lush forest scenery vanished in an instant. Simon found himself falling into an endless void, like sinking into a black hole. But strangely, he didn't feel fear. Instead, he felt an odd, inexplicable sense of familiarity. The heavenly demon's smile reappeared. I see. So you bear his mark. How interesting, for a short-lived human to stare into the void without trembling. It's truly astonishing. So, how much longer will you play dumb? Simon answered directly. I believe this is related to a title I possess. The old man's eyes widened. A title. Simon astutely pressed his advantage. That's right. One of them is, he who attracts gazes from the abyss. The heavenly demon burst into roaring laughter. His voice thundered. Gazes from the abyss? Yes, that's exactly the kind of ridiculous term he would use to describe himself. Simon's expression remained unchanged. So, you've encountered this person before? The heavenly demon paused for a beat, then a wicked smile crept across his face. You're right. Simon pushed deeper, his words like daggers. I understand now. It seems you were defeated, weren't you? The heavenly demon let out a sharp breath. What a cunning little rat. A suffocating pressure filled the air. You should learn to guard that tongue of yours, shouldn't you? Simon braced himself against the overwhelming killing intent, but he knew he didn't have to be afraid. He steadied his resolve. Because if anything happened to him, the black sun wouldn't just stand by and watch. The heavenly demon's laughter echoed once more. No wonder he took an interest in you. It finally makes sense why a madman like him would be watching you. The old demon spoke with a strange delight. Just as you guessed, I lost. And to be clear, I lost miserably, which only makes me more curious. What part of you managed to catch his eye? He confessed. To be honest, I'll only admit this to you. It took me 1,000 years just to get his attention. Simon flinched, repeating the words in disbelief. 1,000 years? The heavenly demon stepped closer. Ah, I forgot. As a mere mortal, you wouldn't know who he is. The old demon stopped short, then erupted in fury. Damn it, these annoying flies. The heavenly demon waved his hand, dismissing the system message. I get it, I'll stop. Now get lost. He sighed. It seems our time is up. The young man, Simon, nodded in acceptance. I understand. The old demon then explained, but boy, haven't you already learned the heavenly demon divine art? In a way, that makes you my disciple. Simon's curiosity was piqued. Then what you said before. The heavenly demon cut him off directly. Of course, I don't mind you learning the heavenly demon divine art. Frankly, I welcome it, he declared. It's my honor to witness my legacy being carried on by someone who bears his gaze. However, you are not my official disciple. So, I have a small request for you. A system window announced that the heavenly demon had issued a quest. Simon couldn't hide his surprise. A quest? He stammered. Is this the system's talent evaluation? The heavenly demon nodded, stroking his long beard. What do you think? I even prepared a contract for you. Simon's mind raced. Find someone worthy of a constellation sponsorship? But what about the demon tribe? And what would happen to him afterward? If he messed this up, the future could change by 180 degrees. Seeing his hesitation, the old demon continued. As one who has his attention, I trust your judgment. However, there are a few conditions. Simon looked at him with suspicion. Conditions? The corner of the heavenly demon's mouth curled into a faint smile. That's right. First, she must be a woman. Young, acceptably beautiful, and either brave or a little bit rude. After all, the heavenly demon divine art is all about conquest. After hearing that, Simon felt like an idiot. Huh? Wait just a minute. But luckily, a blood-curdling scream echoed from somewhere else. Simon's eyes shot open as he sat bolt upright in the middle of the room. The sage asked worriedly, Are you okay? Are you back with us? What just happened? Why did you suddenly pass out? Simon was covered in a cold sweat. I fainted, he asked in disbelief, then stammered an explanation. I think I just met a constellation. The sage grew extremely anxious. A constellation? How could you meet one outside of the arena? After a moment of thought, the sage yelled. Wait, don't tell me you met that crazed stallion. Simon touched his chest and asked, How did you know? His friend quickly confirmed it. Of course I know. He's famous for being the biggest muscle head among the constellations. Plus, he's obsessed with bright colors. You don't know his most famous motto? Who cares about gender? As long as they're a snack, anything goes. That line sounded vaguely familiar. What? The sage rubbed his chin, teasing him. Hey, you weren't seduced by that guy, were you? Simon shot back with a blank face. No, of course not. Only then did the sage let out a sigh of relief. Thank God. You're lucky you came back in one piece after meeting that psycho. I bet if you weren't a snack, he would have killed you on the spot. Well, if he let you leave unharmed, he must have taken a liking to you. You were pretty handsome, after all. What a perverted old man. The sage kept chattering in his ear. I hope that guy didn't ramble on about learning some technique with you. Simon held his head in his hands, completely drained. No, actually, he thanked me for learning it. Hearing this, the sage got a sly look on his face. He really is as crazy as the rumors say. Oh well, I guess that's good for us. Now let's hurry up and make that essence. You've already learned the technique to control demonic energy, right? Simon quickly got to his feet. Let's do it. Time to get to work, the sage asked softly. You don't need me to walk you through the formula, do you? Simon smiled, adding a few drops to a vial. Of course not. The sage's voice filled with excitement. Do you hear that? Every time I remove the poison, the serum always screams. It's like it's saying, What are you doing to me? He seemed quite pleased with this batch, though. The poison is completely gone. Where did all your fighting spirit go? Huh. Heavens, you've already given up? That was way too easy. I thought you put up more of a fight. Simon shook his head. You are seriously weird sometimes. You know that, right? A little while later, the orb was finally formed. The sage looked a bit confused. It's a sphere, not a liquid. Simon smiled through his sweat. We don't have a suitable container, so I couldn't make it into a liquid. The philosopher's stone let out a chuckle. Well, it makes sense, since demonic energy was the foundation. Holding the elixir in his hand, he muttered, Time to test this out, I guess. The system window displayed his blood force at C rank. A smirk appeared on his face. Even though he made it himself, he had to admit it was a masterpiece. I was a little worried since it had been so long, but creating an essence that boosts stats like vitality and speed. This is truly on another level. The philosopher's stone giggled with delight. Its rank is only C because of the cheap materials, but the stats it provides are insane. As expected of you, I knew you'd create something incredible, but you might not get the demonic energy, you know. The odds aren't 100%. Simon smiled back. For a normal person, that might be true. He then pressed the pill directly against his chest. But with the one-star heavenly demon technique already inside me, I just need to be careful after absorbing it. The Philosopher's Stone had a revelation. You're right. Just put your faith in me. With that, Simon swallowed the elixir. All right, let the show begin. He swallowed it dry, then sat in meditation to circulate his energy. System notifications flooded his view as his stats climbed relentlessly. Time seemed to melt away, and Simon found himself transported somewhere else. He noticed something strange. Staring at the wisp of flame before him, he whispered, "I found it." But suddenly, the flame began to fade. Damn it, it's disappearing. Simon rushed after it. I can't let it get away. Faster, before it's gone. He cried out for help, Philosopher's Stone. Appearing out of thin air, the Philosopher's Stone snatched the flame. Gotcha, you little rascal. Simon gasped for air, steadying his breathing. Nice work, he thought to himself. The system said there was a high probability, but we almost lost the entire thing. First, I have to condense my Dantian, and then the major energy channels. Suddenly, the Philosopher's Stone shrieked. Wait a minute, are we really creating the Dantian right below your navel? Simon paused, completely baffled. Why would you ask that? The stone repeated its question exactly. Just as I said, do we really have to condense a Dantian right now? Simon immediately stopped what he was doing. You're right, I never thought about that before. The Philosopher's Stone then began its first lecture. Listen, a Dantian is just a type of core for storing and using energy, right? He nodded in agreement. That's right. So the Philosopher's Stone proposed a groundbreaking idea. Why stick it below your navel, Master? You already possess the ultimate core in the entire world. A bolt of realization struck Simon. Thinking back, from creating divine artifacts to absorbing knowledge, the Philosopher's Stone was truly the ultimate core. A sly grin spread across his face. You're right, there's no reason I shouldn't use you as my Dantian. To be honest, you're probably much better than a traditional Dantian anyway. The Philosopher's Stone agreed, boasting proudly. Exactly. Besides, even if you learn the heavenly demon's techniques, you are an alchemist at heart. Never forget your roots. A fiery confidence burned in Simon's eyes. You're right. I am an alchemist, and alchemy is what changed my life. Thank you. It's because of you that I've realized everything. He closed his eyes to continue the process. A system notification appeared. Successfully absorbed special demonic energy. It was followed by another. Dantian and Philosopher's Stone are resonating in power. He was stunned for a moment. Binding? Looking at his status window, he saw all his stats skyrocket and finally understood. So this is what binding means. Suddenly, his eyes flicked to something. Demonic energy stat 8. Wait a second. I just got this stat and it's already at 8. Raising a stat is incredibly difficult, but this one started at 8. He confirmed it in his mind. So being bound doesn't refer to its position on the status window. Then he made a helpless observation. That's right, it affects my other stats, too. It's not just for show. It's a bonus attribute. That's almost half of my alchemy power. So does that mean? Simon called out, Philosopher's Stone. The stone glowed red in response. What is it, Master? He then asked a very strange question. If my alchemy power increases, does my demonic energy also increase? Logically, the Philosopher's Stone reached the same conclusion. Of course, just like how I'm affected when you level up. It is a linked relationship, after all, but it isn't perfect. The numbers aren't rounded up, and the stat will always be a special, linked characteristic. For every 4 points you gain, the Philosopher's Stone gains 2. Hearing this, Simon's hands clenched into fists. He had hit the absolute jackpot. All he needed to know was one thing. As his alchemy power grew, so would his demonic energy. This made him even more hyped for the next arena. The next day, the system confirmed his participation in the Galactic Arena, a survival match with 100 other people. The young man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, it's a survival match. What a pain. A comment appeared on screen. What can you even do? This is the Abyss, after all. Another viewer was thrilled. No wonder they call this the dangerous trio of the Abyss. Someone else pointed out a critical fact, but the chances were 1 in 3, and doesn't this guy always get the worst possible outcome? His luck is at rock bottom. The Money King let out a sigh, trying to control his emotions. Now, everyone, watch what you say. Survival events are normal in the high ranks. The comments began to explode. That's right, the Abyss is sponsoring us today, so everyone be careful. A comment exploded onto the screen. The power of money. Huh? Just yesterday, you were calling that trio of misfits complete trash. Someone else nailed it with a single line. With enough cash, anyone can be a king. Don King stood before the three players and said, "All right, my dear clients." He planted his hands on his hips, confidently declaring, "As everyone knows, survival is the worst type of event for a boosting service, and our team has already been disbanded." The blonde guy jumped. "Are you serious right now?" Beanie scowled and cursed, "Damn it, I paid you 10 million. So what are you going to do now?" The chat was loving the drama. The client is pissed. Someone else posed the question, "Yeah, what's your next move? Is the Money King gonna ask for a refund?" But someone else jumped to Don King's defense. Why would he? This event is random. Wasn't that part of the agreement? Besides, 10 million won is probably double the usual boosting price anyway. Just then, Don King's voice cut through. "Everyone, please calm down. My valued customers, you don't need to pay any attention to the chat." A sly, meaningful smirk crossed his face. "After all, the rewards for survival will be divided based on rank. With 100 participants, the lowest reward goes to 50th place, and the highest goes to number 1. Goatee narrowed his eyes, questioning him. "Are you saying you're going to get us into the top 1 to 3 spots?" Don King's eyes lit up as he confirmed it. "You got it. As expected from an experienced player, your understanding is on a completely different level." He boldly thumped his chest. "This Money King might be expensive, but the quality speaks for itself. The viewers know it, right?" The chat window continued to erupt with comments. "That's right, he's a greedy bastard, but his skills are undeniable. It's no surprise that someone aiming for diamond rank would show up in the arena. Our Money King takes pride in being a driver. It's truly incredible." Goatee was intrigued by the offer. "It's your skill that makes me trust you." Don King scratched his head and let out a laugh. "Putting it like that is making me blush." Blondie had one more question. "So how exactly do you plan to get us into the top 1 through 3? He quickly gave them the answer. "It's simple. We form a team." Blondie was taken aback. Goatee warned cautiously, "But the rules." Don King placed a hand on the rock wall. "You don't need to worry about that. It looks like we're on the edge of an abandoned mine. Based on my experience, if we hide well, it'll be hard for anyone to notice we've teamed up." Beanie stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That's true." Goatee nodded in agreement. Players at this level don't exactly have the sharpest senses. With their approval secured, Don King laid out his plan. "The method is simple. I'll eliminate everyone else until only the 4 of us remain. And then I'll kill myself." His words stunned the trio. "And after that, the 3 of us just fight it out?" He nodded, explaining, "That's right. You all pay the same amount, so it wouldn't be fair for me to interfere, now would it?" "What a brilliant solution." The chat box exploded. "Our Money King really is a pro, huh? So the clients are going to fight each other? This is a real battle between pros. Turn on your personal streams." Elsewhere, another player logged in, right where Don King had just held his meeting. The moment he entered the instance, the system paused his rank-up evaluation. Simon muttered to himself, "Now what is this?" He wondered internally, are they finishing the placement phase in just 1 match? Are they trying to throw me into a ranked match to make me level up faster? Before I was reborn, I was stuck at level 1 forever. A complete and utter nobody. Having made a mistake once, Simon steeled his resolve. "This time, if I do this right, I'm going to climb to the top. That illness is gone, and I've received powerful abilities." He clenched his fist with confidence. "This is a massive opportunity for me." It was only then that Simon remembered something. "Come to think of it, I think I forgot to turn on my broadcast." Well, it's not like anyone would be watching right now anyway. He enabled the broadcast, and instantly, a system message appeared. "The constellations have entered the broadcast room." He was visibly shocked. "What? The constellations can watch this, too? Well then, time to dig in." Meanwhile, Don King was on a rampage across the map. He launched a vicious punch at Simon, a wicked smile spreading across his face. "You just walked into the wrong neighborhood, kid. This punch carries the power of a near diamond ranker. There's no way a nobody like you can handle it. This is why I love bullying the weak." But he quickly realized he was facing a formidable opponent. Simon was blocking Don King's fist. He dodged it. He didn't just dodge. He countered with a punch to the gut. The force sent Don King sliding back several feet. He gritted his teeth. What the hell was that? How could some trash from the abyss actually fight back? This sent the chat into a frenzy. What just happened? He blocked that ambush and even countered. That scumbag Don King must be trying to create more content for his stream. "What are you talking about?" "Time to dig in" is Don King's catchphrase before he gets serious. Enraged, Don King cracked his knuckles. "I didn't get a good look, but it seems you're pretty decent after all." Simon's face remained impassive as he calculated the situation. He mastered that flowing movement technique in such a short amount of time. It was a skill that could minimize damage by instantly redirecting the path of an incoming attack. Simon's focus shifted to his opponent's aura and weapon. Judging by his gear, He looks like a warrior class. He's definitely not some ordinary player. Simon glanced back and saw a notification. There was someone else behind him. In that instant, an idea sparked in his mind. He asked him directly, "You're the rank booster, aren't you?" Don King just waved a hand dismissively. "How did you know?" "He'd been found out." Simon replied with a lazy smirk. "It was obvious, just by looking at you." Don King's anger was already past its limit. Not bad. But why say it with such a disrespectful attitude? Simon provoked him even further. Should I respect someone who boosts accounts for money? His eyes burned with a righteous fury. People who pay for boosting have no real skills. And the scumbags who take the money are just as pathetic. No. The boosters are the ones who truly deserve to be punished. It's because of trash like them that normal players have to suffer in the arena. Don King wasn't afraid. Just as you'd expect from someone of the Abyss. His personality was far from ordinary. Look at that glare. He knows I'm a booster and he still dares to look at me like that. Track chimed in, "Just forget it. This guy is insane. How could a guy with a worm-sized brain possibly understand?" He read the comments with growing excitement. Man, a worm-sized brain? That's a little harsh. He's just another player trying to climb the ranks. Don King glanced over at Simon. "What's the matter? Are you getting mad? Then bring it on." A clear provocation. He was scheming inside. Messing with your opponent's mental state is a skill in itself. A mere gamer like you would never understand. Veins bulged on Don King's arms. "How dare you counter my last punch? You little punk, I'll repay you for this humiliation." Simon let out a lazy sigh, coming down to the lower-ranked matches just to use such obvious taunts. "Aren't you a little pathetic?" His face darkened at the insult. "Oh, really? Seems like it's working on the guy who's all talk. Are you angry now?" Simon replied with a half-smile. "Not at all. It's just that one of my viewers gave me a quest, so now I can't exactly let you go." Hearing this, his contempt reached its peak. "Oh, wow." Don King clutched his stomach, roaring with laughter. "It seems I underestimated this guy." Even so, he was puzzled that someone could get a quest at this low of a rank. The chat window filled with clueless comments. A quest during a bronze to gold stream, even a dog would laugh at that. What a complete joke. Wait, our Don King doesn't have a quest? What's he gonna do? If he got a quest every time he killed a rookie like this, Don King would already be a billionaire. But Simon's mind remained unshaken. "That's right. I got a quest during a ranked match." As he spoke, he exploded forward, which means I'm pretty damn good. In a flash, Simon charged forward with a punch. Don King's face darkened as he thought. He took the bait. He's forgotten who the main character is here. I'll counter him right now. Their two fists collided. Simon's face was filled with determination, while Don King's was contorted with absolute fury. He lightly dodged the punch. Don King charged recklessly, his agitation creating a fatal opening. "You little rat." Simon took full advantage of the mistake. The impact damaged Don King's internal organs. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back. He dodged all of my wild attacks and even found an opportunity. A powerful aura began to radiate from him. Don King wondered, who in the world is this guy? His face turned pale. He was definitely no ordinary person. The blonde behind him cried out, "Oh my god." Beanie started to get anxious. "Sir Don King, damn it, everyone's watching. I need to end this fast." Don King decided to go all out. "I'll finish him with my full power." He shot forward like a mad rocket. But every punch he threw, Simon managed to dodge. He wondered, "Can you dodge this one too?" Simon flashed a gentle smile. "Is that all you've got? Then it's my turn." He threw a punch so hard the whole city could hear it. Don King smashed into the wall like a broken doll. He spat out in pure frustration. "Impossible. How was I sent flying back? Where is he getting this kind of power?" Beanie ran to his side, calling out softly, "Sir Don King." The blonde asked, "Are you okay?" Don King's pride flared up. This is so humiliating. He would rather trade his life for his honor. "You bastard. Stop dodging and fight me." Simon coolly gathered energy in his hand. Heavenly Demon Arts. The path of the demon is the path of destruction. A dazzling purple light blinded them. His thigh bones snapped in two. Pain and hatred overwhelmed his senses. "You goddamn bastard." He roared in a panic. Simon's face grew serious, anticipating the next attack. An A-rank trait. Activating. A punch that carried the weight of his life. Die. A sharp glint appeared in his eyes. "So, you're finally getting serious, are you?" Normally, dodging would be the smartest choice. But I can't let this opportunity slip away. The muscles in his arm activated. His body heated up. As he finally unleashed his ultimate skill, Heavenly Demon Arts, Imperial Blast. A brilliant explosion of purple and red light erupted. Simon roared to encourage himself. Don King refused to back down. The cave shook violently from the oppressive pressure. A spray of red liquid hit the ground. Don King took a devastating hit and the comments exploded. I can't believe it. What was that? The screen went static, so I couldn't see any model. With only one arm left. It was impossible. Do Kyung's eyes filled with despair. I've lost. The words barely left his lips before he collapsed. You've claimed the first kill. A system notification appeared, announcing bonus rewards. Simon let out a breath of relief. Perfectly executing a technique was harder than it looked. The heavenly demon instantly granted a reward, 500 million achievement points. A grateful smile touched his lips, not just for the mission, but for this bonus, too. Simon's ambition soared. The system announced that the heavenly demon constellation was nodding in satisfaction. Other constellations sent rewards as well. He was stunned to see a 1,000-point reward. Was it because they were high-ranking constellations? Their generosity was on another level. The system announced a new title, the King's Choice. He blinked in confusion. A title like this actually exists? Reading the description, Simon couldn't believe his eyes. My God, this title can be recreated? The system text explained that each recreation was fueled by a constellation sponsorship. He thought to himself, does this mean every time a constellation sponsors me, all my stats increase by 1? It was a completely broken ability, but even something this good had a major risk. If the number of his sponsors ever dropped, the power of the title would drop with it. Unlike a permanent growth-type title, this one's power could actually diminish. Opening his status window, he scanned the details. It seemed his demonic energy was unaffected. He decided to think positively. At least my stats went up. A grin spread across his face. I don't know how selective the constellations are, but it's time to start taking on more missions. Suddenly, the clang of a fallen sword echoed. No, it can't be. The blonde-haired player stumbled back in shock. Do Kyung lost? They refused to accept it. This has to be a setup, right? Simon glanced at the stunned crowd. They're still here? He began to walk toward them, his expression ice cold. The group trembled, raising their weapons. Don't come any closer. If you take one more step, we'll attack. The tip of their spear wavered pathetically. The sight was just getting on Simon's nerves. With skills that pathetic, how did you even pass the tutorial? It's pathetic. It's all because of talentless players who pay others to carry them. Like you. And because of that, truly skilled players end up dying in this arena. Murderous intent flared in Simon's eyes. What followed were only screams and crimson splatters across the walls. When it was over, Simon stood alone in the silence. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, so strong, truly excellent. A man named Joan Ron approached, radiating a dangerous aura. Your innate stats are impressive, and I see you show no mercy to the weak. Simon didn't even spare the man a glance. Sorry, but you seem to be mistaken. This is the arena. There's no room for something like mercy here. Jeon Ron waved his hand dismissively. Exactly. That's what I like about you. You see, so many talented people fail to use their full potential. A flicker of annoyance crossed Simon's face. What is this guy's deal? The man pulled a small card from his pocket. You see, strength isn't the only thing that matters in this world. He held it out. Please, take this. Simon's eyes widened when he saw what it was. It was a business card from the Mainland Guild. It read, Mainland Guild HR Manager, Jun Zhang. For that very reason, he questioned the man. Are you a spy from China? John Ron, of course, had a smooth explanation ready. I was originally going to give this to the streamer, Do Kyung. A talent like his shouldn't be wasted on carrying newbies. Simon's face twisted in disgust. Then why didn't you give it to him? The man smirked knowingly. I would have, if you were ever able to stream again. Taking the business card, Simon hesitated. The Mainland Guild. I never thought I'd see them scouting here. The reason was simple. The Mainland Guild was one of the top 2 guilds in all of China, and it became the second-ranked guild in the world. When the master player Dong Liqiu became their leader, I can't believe I'm getting tangled up with him. I knew they'd make a move soon, but this is much earlier than I predicted. Just then, Jun Ron's words hit a nerve. It seems you're still skeptical. I'm well aware of how China is viewed in Korea. Simon remained guarded. I assume you are, too. After all, you're participating in the Korean server's ranked battles. At that, the man chuckled. What choice do we have? International rank matches are only available to platinum rank and higher. Does it bother you that I'm scouting like this? Simon's brow furrowed. It wasn't exactly honorable, but it wasn't worth getting upset over. Deep down, he knew this was a common practice. Every major nation secretly scouted talent from other servers. It was a standard tactic for recruiting promising prospects. This guy, John Ron, had to be a professional scout. The man then changed the subject. By the way, how did you know about that? Very few countries hire foreigners like me for this job, even if we have citizenship. Simon answered bluntly. I don't see any reason to answer that question. The man smirked, as if expecting that answer. Of course. He then held up 5 fingers. How about this? Then, 5 million yuan. At the current exchange rate, that's 920 million won. I'll pay it to you up front, right now. Consider it a token of how highly we value you.
On top of that, we'll provide a 500 million won weapon and armor worth over 100 million won, all for a 3-year contract.
Best of all, everything will be yours to keep, even after the contract ends. Furthermore, if you naturalize as a Chinese citizen, we'll give you an additional 50 million yuan. That's 10 times the signing bonus, a staggering 92 billion. With an offer this sweet, Jion Ran, how could you possibly refuse? Not even that Sung Sam fellow could offer a deal this insane to a low-tier rookie. Simmons' response came quickly. The terms were certainly shocking. Jion Ran held out his hand, expecting to seal the deal. So, are you interested? Over 90% of people accept this offer, but he still hesitated. For someone trapped in the so-called abyss of the lower tiers, this kind of deal was tempting enough to make anyone lose their mind. The contract is for 3 years, with no clauses for extension or renewal. But I know exactly how Mainland Incorporated operates. Simon took Jion Ran's outstretched hand. The man grinned, thinking the deal was done. But his smile was met with a crushing grip. But Director John Deong, you of all people should know. A human resources director needs to have a sharp eye for people. The man's eyes widened in shock. Just before Simon's fist slammed into his gut, a wave of agony hit him as he coughed up blood. Disbelief washed over Jion Ran's face. He couldn't believe his offer was rejected. Why? Simon just smiled, clenching his fist. Why? No reason. His next words were ice cold. I just don't like it. Before the blood on his lips could dry, Jion Ran was already down for the count. In my past life, I learned everything I needed to know about your kind. I won't be a fool this time around, he promised himself, stretching as he turned to go back inside. Warm morning light filled the small room. On a large screen, the game was over. The chat scrolled by, aiming for diamond rank. What happened to Don Kin? Is he really gonna have to issue refunds? My god, 10 million per person. That's 30 million total, right? He got totally wrecked by that nobody from the abyss, losing a one-on-one duel to an unknown player. The comments kept flooding in. From the abyss, a new legend is born. What abyss? Didn't you see that guy use Kai? There's no way he's a low-tier player. But it didn't really look like Ki, did it? Damn it. I'm a founding member of Don Kin's channel. His Ki is totally different. Everyone shut up. Anyone got dinner suggestions? So what's Don Kin gonna do now? I've never even heard of this Simon guy. Who even watches broadcasts from the abyss anyway? He sighed in frustration, slumping into his chair. He was still live. Okay, pull it together. I've still got work to do. He looked at the frantic chat with a flicker of excitement. All right, everyone. The duel is over, so let's all calm down. Someone typed. Feels like he's been playing dead this whole time. Why are you just showing up now? Who the hell was that guy? And how are you going to handle the refunds? Boosters like him usually have a loyal fan base, so he'll be fine. He's just pretending to take the fall, I bet. But based on my experience, that other guy clearly isn't at this rank. The chat started to agree. Damn right. Using Ki in the abyss is way over the line. That's right, even if it wasn't Ki, that level of power is just insane. He definitely doesn't belong in this tier. Good. I'm controlling the narrative now. The comments in the chat began to lighten up. You think that bastard was hacking? What are you? New. You can't hack in the arena. Say something that actually makes sense. Don Kin clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. All right now. A sly smile spread across his face. First and foremost, I need to apologize to my clients. Normally, my policy is to not give 100% refunds, but this time is an exception. I will be refunding everyone in full. His viewers immediately bought it. That's our Don Kin. Is he for real? This guy takes his boosting career seriously. Then, he took off his virtual reality headset. All right, that's it for me. I'm ending the stream now. Thanks to everyone for tuning in today. The moment he said that, Don Kin hit the end stream button. He furiously slammed the VR headset onto the floor. Damn it. Ki in the low ranks? Impossible. Don Kin seethed with rage, cursing internally. To use Ki, you need stats of at least level 100. Damn it all. Could this even be real? Even a born genius like Kim Si-huk or Lai Du-dung, he ground his teeth in fury, would have to be in the diamond rank. There's no way it would appear in the bronze tier. I'll admit, I've run into plenty of boosters before, but this is the first time I've ever met someone like him. Don Kin clenched his jaw, unable to swallow his anger. He worked so hard to reach platinum, enduring all kinds of penalties. And now, I get humiliated like this? I'm not letting you get away with it. He must have something. A divine artifact or some item I don't know about. Who the hell is this monster? Suddenly, he remembered something, his eyes widening in shock. Wait a minute. Don Kin recalled Simon's words. That's right. He said he had a mission. Simon had casually said, "One of my viewers just gave me a mission, so I can't let you go." He quickly searched on his phone. A broadcast. There must be info on it somewhere. Don Kin stared at the screen with suspicion. When the search results appeared, his jaw dropped. On the screen was the live broadcast of a player named Simon, and his rank was unranked. Model. Unranked. It meant the player hadn't even finished his placement matches. Don Kin immediately slammed the watch stream button. Deep inside a dark cavern, a blood-curdling scream echoed. "Help me!" A terrified player stumbled backward, shaking like a leaf. Damn it! How can a guy with 0 gear be that strong? All that remained was a fresh spray of crimson on the cave wall. The viewer's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Impossible. This guy's martial arts mastery is on another level. Simon became a storm of fury, striking down his enemies one by one. In just a few fluid movements, he decimated the entire group, each action a perfect blend of offense and defense. He even mixed in the very essence of high-level martial arts. Don Kin stared at the live feed, completely bewildered. What in the world has this guy been learning? Simon moved like a phantom, dashing forward. And how was he so good at finding enemies in the pitch-black darkness? In a place like this, you should be bumping into walls constantly. This abandoned mine was a complex labyrinth, like an ant colony, filled with areas plunged in total darkness known as black zones, where not even a single torch burned. Yet he watched Simon tear through them like an arrow, never once slowing his relentless advance through the black zones. A brutal blow sent a player coughing up blood. What is going on? Don Kin couldn't believe his eyes. How can he possibly be unranked? He took a closer look at the stream info. There were 3 viewers here. So why was the chat completely dead? A notification popped up. The streamer, June, was also unranked. Don Kin immediately started typing. "Hello? Is anybody in here?" A user named Wrong replied. Well, if it isn't Don Kin. I was just about to message you myself. What a coincidence." Seeing this, he was completely confused. "Huh? Who is this?" Don Kin shot back a question. "Is that you, Joe Dai?" Wrong typed back. "A pleasure to meet you. You ended your last stream so fast I didn't get the chance to say anything." Ah, that's what this is about. It finally clicked for him. "If you're asking about the refund, I can send it to your account today." Wrong replied, "No need for a refund. I already sent you my information in a private message. Make sure you check it." Don Kin was stunned silent for a moment. Then, a massive grin spread across his face. "Whoa. As expected from the great Joe Dai. I'll check it right away. Amazing." He let out a huge sigh of relief. Don Kin stretched and leaned back in his chair. Whew. Totally dodged a bullet there. Suddenly, a new message notification chimed. He opened it and saw a message from Constellation Manager Chili. Too noisy. Heavenly Demon quickly agreed. Right? Seeing their chat, he scowled in annoyance. Constellations? Are these people nuts? How dare they use the names of the actual constellations? Don Kin's fingers flew across his keyboard as he typed a rebuttal. "I don't care if you're the CEO's son. This is going way too far. Using a constellation's name is crossing a sacred line. You disrespectful punks. What kind of usernames are those? Are you just trying to get attention? Why else would you use their names?" Both Constellation Manager Chili and Heavenly Demon replied with a single question mark. Seeing that message only made him more smug. Look at them, playing dumb. As if I can't tell you're just farming for views. With his years of streaming experience, Don Kin's typing was a blur. You guys are going to get in serious trouble for this. The least you could do is not be so obvious in the chat, okay? My real viewers are about to arrive. Just then, Constellation Black's son and what the hell? That message just made him even angrier. Is this manager swearing at me now? Meanwhile, back in the mine, a player was coughing up blood. He was slammed to the ground, completely beaten. His body was covered in the marks of battle. Simon stood over him, radiating an overwhelming pressure. I believe that's the last of them, right? The leaderboard appeared. First place, Simon. Second, Park Sechin. He casually cracked his knuckles. 20 kills, was it? Simon glanced at the rankings, satisfied. This score was more than enough to secure the top spot. But something was bothering him. The quest he received at the start was still incomplete. Am I missing something? The quest objective was to demonstrate the merciless path of no return using the heavenly demon arts. Simon thought it over. In hindsight, that's incredibly vague. It never said I had to get first place or the most kills. He considered it seriously. The merciless path. Maybe it's just a test of my abilities? Yeah, that has to be it. Then another thought struck him. Man, these subjective quests are always harder than the objective ones. He quickly came to a decision. It'll probably just complete itself when the match ends. But then, Simon felt something out of place. Hearing a strange noise echo from ahead, he looked up. What is that? Immediately, Simon activated his ocular skill. A system window popped up. Moon Owl's tissue can regenerate the physical body of a moon owl. He spotted a massive vein of silver-colored ore. Using the Black Panther's tissue, he moved in a flash. I need a closer look. He picked up a crystal fragment from the ground. Is this just silver ore? A voice spoke in his mind. Wait, could that be it? Simon was confused. The voice urged him on, you know what I'm talking about, and then it hit him. Simon instantly opened his system menu. Could this be the very mineral I've been searching for? Information window. The voice asked excitedly, so, is that what I think it is? Simon's eyes lit up as he stared at the information window. It is. It's really it. The philosopher's stone inside him rejoiced. What an unbelievable find. Dude, hurry up and grab it. Simon's eyes lit up as he gazed at the crystal. To think I'd find something like this in an abandoned mine. He planted his feet firmly on the ground. First things first, I have to finish setting up the arena and give it a final check. Suddenly, a notification chime echoed out, grabbing Simon's attention. He quickly pulled up his status window. Oh, right. I forgot to turn off the broadcast, didn't I? I'm pretty sure I gave moderator privileges to those 3 constellations. Simon's blood ran cold when he saw what was on the screen. The chat log was a waterfall of insults. Hell no. Ban us if you've got the guts. Who are these losers pretending to be constellations? That's right. Even if you kick us, you're the one who'll get penalized. I've watched all kinds of streams, but this is the first time I've seen idiots who dare to impersonate constellations. The moderator, Black Sun, was seething. Fine, you disrespectful insects. I will ban every last one of you. Then he began kicking them out one by one. Meanwhile, the constellation J praised him. Well done. I rather like that side of you. He was completely lost. What in the world is happening? Simon couldn't believe his eyes. He had never expected the situation to escalate like this. The only reason I gave the constellations mod powers was to maintain my King's Choice title. Are moderators even allowed to act like this? Black Sun roared. That's right. You. Get out. What is the streamer even doing? Go on. Ban me. I dare you. Black Sun replied, you're banned too. The Heavenly Demons channel was in total chaos after this stream, but who would have thought it would explode into an all-out flame war? He could only hang his head and let out a frustrated sigh. Simon immediately muted his mic. They had already kicked over 100 people out of 4,000, and even more viewers were flooding in to watch the drama. This was the power of the constellations. All right, their way of handling things was on a completely different level. Okay, calm down. First, I need to handle the constellations privately. He warily pieced it together. So, the followers of that Don King player I fought earlier started this war, and then one of our managers named Jay chimed in. Is that right? Jay nodded enthusiastically. Simon asked the other managers with curiosity. Did you try to just ignore them at first? But Don King's viewers flooded the stream, and the level of toxic criticism began to skyrocket. Black Sun pouted and nodded, saying through gritted teeth that they would crush Don King if they had enough achievement points. Simon shook his head, displeased. We can't do that. This was an absolute nightmare for Simon. If a constellation interferes before the galactic arena officially starts, the system itself won't let it slide. This was a truly dangerous situation. But if he ignored Black Sun's complaints, the King's Choice title would disappear. His expression turned deadly serious. If that happens, I'll lose the +2 bonus to all my stats. That's equivalent to 4 whole levels for my strength, agility, stamina, and alchemic power stats. With that, Simon carefully reviewed the system. All right then, it's time I make my position clear. He put on a cheerful smile, trying to soothe his difficult manager. Calm down, Lord Black Sun. Take a deep breath. From now on, if a situation like this ever arises again, you don't need to worry so much. A message appeared on the screen. Black Sun huffed that he didn't care about lowly humans. Simon just smiled gently. Yes, of course. But I will always be grateful for your concern for me. Black Sun blushed at his words and gave a shy nod. Jay and the Heavenly Demon just chuckled. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. That was close. I managed to get through it. Simon pressed forward, hoping that his companion's existence hadn't been discovered yet. This was a world where a nation's strength was judged based on a single player chosen by a constellation, a place where every single move you made was being watched. Naturally, everything from conspiracies and persuasion to assassinations all happened under the sponsorship of these constellations. It was far too early to confront those things when he had just entered his ranked matches. A thoughtful look crossed Simon's face, especially against people who would rather destroy what they can't have. After all, that was just human nature. He spoke with calm determination. I'm thinking of something. Simon then opened the system interface. So unless it's absolutely necessary, the existence of the constellations must be kept secret at all costs. Within the mind, he calmly said, "Then I will ask the three of you." The constellations nodded in agreement. Simon confidently tapped the system window. "All right then, I'm turning the broadcast back on now. Let's begin." The chat immediately blew up. "Yo, where'd the screen go? Looks like those moderators finally learned their lesson. Huh. Don't you think the streamer told the mods to do that? If so, he would have ended the stream with a super serious face, right? The mods probably did it themselves. Seriously, no matter where you go, the fans are always the problem." As his stream came back online, someone typed, "It's back on." Simon greeted everyone with a warm smile. "Hey, everyone. It seems there was a small misunderstanding." He scratched his head awkwardly as he explained, "I think my managers were trying to prepare something to help me shake off my usual boring image. But in reality, this was a script I just improvised for the constellations. How did things turn out like this? I am so incredibly sorry." The viewers responded warmly. "No way. That was epic-level drama. It was actually pretty fun." "What do you mean, fun? You think using constellations to create drama is fun? Just forget it. This whole scene is entertaining. Just enjoy it. A new streamer needs this kind of drama to build up some fame anyway." A satisfied smile spread across Simon's face. The atmosphere in the chat had clearly turned around. Just then, a notification popped up. Golden God had made a donation. "Stream more often, and I'll be your biggest fan." A system window appeared. Achievement unlocked. First donation received. 100 achievement points awarded. His eyes widened in genuine surprise. Seeing his reaction, Simon felt a surge of joy. He'd actually received a real donation. Golden God. "Thank you so much for the support," he thought to himself, grinning from ear to ear. Getting sponsored by a constellation is great. But in the long run, donations and support from regular viewers provide a massive advantage. After all, streaming was the main way he and Mew earned points in his past life. As the likes skyrocketed, another notification appeared. Achievement unlocked. 5,000 viewers. A brilliant smile lit up Simon's face. 5,000 achievement points. Acquired. Perfect. If the stream keeps growing like this, I can farm points regularly. A comment flew by. Whoa, what's with that smile? Now that you mention it, this guy is actually handsome. Right? That smile is so good. My heart skipped a beat. Simon casually stretched his stiff muscles. All right, shall we get back to the match? Since I'm new to this, I'll be turning off the chat overlay for now. Please keep the comments civil, everyone. Okay, let's go. That evening, in a penthouse apartment, a brilliant light flared. Simon materialized back inside his apartment. He slowly removed the virtual reality headset. Having a dedicated login device like this is so much better. Simon's eyes lit up as system notifications flooded his vision. Rewards will be increased based on your performance. Heavenly Demon's Trial. Complete. Successfully cleared the Cold Ruins Arena. You have earned 25 points as the final survivor. 500 achievement points awarded. Bound item. Philosopher's Stone has gained experience. Level increased by 5. Philosopher's Stone level increased by 3. Item acquired. Weakened Demonic Core. He broke into an ecstatic grin. The rewards are insane. 5 levels from a single ranked match, he thought excitedly. And the stone went up by 3. Does that mean I got 8 levels worth of experience? A few comments caught his eye just before the screen went dark. I guess it's over since the arena closed. I've never seen a player cross the abandoned mines like that before. Has anyone? He sprinted through it like it was nothing. So cool. The discussion was still going. But this guy has no banner, and I don't think he even has a profile picture, now that they mention it. I don't have anything suitable for a waiting screen. He could only laugh awkwardly. It's because I just started streaming. I'll get a screen ready soon. A few comments immediately came to his defense. Simon, you don't need anything fancy. Just post a random picture. Yeah. If you're shy or whatever, just upload a selfie. That would be amazing. If it's too much trouble, just message me. I'm not a pro, but I'll do my best to help you out. He had no choice but to agree. Thank you, everyone. This was the first time he ever received this much attention. Simon felt a genuine warmth spread through him. To think that someone once cursed with magic deficiency, doomed to live his entire life at level 1, could make such a comeback. It's truly unbelievable. He politely addressed the remaining viewers. Thank you all for watching my humble first broadcast. Simon waved at the screen. That's all for today. I'll be back next time, stronger than ever. No, don't go. He's really ending it just like that. So ruthless. See you next time. He then ended the stream and slumped onto the floor. After everything, Simon felt incredible. I could get addicted to this feeling. No, you belong to me. Simon mentally soothed the small presence within him. Don't worry, kid. I'm not joking. I'm serious. With that, he opened his system window. That's right, I need to check my results. A mechanical voice echoed from the system. Player Simmons' ranking placement has concluded. Platinum rank is deemed appropriate. However, adjustments will be made based on your stats and level. He was satisfied with that assessment. Good. I wasn't thrown directly into platinum. Simon walked to the fridge and cracked open a cold drink. Even though his performance in each match was overwhelming, he'd only played 3 games. Compared to the average level of platinum rankers, it just didn't make sense. He waited as the system processed the adjustments. It seemed the calibration would take some time. System calibration complete. The player has 2 options. Option 1, be placed in gold rank and receive a 10% experience bonus until platinum placement matches begin. Option 2, be placed in silver rank and receive a 30% penalty to experience and rewards until gold placement matches begin. A choice. Simon was about to tap the first option. Anyone could see that option 1 was overwhelmingly better, right? But suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Wait a minute. Simon carefully examined both choices again. The 10% experience bonus from the first option was a clear advantage, so why would they even offer the second one? He fell silent, his mind racing through the possibilities. It's presented as a choice, but is it actually a trap? Simon's gaze narrowed. The arena must be plotting something. The philosopher's stone urged him on impatiently. What are you just standing there for? Hurry up and investigate. He suddenly thrust his hand toward the system screen. What if the arena has a hidden reason for forcing me into silver? Seola. Simon pulled out a piece of S-rank midran ore. The stone practically vibrated with excitement. Whoa, look at that purity. This stuff is useful for anything. Simon's voice was stern as he gave the command. The display is already up. Appraise it. The stone sounded confused, but the information is right there. Do we really need to do this? A look of sheer determination crossed Simon's face. There's something I have to confirm. The counterfeit philosopher's stone struggled with the appraisal. This was high-grade midran ore, and it would drain a huge amount of its alchemical power. Appraisal complete, rank 10. Upon use, you will enter the hot mining nightmare. Solo entry only. Simon's eyes widened in utter shock. So that's what it was, just as I suspected. His mind was reeling. How did you know this was a portal item? Simon replied coolly, I didn't, not at first. A wave of excitement washed over him. Who would have ever guessed it was an entry key to a special arena? Finding midran ore was a huge win, but this was on a completely different level. This precious ore was a key, granting access to a unique arena outside the standard ranking system, which meant the rewards would be legendary. Simon's gaze then fell upon the 2 choices before him. So this is why they offered a second option? He reread the info on the midran ore, and on top of everything, it was rank 10. I didn't think it would appear this early. In the game, everyone believed SSS was the absolute peak. However, something far greater existed. But in his past life, rank 10 items didn't show up for another 2 to 3 years. It radiated a brilliant aura. The difference between rank 10 and SSS was simple. Rank 10 was a unique grade. Simon's expression grew serious. In other words, only one of these could ever exist. And a rank 10 item being an entry key meant the difficulty of this special arena would be off the charts. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. The only problem is actually getting the gate to appear. Based on the system adding silver rank to the second option, Simon glanced at the ore in his hand. This item probably becomes useless once I rank up past silver. If that's the case, the best choice is to enter after maxing out my abilities, right before hitting gold rank. He then made his choice. However, to get a good reaction on the live stream, I need something more dramatic. With his choice locked in, a system notification rang out. Simon's ranking match has concluded. You have selected condition number 2. Entering silver rank, reward experience points will be reduced by 30% until the gold rank match. With a grim expression, he allowed the system to advance him to silver rank. A 30% penalty to all experience and rewards in silver rank. The mechanical voice echoed once more. 500 achievement points acquired. An aura of energy enveloped Simon, and so it began. On screen, 2 hosts chattered excitedly. That's right. And next up, we have our sports talk-up segment. Yes. And this is a player you might not know yet. They were hosting the National Arena broadcast, South Korea's highest-rated television program. The 2 hosts on stage continued their enthusiastic commentary. It's just been absolutely incredible. This year's crop of Academy graduates is just unbelievable. Every single one of them is a monster. Exactly. 2 of them are already rankers who can go toe-to-toe with veterans that have dominated the scene for years, right? It's truly a blessing for our nation. I honestly can't wait for the next international tournament. Commonly known as Gukkae, it had been the region's #1 channel since the Galaxy Arena's debut, becoming a national sensation. An image of Si-Huck felling a boss with a single sword flashed on screen. And that recent broadcast where player Si-Huck soloed a raid boss, It was absolutely overwhelming. His view count on Gant has already surpassed 500 million. The crowd gasped when they heard the news. 500 million. It's only been a few days, and he's already at 500 million views. Player Seahuk is officially a world-class ranker. Meanwhile, in a private room, two men were watching the broadcast. Man, I'm so lucky I got to see that live. I'm so jealous. If only I didn't have a conflicting schedule. Park Jin-guk said excitedly, "Hey, they're talking about you on Gukke again." The young man smiled serenely. "Sunbae, you don't have to tell me. I can hear it perfectly." The older man clicked his tongue. "This punk doesn't even bat an eye, does he?" Seahuk plopped down comfortably into a chair. "Sunbae, this is one of my few days off. Please, don't disturb my peace." Park Jin-guk grumbled in annoyance. "That should be my line. You brat. Why are you coming to my office to relax?" The kid nonchalantly replied, "Because I'm your client." Park Jin-guk furiously cracked his knuckles. "I goo. Looks like our famous player Sai-huk has gotten too big for his britches." "Huh." Park Jin-guk growled. "You little brat, does being my client mean you can do whatever you want?" Si-huk just kept up his easygoing smile. "Come on, it's just that I have nowhere else to relax." The older man was completely powerless against this attitude. "You are completely disrupting my life, you know that?" Then Park Jin-guk poured a cup of hot coffee. He handed the cup to him. All right, my busy junior. Here's some coffee to get you going." Si-huk wrinkled his nose and pushed it away. "I was about to take a nap. Why would you give me coffee?" Park Jin-guk snapped back. "That's exactly why I'm giving it to you. Now wake up and get the hell out of here." The kid just grinned mischievously. "In that case, I won't drink it. I'm going back to sleep." This only made the older man more furious. "This punk, just because you're on a hot streak lately, you think you can disrespect your Sunbae?" Si-huk was still messing around. "It's always a pleasure seeing you, Sunbae." Park Jin-guk irritably lit a cigarette. "I give up on you." He suddenly slapped a file down on the table, making the kid jump. "What's this?" Si-huk asked, his curiosity piqued. "What's this?" Jin-guk exhaled a thin stream of smoke. "What do you think?" "It's the very thing you wanted." He slid the documents across the table. "You already found it?" The man leaned back into his chair casually. "Let me give you a piece of my mind. Even if those arrogant rankers treat me like a dog, I'm still the outsider in this business. You get me?" Si-huk just kept on smiling radiantly. "Hey, why would you say that? When have I ever treated the night hunter Park Jin-guk like a dog?" A wave of indignation washed over the older man as he snapped, "You little brat. Then make it a proper exchange, not some handout. A trade. You're always making me work for free." Jin-guk's knuckles cracked as he clenched his fist. "This damn rich kid. The wealthy really are the absolute worst." The young man replied calmly, "Don't say that. You'll hurt my feelings. I paid you through the app last time, didn't I?" He tapped his ash into an empty cup. "Is it really that much of a problem?" Jin-guk's voice was laced with irritation. "I prefer cold, hard cash, not some app. If I liked apps, I'd be fighting in the arenas instead of this garbage. Why do you think I retired?" "Huh." Si-huk's gentle smile never faded. "Sunbae, I've told you before, my offer is still on the table." The older man refused instantly. "Forget it. Working with a guy like me will only tarnish your reputation." But the young man pressed on. "Sunbae," Jin-guk's reply was like stone. "Enough. No means no." Seeing that his goal was out of reach, Si-huk went silent. An oppressive aura began to pour from his very being. "If someone objects, we simply need to eliminate them, don't we?" Hearing this, Jin-guk was instantly on guard, but then he let out a sharp breath and scoffed. He couldn't believe the kid had the guts. "What's this? You plan to kill the entire Korean Association?" "Kiddo, you might have the looks, but your personality is as twisted as ever." Suddenly, something clicked in Park Jin-guk's mind. A look of sheer astonishment washed over his face. "Wait a second," he uttered, his voice filled with dread. "Hey, don't tell me." Si-huk just sighed. "Why the big surprise?" Then, a confident grin spread across his lips. "I'm just trying to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Jin-guk was utterly floored, unable to form a response. The fear from the depths of his soul was visible in his eyes. This little monster, he's actually trying to take over the entire association. Jin-guk gulped, his mind racing. Si-huk calmly reviewed the documents. Jin-guk watched that peaceful, easy smile spread across his face, a sight he knew all too well. At that moment, Si-huk glanced up. "By the way, Sunbae, is this all you were able to find?" Jin-guk gritted his teeth, his anger flaring. "You got a problem with my work?" The aura that continuously poured from the young man was a clear signal. This was Si-huk at his most dangerous. Jin-guk was furious, but he was helpless. The kid's aura alone was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat. "And I'm a diamond rank hunter. A normal person would probably be trembling on the ground by now. The kid, however, remained completely relaxed. I was hoping to catch a bigger fish. Seahawk continued to flip through the files. I knew he was behind this, but Sung Sam? Jin Guk considered it carefully. With Sung Sam's reputation, they'd cover their tracks so well that digging any deeper would be nearly impossible. The young man bluntly pointed out his shortcomings. You're just too impatient. I gave you a mountain of clues. And all you brought back was Sung Sam is involved. Just this one single line? Jin Guk's frustration finally boiled over. That's all I could find. My power has its limits. If you're so damn good, find it yourself. He let out another, longer sigh of defeat. But if Sung Sam is involved, shouldn't we ask Du Yong about it? Seahawk immediately shot the idea down. She doesn't know a thing. He suddenly crushed the paper in his hand. Not then, not now. Jin Guk leaned back into his chair, utterly exhausted. I don't know what you mean, but knowing Du Yong's personality, I bet she's already investigated something on her own. Seahawk smirked coldly. What I mean is, she has no idea that Sung Sam was connected to that incident. The news report continued to drone on. And now, for our top story from the arena this week. Could this possibly be true? Even seeing it with my own two eyes, I can't believe it. A broadcast faking a constellation? Reports say that 3 of the managers faked their identities as constellations. Let's take a closer look. Jin Guk sighed warily. When did you two grow so far apart? Seahawk dropped the file on the table. I think. We've always been this way. Suddenly, he sensed something. His eyes darted to the side. From behind the door, a dark presence was rapidly approaching. Seahawk asked, by the way, Sunbae, do you have any other plans for today? The older man answered nonchalantly. What are you talking about? I always mark the days I meet you as a day off. It takes too much energy to deal with you. At those words, a flash of killing intent sparked in Seahawk's eyes. It seems our great night hunter has picked up a tail. An unusual presence seeped in from the doorway, and then the door swung open as a foot stepped inside. Excuse me. Seeyun entered, a grim aura surrounding him. Is this the office of Park Jin Guk? Jin Guk politely turned the visitor away. Sorry, client, but we're closed for the day. Please come back tomorrow. Park Jin Guk then realized Seahawk was gone, and confusion set in. Where did that brat disappear to so fast? His eyes scanned the entire room. The kid's concealment skills have gotten even better. A presence-hiding technique so perfect. It's impressive, even to an assassin like me. So this is the level of a ranker, huh? You can sense it too? I had no idea he was hiding behind that door on his day off. Seahawk instantly took a fighting stance, his hand on his sword. Who was this guy? Was he a dog sent by Sung Sam? He analyzed Simon's bizarre and ominous aura. Or maybe an assassin sent to kill him. Simon just chuckled. My apologies, but since I came all this way, I have a small favor to ask. He explained the simple job, but Park Jin Guk shut him down instantly. No, get out of here. Simon calmly held up a hand. I'm looking for someone. Park Jin Guk's hand shot under the desk as he roared, don't move. His fingers wrapped around the hilt of a hidden blade. Damn it, I have no choice. Just then, someone flashed past him. Seahawk shot forward without hesitation, using the opening to launch his own attack. They charged Simon from the front and back in a coordinated assault. Seahawk's sharp sword sliced through the air with cold fury. But even with attacks from both sides, Simon was completely unfazed. His hat flew off as he gracefully dodged the blade. Seeing that familiar face, Seahawk froze mid-strike. He stopped everything, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. He froze in place, calling out in shock. Simon turned, curious. Seeing Seahawk, he was equally stunned. What are you doing here? Park Jin Guk, on the other hand, was completely lost, a question mark floating above his head. Soon, in the brightly lit, tidy office, 3 fresh cups of coffee sat on the table. He decided to get straight to the point. Right. So, you came here looking for me because you need something, correct? Simon didn't hesitate. That's right. I'm looking for a person. Park Jin Guk's face lit up with a grin. A person, you say. Well then, you've come to the right place. We're pretty well known in this business, he said with satisfaction. Perfect. Sensing the powerful aura radiating from the man. Simon knew that for a night hunter, finding someone wouldn't be too difficult. His SS rank trait, Blessing of the Night, was perfect for assassination. Simon observed Park Jin Guk with his piercing gaze. And just like other assassination-type traits, it was also incredibly useful for tracking and intel gathering. That was exactly why he'd sought out Park Jin Guk. Then, his amused gaze fell on a flustered Seahawk. But why is this kid here? The younger man was just awkwardly wringing his hands. Seahawk kept his head down, refusing to say a word. Simon noticed his strange behavior. The kid couldn't even meet his eyes. Could it be? Is he still feeling guilty about the accident? that caused my magic disability 10 years ago? Simon turned to him directly. Hey, Sea-Hook, what's with you? Cat got your tongue or something? Lift your head. You knew this was Park Jin-guk's office, didn't you? Sea-Hook stammered shyly. Well, about that. Seeing his reaction, Park Jin-guk just cackled and made the introductions. This kid here isn't just my junior from the academy. He's also one of my most important clients. Simon calmly took a sip of his coffee. A client, he thought. That's strange. In his past life, Park Jin-guk wasn't this close with Sea-Hook at this point in time. He set his cup down. I had no idea you two were Sunbae and Kuhai. You two must be really close, then. In perfect, angry unison, they both shouted back, No, we're enemies. Simon was taken aback. What? Sea-Hook vented all his frustration. Because of this rancor over here, I'm being forced to work for him. I'm basically his slave, Sea-Hook seethed, clenching his fists. It's not like that, Sunbae. But Park Jin-guk just let out a long sigh. If you say so, you must really have it rough. Simon added with a grin. Then again, this kid is a master at causing trouble. Hearing this, Park Jin-guk was ecstatic. As expected of his Sunbae, you know him so well. Sea-Hook, however, looked even more miserable. Sunbae, Sea-Hook whined. Simon just replied nonchalantly, Don't worry about it. This kid isn't entirely insufferable. Finding a kindred spirit, he burst out laughing. Looks like I've found a client who's on my wavelength. Park Jin-guk was now much more eager to talk business. So, who are you looking for? Is it a foreigner, perhaps? Simon was direct. No, they're local. Park Jin-guk seemed relieved. That's great. Our success rate for domestic cases is extremely high. Do you have a description or any information on the target? A small smile played on Simon's lips. Her name is Mak-suk. As he thought of her, he continued. She lives in Busan and is 24 years old. Park Jin-guk repeated the details. Mak-suk, 24, same age as our little Kuhai here. His curiosity was piqued. That's a woman's name, isn't it? What's your relationship with her? Simon seemed slightly caught off guard. No, not exactly. But a pensive look crossed his face. Before my rebirth, I knew her. But now. Just then, Park Jin-guk proposed a plan. If you don't know her personally, let's start by finding her address, shall we? Simon still seemed doubtful. Can you really find her? The man just laughed with absolute confidence. If I can't find someone with this little information, I might as well close up shop. Don't you worry about a thing. Suddenly, Sea-Hook gleefully held up a piece of paper. Well, Sunbae, looks like it's time for you to retire, right? Park Jin-guk trembled with rage. This little punk. He quickly regained his composure. Anyway, it should only take a few days. Not too long at all. Simon was thrilled. That's perfect. I heard you only work with cash. So, how much will this cost me? He carefully calculated the cost. Based on the information I provided, the request wasn't too difficult. Plus, it was my first commission, and he said he'd taken a liking to me. Then Park Jin-guk made a sudden decision. So let's just call this one free of charge. I shook my head, waving my hand in refusal. I appreciate the thought, truly. But for free? I can't possibly accept that. You're a diamond rank, aren't you? I can't just use a high-class skill like that for nothing. My attitude made him burst out laughing. Good heavens, you're nothing like your brother. This actually makes me want to do it for free even more. Then Park Jin-guk shifted his attention to Sea-Hook. If you're so against it, then I'll just charge this junior of yours instead. So what does the kid say? Sea-Hook casually turned away. Whatever. But I still wouldn't agree. No. This is my request, so there's no way I'm letting him pay for it. Sea-Hook was startled. Brother, it's okay. I have money, but I saw things differently. But I'm not okay with it. This isn't about money. The hunter was at a loss for words. I then faced him directly, my gaze unwavering. This is about our relationship. Hearing this, Park Jin-guk grew intrigued. It seems you plan to be a long-term client here, don't you? I immediately confirmed it. That's right. I want to build a lasting relationship with the Night Hunter. He understood, a small smile playing on his lips. So that's why you refused my offer to work for free. Park Jin-guk's curiosity was insatiable. This whole thing just makes me wonder if you two are even really brothers. The comment was so strange. I had to close my eyes in exasperation. In that case, how about we settle the cost with a different kind of condition? His eyes widened with a flicker of surprise. A different condition? I got straight to the point. I heard you've been looking for high-grade materials lately. Park Jin-guk was stunned. How did you know that? I immediately cut him off. Don't misunderstand. I have no ill intentions. It's just as I suspected. I simply think I can help you. Hearing this, he was completely bewildered. Help me. My confirmation was absolute. That's right. The man before me, the serious Night Hunter, Park Jin-guk, despite possessing a diamond rank skill, had suddenly retired from the arena to run a cash-only office. It was essentially a private detective agency. My eyes were filled with determination. I remembered the lonely figure I once saw him as, walking alone at sunset. Why would a man with such talent be doing this kind of work? When I remembered my past life, I knew the reason. Park Jin-guk's sudden retirement at this exact time was due to mana sclerosis, a terrible symptom that causes the mana in one's arm to lose all its flexibility. Mana sclerosis is one of the most feared arena diseases. It's a phenomenon where mana abruptly hardens or freezes entirely, eventually corrupting the mana throughout the entire body. As of now, the disease has no cure. It's widely considered a death sentence for any hunter, but the recipe for the cure is actually composed of surprisingly common ingredients. As a master of crafting magic, I naturally knew the formula by heart. Back when my own magic was sealed, I spent all my time researching every healing formula in existence. But thinking of Si-hyuk's death, there was another, deeper reason I had to help Park Jin-guk recover. Because on the day Si-hyuk was killed by Dong Yeol-ju, Park Jin-guk was the one who stayed by his side until the very end. At this moment, my resolve hardened like steel. If Park Jin-guk could recover quickly and accompany my brother, he could somehow help prevent the internal catastrophes of Korea, from the association's corruption to the Continental Gate incident. I asked him directly, based on that list of materials, you have mana sclerosis. Am I wrong? He froze, pure shock written all over his face. Si-hyuk finally understood, his eyes wide with horror. He shot up from his seat, demanding answers. What? Senior, you have an arena disease. Park Jin-guk's brow furrowed in a tight knot. The ingredient list, too? You must have ties to the black market. How dare they leak client information? I remained perfectly calm. It's the black market. Everything has a price, as long as you can pay. Right? Now, his only hope was me. So you're saying, you can cure this disease? I was absolutely certain of my skills. It's very simple. You bring me these ingredients, and I will cure your mana sclerosis. Park Jin-guk was thunderstruck. What? Si-hyuk was equally stunned. Cure it? Is that even possible? Park Jin-guk was too scared to even hope. I'm sorry, but what you're saying is impossible to believe. Even diamond-rank alchemists couldn't cure me. So how can you? I took pride in my unique talents. I have no reason to explain how, but I can guarantee you, I can help. I added one more condition. If you're not interested, feel free to refuse my request. He was still hesitating, his mind reeling in disbelief. But in the end, Park Jin-guk decided to take the gamble. Simon, I need to ask you one thing. He then pressed me, his voice filled with confusion. Why are you making this offer? Didn't I already tell you I'd do your first job for free? I answered with a friendly smile. Let's just say, I like your straightforward nature. Park Jin-guk's mind was in turmoil. This is driving me insane. I can't get a read on this guy at all. I calmly held out my hand. So, what will you do? He covered his face and let out a long, defeated sigh. What other choice do I have? Please, I'm begging you to heal me. Dr. Jin-guk immediately agreed, extending his hand to seal the deal. I'll provide all the ingredients, just as you requested. A wise choice. Simon replied with confidence. Don't worry. I probably won't even need that much. Before leaving, he made sure to add. Then please have the materials sent over to me. I'll contact you as soon as I'm ready. The doctor bowed respectfully. Yes, of course. And with that, Simon and Si-hyuk left the building together. He glanced over at the younger man. Aren't you going to stay? Si-hyuk trailed after him. Brother, I don't understand. Simon knew exactly what he meant. What is it? The fact that I can cure mana sclerosis? Si-hyuk answered glumly. That's part of it. But why are you suddenly looking for people? And you're also investigating the incident from 10 years ago. Annoyed, Simon gave him a light chop on the head. Simon brushed it off. I already told you, it was an accident. Si-hyuk clutched his head. An accident. Bathed in sunlight, he spoke casually. An accident. The suspect was a notorious fake-awakened criminal, wasn't he? We only just managed to find a few of those lunatics. That's all. Besides, after my rebirth, I tried my best to stay away from you. Simon's heart was finally at peace. More than anything, it was all in the past now. I just want you and Du-dung to stop thinking about it. He enjoyed the cool breeze, a small part of him still feeling the weight of guilt. But that's over now. It's time to stop looking back and move toward the future. I never even got to talk to Si-hyuk in my past life. Si-hyuk watched him, completely stunned. Then, a bright smile spread across his face. I never thought I'd hear you say that. Simon let out a sigh of relief. I'm surprised myself, this kid. Looking at his carefree expression, Simon knew. To change the future, they couldn't be shackled by the past. This bright younger brother of his needed to keep moving forward. He could feel the powerful aura radiating from the boy's body, especially since he was destined to become the hope of the entire planet. They walked on, side by side. You know a country's power is determined by its number of rankers, right? Everyone has massive expectations for you. I never knew you were so patriotic. He walked on, unbothered. I'm not. I'm just worried about my territory. Sai-Huk looked puzzled. Territory? Simmons stated it plainly. It's in your status window. This only confused him further. But everyone knows that's the one useless thing in the status window. Does it actually mean something? At that, Simmons' expression turned grim. It's incredibly important. You'll understand once you've lived the life of a refugee after losing your home territory. That grayed out section of the status window. A damn system message pops up, informing you that you're at a disadvantage in the achievement shop and other functions. And in the end, it leads to the most horrific outcome for all players. Their growth comes to a complete halt. A new resolve hardened in Simmons' eyes. But right now, nobody understands its importance, Sai-Huk included. For now, he needed to come up with a good excuse. He stopped at an intersection. I have some very important information about territories. The younger man looked at him, skeptical. Information? Sai-Huk gave a friendly smile. Considering how deep you dug into my background, I bet your information is pretty incredible. But one thing was bugging him. If that's the case, why did you need to ask a senior for help? Simon felt a bead of sweat. This kid was as sharp as ever. He tapped the bracelet on his wrist twice. I wasn't originally planning on telling you this. Inventory. An item flew out from his storage. But your big brother is a generous man. Simon revealed the Midran ore. Sai-Huk eyed the object with curiosity. An ore? What is it? Simoon cut him off. Stop asking. Just look. Midran ore. Rank 10. Sai-Huk's eyes went wide with shock. Midran ore from the Doria Mountains. Simon replied calmly. That's right. It's an entrance key. I got lucky and found it. Sai-Huk was floored. Even I've only managed to get one of those a few times. Then, a shocking realization hit him. Wait, if you obtain this, then... Simon confirmed with confidence. That's right, I've recovered. And recently, I've even appeared on the ranker leaderboards. Sai-Huk was stunned as the truth crashed down on him. Your illness is cured. Sheer disbelief filled his eyes. The arena sickness he contracted because of him and Du Dung, the curse that shattered his future, leaving him with only 10 magic points. He had successfully overcome. Sai-Huk still couldn't process the reality. No, how was that even possible? Simon sighed, exasperated. Kid, don't make me repeat myself. Didn't I just tell you, let go of the past? The younger man still looked worried, but Simon just clapped him on the shoulder. You've gotten so mature. You don't even tease me anymore. Huh. Sai-Huk could only nod in agreement. I'm really happy for you. Simon gestured towards the system. By the way, I got this information when I obtained this item. Sai-Huk immediately leaned in. Is that right? Simon pointed to the critical detail. Look here. It's rank 10, a rank that has never appeared before. Looks suspicious, doesn't it? Sai-Huk was completely engrossed. You're right. I've never seen a rank 10 before. Then Simon closed the information window. I don't know the full details without actually entering, but it says that losing your territory is a very bad thing. Sai-Huk pondered this seriously. If it's an entrance key, then the information must be credible. Special arenas are a goldmine for information. With a wave, he turned and walked away. Okay, I'm off to get ready for the arena. Just call if you need anything. But just as he was leaving, the kid called out, Brother? Sai-Huk asked, scratching his head awkwardly. Since you've already finished your placements and even entered a special arena, I was thinking. But Simon cut him off with a sharp warning. If you're about to offer to power level me, I will knock you out. Don't you get it? Being carried like that stunts your true growth. Sai-Huk forced a smile. No, that's not it. I was just going to offer you some gear. Are you a mage, by any chance? Magic equipment is rare in the early game. Simon set the record straight. To be precise, I'm an alchemist, and I really don't need a thing. With that, he turned to leave. All right then, stay in touch. But then, Simon froze. It was like he just remembered something crucial. Wait a second, Sai-Huk. Simon spun around, his eyes sharp. What did you do with all the materials you got from inside the arena? The kid answered immediately. The materials? I just hold on to them until I reach Agora. Then I sell them off or just toss them. They aren't very useful. Hearing this, Simon's gaze became incredibly intense. Of course, once you become a high ranker, you wouldn't care about basic materials used for quick cash. A brilliant idea suddenly sparked in Simon's mind. Sai-Huk, on second thought, there is one thing you can give me. A short while later, back in Park Jin-guk's office, he opened the door with a frustrated sigh. Seeing Sai-Huk return, Park Jin-guk shot up from his seat. You haven't left yet? The younger man collapsed wearily into a plush chair. What's wrong? Is it your day off or something? Park Jin-guk slapped his forehead, exhausted. Why can't you be even half as impressive as your brother? Si-hook immediately shut that down. Don't say that. I can never be like him. Park Jin-guk grumbled. You damn brat. Annoyed, Park Jin-guk pulled out a cigarette. So, what's your plan now? Si-hook looked up, dazed. Plan for what? He replied coolly, your brother. Are you planning to help him rank up? If Vanner himself wanted to boost someone, it would be a piece of cake. But the answer he got shocked, Park Jin-guk. He refused. Si-hook sounded completely defeated. That's exactly what he said. He said he doesn't want to be carried, that it would just slow down his real progress. Suddenly, a hearty laugh erupted from Park Jin-guk, catching Si-hook off guard. Park Jin-guk was clearly amused. The more I hear about this guy, the more I like him. He knows that, right after finishing his placements, impressive. Si-hook still seemed calm. He's always been unpredictable. Been that way since we were kids. Now, the older man could finally confirm his suspicions. You two are definitely brothers. All right. The way he tested me earlier, that's not something a normal person could pull off. Park Jin-guk slowly walked closer. What about support gear? Did he turn that down too? Si-hook replied casually. He said an alchemist doesn't need gear. He only agreed to let me act as his material supplier. The older man understood immediately, taking a long drag from his cigarette. Smart. An alchemist truly doesn't need to rely on equipment. A calculating look appeared in Park Jin-guk's eyes. He definitely has his own reasons for doing things. He weighed the situation carefully. Even though he's low level, you have to admit he's got guts, daring to bring up a cure for monosclerosis that nobody has ever heard of. He's intriguing in more ways than one. Meanwhile, Si-hook was intensely curious about the person Si-mun was searching for. By the way, that woman. Her name was Ma-suk, right? Park Jin-guk answered calmly. Yeah, that's her. Why? A sharp glint appeared in the young man's eyes. Please, investigate every single thing about her. Park Jin-guk waved it off. Hey, once I take a job, I see it through. You don't have to worry. Then, something clicked for Park Jin-guk. Wait a minute, you mean a separate investigation? Different from your brother's request? Si-hook confirmed it with a faint smile. That's right, everything. Her entire past, and if she's a player, find out all of her related traits. A sly grin spread across his face. You little punk. I never took you for the type to go snooping around your own brother's woman. Si-hook's face flushed with anger. Senior, Park Jin-guk immediately backed off. Calm down, I was just joking. But seriously, why the separate investigation? A deep-seated worry surfaced in Si-hook. I just feel like, my brother— An idea struck Park Jin-guk. Don't tell me that whole cure thing was a bluff. Si-hook gave a slight troubled smile. No, it's not that. It just feels like there's a bigger picture I'm not seeing. But Park Jin-guk was still confused. If that's the case, why don't you just investigate it yourself? At that, Si-hook fell silent, because this feeling is just like what happened 10 years ago. Back then, a struggling Si-mun had ordered them both, you two hide in here and stay perfectly quiet. Don't worry about your brother. He remembered the desperation, tears streaming down his face as he watched Si-mun shut the door on them. It was happening all over again. Si-hook declared fiercely. I'm not going to let that happen again. Park Jin-guk was taken aback by his intensity. He knew all too well what it felt like to hide behind someone else's back while they protected you. Outside, on the bustling street, the city noise was a dull roar. Si-mun strolled along, humming a cheerful tune. The philosopher's stone piped up. You seem to be in a good mood, he replied. You could say I'm feeling pretty relaxed. Of course I am. We just had an unexpected windfall, didn't we? Inside, Si-mun was celebrating his victory. Not only did I complete the Heavenly Demon's quest, I also secured a steady supply of materials from the Night Hunter. Park Jin-guk, the thought of that hoard of precious ingredients made him giddy with excitement. This means I won't have to worry about elixir ingredients for a long, long time. Just the thought of it was enough to make his mouth water. The stone transmitted its thoughts, amused. Our boy looks innocent, but he's got a few tricks up his sleeve, doesn't he? Si-mun grinned, placing a hand on his chest. I'll take that as a compliment. The philosopher's stone then added, It was praising you, Si-hook. But that's why I'm worried, unlike you. That handsome kid seems genuinely pure-hearted. What if someone takes advantage of him? Si-mun sighed, dismissing the idea. Innocent. Just let someone try to mess with him. The stone was amazed. Whoa, are you getting jealous? The philosopher's stone offered a quiet comfort. Don't worry, I'm all yours. Don't you know I'm a pure maiden? Si-mun shook his head, navigating through the crowd. All right, let's drop it. As the orange sunset washed over the city, he returned to the small apartment in his building. Inside his room, alchemy tools covered the table. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. For now, the elixir would have to wait. The cure for monosclerosis. If I can pull this off, this could be an absolute gold mine. Si-mun sat down at the desk. the diseases in the arena. Even high rankers couldn't find a cure for them. Because of that, countless people were still suffering, especially top-tier players like Park Jin-guk. His hand slowly clenched into a fist. The demand for healing in the arena is massive. It's not that I want to use the sick as a way to make money. Simon weighed his options carefully. But considering the budget for my future operations, a high income is essential. His thoughts turned to those devious bastards. Of course, my ultimate goal is to stop the ones who killed my brother. The same culprits behind Earth's destruction, Dong Chu and the Star Continent. And those mysterious eyes, too. He remembered his past life, struggling just to survive, and especially Si-Huck. I have to save him, no matter what. All these system notifications, they must be related to Si-Huck's unique trait. To prevent something like that from happening again, I have to get stronger. Simon clutched his chest. Philosopher's Stone. His expression turned dead serious. Let's begin the synthesis. The stone let out a triumphant laugh. I've been waiting for you to say that. A system alert flashed. Insufficient alchemy power. Simon was puzzled. He had 10,450 achievement points. The system prompt appeared. Do you accept? He stared at the window. I was planning on keeping at least 1,000 points in reserve. Simon's mind raced. But the potential growth of the Jade tablet from this synthesis is huge. He touched the system screen. A full 20% increase. Simon selected an option. Even with just 20% completion, it's already this effective. Imagine if it were twice as powerful as it is now. Dark, ominous energy began to gather, flowing into his body. The completed Jade tablet materialized in Simon's hand. Jade tablet completion, 40%. Awesome, it's up to 40%. Suddenly, a new notification popped up. Black Sun looks upon you with pride. Dus and the Heavenly Demon lick their lips. Black Sun has sponsored 500 achievement points. See, you pervy old constellations. This one is mine. It suddenly clicked for Simon. So constellations can send messages with their sponsorships. Simon reached for his virtual reality headset. All right, it's done. He put it on. Let's get in there. A mechanical voice echoed. Welcome to the Galaxy Arena. Special Arena, Hellfire Mines. Your entry item, Midran ore, will be consumed. Due to restrictions, the waiting time is unlimited. Simon looked at his hands. An unlimited waiting time is the effect of a special arena? He glanced around the empty space. There's nothing in this waiting area, is there? The Philosopher's Stone replied, Of course not. This is just a temporary space. It asked with some doubt, By the way, are you really entering the special arena now? Isn't this a bit rushed? Simon stated confidently, Don't worry. I plan to enter once the Jade tablet's completion hit 40%. The stone marveled. Your overall power has doubled, so that should be enough. He cheered happily. And my achievement points have nearly doubled too. Simon confidently navigated the screen. This should be more than enough to enter a silver-ranked special arena. But then he hesitated. What should I title the stream? He recalled the last flame war in his chat. That last incident caused a huge commotion. The truth was, it ended with a lot of dissatisfaction over the Abyss stream. Still, Simon hit the like button. Let's just leave it blank like before. After all, I'm still a low-ranking player and haven't even chosen a region. The moment he went live, the chat exploded. He's streaming. It's Simon. We've been waiting forever. The hype was unreal. Just got back from the arena, got my chicken and beer ready. Wait, is this the guy who pretended to be a constellation? What constellation? The streamer already explained everything. But for a rookie, that was seriously hilarious. They still remembered the manager. Wasn't this guy's rank boosted? Who cares anyway? Hurry up and do the constellation impression. We miss it. Simon was pleased with the comments. Good thing I didn't use an aggressive title, or it would have been chaos again. The chat was getting impatient. Streamer, what are you doing? Turn on the cam already. At least turn on the mic. Whoa, over 1,500 viewers already. That's insane. A comment joked. The waiting screen remained the same. Simon smiled faintly. I should probably get a new waiting screen. He switched on the stream, smiling brightly. Hello, it's great to see you all. The chat went wild. There he is. Hello, Silver Flash. Simon clapped his hands excitedly. Today, we're not heading to a normal arena, but a special one. The crowd was buzzing with questions. A special arena? Is this just for views? Silver Flash in a special arena. Seriously. No way. That's insane. It can't be real. Don't tell me he was hanging around the dark zone for this. A confident smirk spread across his face. So please understand if I can't read the chat during the match. Let's begin. Then, Simon raised the ore in his hand, activating the arena. The ore slowly faded away. The item has been consumed. He thought with interest, so you can't enter a special arena without an entry item. Now that I see it, it all makes sense. Space itself seemed to shatter. Simon was teleported to the nightmare hot mines. A mission appeared. Survive this nightmare. He stood before a deep, dark tunnel. The arena had begun. The comment section exploded. It started without any matchmaking. That's right. This seems to be a solo entry item. Isn't he totally screwed then? How can a silver-ranked player clear a special arena all by himself? He defeated Duncan, remember? There's no way he's just a regular silver rank. Simon observed his surroundings carefully. Survive the nightmare of the mines. This felt different from a typical survival event. He stepped cautiously inside, as expected of a special arena. It didn't give a clear objective, only a vague hint. Simon reached out a hand, assessing the air. In places like this, if you meet hidden conditions without knowing them, the completion reward increases. A thoughtful look crossed his face. I can't feel any mana in the surrounding air. Simon walked alone into the silent mine, the nightmare of the dungeon. But he remained on high alert. There was a high chance a nightmare-level event would occur in this dungeon. Simon calculated grimly, or beings that could cause nightmares themselves. In the distance, a pair of piercing eyes appeared. Hearing a sound, he looked up. Just as a colossal foot slammed onto the ground, a draken, wielding an axe, stomped forward menacingly. Simon was shocked, unable to believe his eyes. A draken. It was a ferocious dragon kin. Drakens were low-tier dragons that should only appear in high gold-ranked dungeons. This creature truly deserved to be called a nightmare in a silver-ranked dungeon. As the confrontation began, the chat went wild. Are you kidding me? For real? A draken? Even for a special arena, this is too much. Isn't this supposed to be a silver-ranked dungeon? Why is a dragon-type creature showing up here? This is getting good. Let's go. The demon lord frowned. Zeus showed open displeasure. The black sun gritted his teeth in annoyance. Simon hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure why, but the creature had already swung its axe down. The draken roared arrogantly. Human, I will kill you. Simon taunted back. Let's see you try. The beast charged at him in a fury. The axe came crashing down, but Simon calmly snapped his fingers. The creature's attack instantly froze in place. The axe plunged harmlessly into the ground. The draken was stunned. Where did he go? It looked up towards Simon. Black Panther body simulation, he said with a grin. Looking for me? If you can't find me, then prepare to get hit. Ogre body simulation, the beast roared. Human, how dare you? The draken's tail whipped towards him with incredible speed. Simon met the attack head-on. His punch crushed a part of its tail. The draken roared in agony. It furiously gripped its axe again. Human. The draken hurled its axe, bellowing, I will kill you, no matter what. It slammed down, but Simon had already dodged. In your dreams, he taunted, leaping from place to place. Simon's gaze turned ice-cold. Is this the last of my strength? He lifted his leg high and brought it down on the draken with a devastating kick. It was defeated. A flood of messages filled the screen. Simon smirked to himself. I didn't expect it to go down in just one hit. Body simulation truly is a game-breaking skill. The Jade Slate has reached 40% completion, unlocking a new body simulation skill. Just as its name implies, it allows me to synthesize multiple body types at once. Simon thought with excitement. This is completely different from normal class synthesis. The potential for power growth is remarkable. A system notification about the constellations appeared. Simon was startled, his excitement growing. Whoa. I got 1,000 points just for taking down one draken. That's usually so difficult. But as he looked at it, he realized, no, this wasn't just any draken. It seems all three of them really hate dragons. The Fiery Star constellation nodded with satisfaction. The Black Sun constellation let out a sinister chuckle. The three constellations were whispering secretly, which meant, Simon guessed, that the Dragon King must have had some conflict with them in his past life during a great war in Germany. That was the first time they had appeared on Earth. Even the mightiest dragons bowed before them. They decimated Germany and wiped out half of Europe in a single day. The entire world remembered that moment. Whatever their reasons. If the constellations hate dragons, this is a huge advantage for me. Simon slowly began to walk away. Dragons are appearing as low-level bosses in this arena. This means I can get tons of sponsorship and benefits from their rivalry. Suddenly, he stopped. Simon was surprised. Was that a scream? Elsewhere, an axe was already stained with blood. Another group of dragons laughed with excitement. This is fun, one of them roared, raising its axe high. Ha! Just one more hit. But before it could strike, an earthen spike erupted through its chest. The remaining two beasts spun around. The newcomer was Simon, a human. They instantly charged forward to kill him, but Simon calmly snapped his fingers as if dealing with brainless fools. One of them dropped in an instant. The other roared in fury. How dare a lowly human like you? It swung wildly at Simon. I'll tear you to pieces. Suddenly, its eyes widened in disbelief. With just one small hand, Simon had stopped its giant axe cold. He taunted it. So you're a Draken, huh? My hand is trembling a little. But this is nothing. And just like that, the axe flew from its grasp. The Draken raged. How can a human possess this kind of power? Seeing its own axe hovering above its head, it began to panic. Wait, but without a moment's hesitation, Simon sent it to the next world. Farewell. The system announced, alchemy power +1. Simon considered his situation. A special arena probably won't hold back on monsters like the goblin fight did. Even as a low-level dragon kin, it could withstand an attack combining two of my powers. As expected, a dragon is still a dragon. A flood of praise-filled messages appeared once again. Simon was confused. Why is it so chaotic again? He thought to himself, ever since I defeated Don King, I've only been using my physical abilities. I really need a manager to control the chat channel. But asking the constellations to come back and do it is a bit much. I'll just have to be direct. With that, he faced the chat and spoke. Everyone, I'm not a warrior. I'm actually a mage. No, not an elemental spirit magician. The barrage of messages left Simon feeling helpless. Sigh. It's chaos again. Simon focused on the system window, not noticing the person behind him. All right, everyone, please calm down. I can't reveal my special trait, but I can confirm my class. I am, in fact, a mage. A faint groan finally caught his attention. Along with it, a desperate plea. Please, save me. Simon's eyes widened in shock at the person before him. Wait, this person is. Looking at the small girl, Simon guessed. A dwarf? He recalled the entrance item mentioning this place. It was the holy land of the dwarves. She was so gravely injured she was already coughing up blood. Simon rushed over immediately. There was no time to think. The girl gritted her teeth, enduring the pain. Damn it. Simon covered his nose. The wound is too severe. It's a miracle she's even still alive, he observed, assessing the situation. Dwarves, mines, and dragons. Judging by the cruelty of those dragon kin, they must have wanted her to suffer as much as possible before dying. Her entire body was covered in slashes and stab wounds. If he left her here, she definitely wouldn't make it. The philosopher's stone advised him. Master, she could die at any moment. Maybe we should try to find other survivors. But Simon didn't think that was a good idea, and it wasn't because of some shallow sense of pity. It's not that I don't feel anything. But there's something very strange about this person. The Doria's Midran or entrance item clearly stated this is the dwarves' holy land. That means a dwarf is a key character in this special dungeon. On top of that, since the arena began, it's impossible for a silver-ranked player to have reached this place so quickly, which means this dwarf was supposed to die simply because no player could have found her in time. Simon's eyes hardened with resolve. And that's exactly why I have to save her. The system announced that the constellations were watching Simon. He ignored it and summoned his inventory. The philosopher's stone asked, What are you going to do with those ingredients? I left all the alchemy tools at home. Looking at the herbs, Simon smiled with satisfaction. This should be enough. Have you forgotten? I'm an alchemist. The stone sighed. Oh, that's right. You can synthesize now. I totally forgot. Simon scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay. I promise I'll focus more on alchemy later. But for now, let's just focus on saving her. The philosopher's stone whined. You promise? It's a deal. And don't you dare get seduced by that cunning dark Sunday, Simon agreed. Yeah, of course. He didn't understand why it was so wary, but whatever. He looked down at the girl again. In any case, she probably doesn't even have the strength to sit up right now. I have enough ingredients. But brewing a potion would take a considerable amount of time. I need to find another way. Simon placed a hand on his chest and made a request. Philosopher's stone. I want to transmute something. You want to use it to heal this girl? But her injuries are too severe. A normal transmutation won't be enough. I know. That's why I'm planning to use my achievement points. What? Achievement points? Everything has changed now. What are we going to do? Her external wounds are the biggest problem, so I have to find a solution. Then, an idea struck Simon. That's it. John Wick. His weapon should do the trick. A tool with unparalleled healing power. It was the main weapon of John Wick, the current number 2 ranked healer, a holy artifact from the constellation Asclepius, his sponsor. It was the very tool that made John Wick the second best healer in the world. This should be more than enough. But the system displayed a new message, not enough alchemy power to proceed. Simon calculated. Even though Asclepius is a lower-grade constellation than Zeus, the cost is on par with Azraith. It's even more expensive than I thought. The Stone of Knowledge explained, Actually, your initial assumption was correct. It should have been cheaper than the Azraith, maybe around 300 points. But at that level, it wouldn't have been strong enough to save this dwarf. So you needed more points to boost its effectiveness, correct? Exactly. Normally, this would be an incredibly demanding process, but you understand why I had to do it, don't you? At my current level, I couldn't craft anything powerful enough to save her, no matter how many points I spent. That's why I tweaked the exchange rate just a little. Thankfully, 500 points was enough to cover it. Whew, what a relief. When you try to create something that defies logic, the cost of equivalent exchange skyrockets. I definitely got a bit stronger after taking down that platinum-ranked bastard, but at the end of the day, I'm still just level 12. I got a long road ahead of me. Still, this is a world of difference from my useless past life. From here on out, it's just a matter of time. My growth rate is already off the charts. All right, let's begin. A system message rings out, commencing alchemy. The rod of Asclepius begins to materialize. Simon's eyes widened. 33%? This is better than I expected. The knowledge stone boasted, of course, I added an extra 200 points. It was originally only at 25%. Wait a second. Does that mean the Azrafe cost a full 500 points for a mere 10% completion rate? And compared to that, the Rod of Asclepius has a way higher completion rate. Could it be that the constellation's rank directly impacts the recreated divine artifact? Precisely. But keep this under wraps. A notification appears. The constellation Asclepius is showing great interest in this unexpected creation. The constellation Asclepius carefully observes the injured dwarf. The eyes of the constellation Asclepius gleam as they recognize your presence. The healing begins. Simon pours all his energy into mending her wounds. On her arm, the deep gashes slowly knit themselves shut. Simon watched in awe. Her wounds, they were completely healed. This power was absolutely incredible. This is even more amazing than what I saw on the streams in my past life. And just like that, it vanished. A pang of regret hit Simon. Too bad there's no point refund, but at least its effect was phenomenal. Well, as long as she's safe, that's all that matters. Messages of astonishment flooded the channel chat. Simon slowly approached the dwarf girl as her eyes began to flutter open. Ugh, where am I? Simon asked gently. You're finally awake. But seeing him, she recoiled in shock. A human? What are you doing here? Then a memory flashed through her mind. Wait, that's right. The Drakens. They're going to attack. Simon reassured her. Calm down. You're safe now. Confused, she asked. Huh? What are you talking about? He simply gestured ahead of them to a field littered with their corpses. Wait, don't tell me you. You defeated all of them. Yeah. At least, all the ones that were around here. He repeated, so, you're safe now. But she rushed forward and clung to his leg, her trembling hands gripping his trousers as tears streamed down her face. Please, I'm begging you, save me. Hearing this, Simon was taken aback. Huh. Inside the dark cave, sickening squelches echoed, followed by splatters of crimson blood. Another Draken had fallen. The dwarf girl watched in awe. Whoa. Unbelievable. You're amazing. You wiped out all those Drakens in the blink of an eye. Simon had to ask, Marnio, are you sure we're going the right way? She answered cheerfully. Yep, we're almost there. Just a little further and we'll be at the heart of the mine. I'll lead the way. Simon's interest was piqued. The heart of the mine, you say? So my theory was right after all. That place must be connected to clearing this special instance. A moment later, Simon came to a halt. Hold on, Marnio. Are you absolutely sure this is the right path? It's completely blocked off by a solid wall. Are you positive this is the way? He mused that it looked like someone had sealed it off. How strange. But Marnio just replied with a grin. You know, the elders always say, a good dwarf knows how to make a good tunnel. She placed her hand on the wall. Just give me a second. The wall instantly crumbled into dust. Simon's eyes widened in shock. He watched, stunned, as she channeled her power. A secret passage? Marnio confirmed. Yep, only the elders are supposed to use it. But this is an emergency, he remarked. Well, you weren't kidding when you said the main entrance would take forever. Exactly. This place is overrun with those drakes. The elders will understand, she explained. Simon smirked to himself. What a bright and energetic kid. Come on, hurry, Marnio urged. Simon hoped her unwavering faith wouldn't be shattered. She explained their plan. Once we get through this passage to the heart of the mine, we just need to reactivate the defense system, and those Drakens won't be able to roam freely anymore. After that, all we have to do is wait for the Iron Anvil reinforcements to arrive. But suddenly, the color drained from Marnio's face. No, it can't be. The chamber before them was nothing but a pile of ruins. No, this can't be happening. Marnio scrambled forward. No, please, she sobbed. At least the core. The core has to be okay. But as she picked it up, her eyes filled with horror. The core in her hands was shattered in two. The shock was too much, and Marnio collapsed to her knees. Simon assessed the situation grimly. With this, reactivating the system was impossible. But then, something caught his eye. Wait a second. This shape looks familiar. He searched his memory. That's it. It was the item he'd received from the special instance. Marnia despaired. It's over. We're really finished. All hope is gone. But before she could finish, Simon called out to her. Marnia, is this the mind core you were talking about? In his hand was the weakened artifact. Marnia was completely stunned. Huh? So this is what that mind core was for. In the stream's chat, viewers were going wild at the sight. Simon smiled. It looked like his luck was finally turning around. Marnia let out a long sigh, then spoke. Savior. Yes, this is similar to the one used in the heart of the mine, but we can't use it. Simon already knew the reason. Because it has no mana, right? She confirmed his theory. Exactly. Well, not mana, but earth energy. The mind core is a crystallization of the earth's energy. Oh, really? Simon thought it over. A weakened core usually just meant it was out of mana. Earth energy meant it was related to the land itself. If he could just replenish it with earth energy, he could witness the mind core's true power. Comments in the chat were still flying by. The viewer count had already surpassed 8,000 people. Simon marveled at how his stream had grown from 2,000 views to over 8,000. Sharing information really was useful. In return, he was gaining fame from the stream and clearing achievements, so he wasn't losing anything. In fact, he was gaining more than he ever expected. Suddenly, donations started pouring in for Simon. His eyes widened in shock. The Crafting Guild. 100,000 AP? That was insane. Was the mind core really that valuable? As the system announced his new achievement points, someone called his name. He lit up. What? Over 10,000 viewers already? The special arena really was on another level. Then he shook his head, clearing his thoughts. Focus. Kim Simon, you're still in the arena. He handed the core to Marnia. We still have a chance. She couldn't believe it. But this core. Simon explained, I can handle it. Don't worry. Marnia's eyes went wide. Really? He pointed towards the damaged machinery. Can you fix that thing? We need it to activate the core, right? Marnia hesitated for a moment, then squared her shoulders, her expression filled with determination. Understood. The Earth engine isn't completely destroyed, so I can repair it. I'll go get my tools. Simon silently called out, Death Stone, come. Can this mind core be repaired? It replied, of course. If you convert Earth energy into it, it will quickly return to its original state. Convert Earth energy into power, and the energy will flow into the core on its own. Channeling energy into the core? Is that even possible? Not all kinds, but Earth energy is possible. I can't believe it actually works. All right, let's begin. Deathstone added, indeed. Earth energy has a very simple structure. You will grasp it quickly. Specks of golden light began to rise from the ground. Simon closed his eyes, sensing it. So this is what pure Earth energy felt like. The core in his hands slowly floated into the air, glowing brightly as a system notification appeared. The mind core is being restored. Simon was amazed. It's self-repairing? No wonder they use it as a power source. Suddenly, he noticed something. Across the room, Marnia was raising a massive hammer. She was hammering away at the repairs when she suddenly sensed his gaze and looked over. Huh. Savior, do you need my help with something? Simon held the now glowing core out in front of him, shocking her. You already fixed it? With that, Marnia turned back to her work. Just a minute. I'm almost done. 2. Simon was speechless. With that kind of strength, she could probably take on a Draken without breaking a sweat. She turned back to him. Huh? What did you say? Simon quickly waved it off. Nothing. Where should I put the core? Marnia pointed. See that indentation in the center? Place it inside, and the engine will activate. Simon took the core in his hands and walked over, setting it down in the center. Here we go. Instantly, a powerful beam of light erupted. The sudden blast left Simon completely dumbfounded. From the core, a pillar of light shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire dark chamber. A blinding vortex of light spiraled upwards. Marnia cried out in joy, Thank God, it's working again. Simon looked up, a sense of shock washing over him. Before his eyes were countless cannons, arranged in perfect rows. Cannons? Marnia explained in detail. To be precise, they're turrets. Since this is the Earth engine's chamber, it needs to be heavily protected. He pointed in another direction, his voice filled with curiosity. But what is that monstrous thing over there? Sharp blades ground against each other, creating sparks. That's a close-range slicer. For any intruders the turrets can't handle. There's always one of those installed near the turrets. Marnia said with a smile, By the way, that blade is superheated. Even a massive hound would be sliced in two in an instant if it touched it. She kept chattering on and on, leaving him at a loss for words. I see. After a moment of analysis, Marnia finally concluded her thought. So, once the entire defense system here is activated, the security for the whole mine will turn on, and it will attack any unauthorized intruders. In the next second, the turret system activated, unleashing a continuous barrage of fire. The cannon shells were fired with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the beasts and annihilating them instantly. Simon looked around, unconsciously letting out a breath of awe. Now this is what I call effective. Look at all those cannons. Marnio was brimming with confidence. And for good reason. A system window appeared. You have cleared the special arena in an unexpected manner. Your actions have altered the course of fate by 180 degrees. All forbidden dungeon maps will now be eliminated. Simon Kim was left completely stunned. They're deleting the forbidden dungeon maps themselves. He'd never witnessed an entire map get erased from existence. But then, he stopped. No. Wait a second. It had happened once before. He remembered his past life. When his brother, Seahuck, cleared the special forest arena. It was a nightmare map known as the Sunken Forest, a massive jungle with unpredictable weather and overwhelmingly powerful monsters. It was easily one of the worst maps in the entire game. But his brother, a top-ranked player, had exterminated the dragons and their very source, wiping the map from existence completely. The more he thought, the less sense it made. However, that happened a full year after the main arena officially opened. The main arena hasn't even begun yet. So how could they delete a map already? This timeline made no sense. Just then, another system message popped up. The Galactic Arena has convened an emergency meeting. A lengthy debate will be held to determine the fate of player Simon Kim. The reason will be revealed after the next arena's conclusion. And then, the constellations began to speak. The Dark Sun constellation scoffed. Looks like the kid finally did something huge. But the Heavenly Demon constellation warned, this is no cause for celebration. What if they make a move? Ha, you're right. Those cheating insects wouldn't have the guts. Then we finally made them pay their karmic debt. The Jiro's constellation interjected. But if that happens, the dragon world will fall. Their words only confused him more. Karmic debt, the dragon world. Did this mean he was now a target of the entire dragon clan? His hands tightened into fists. But who cares? The Star Continent Guild and that eye. They were his enemies from the very beginning. And another message appeared. 3 constellations have sponsored you 5,000 achievement points. His jaw hit the floor. 5,000? It must be because this was a special arena. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. Savior. It was Marnio, her eyes wide with worry as she watched his body change. What's happening to you? Before her horrified eyes, his body slowly began to fade away. He offered a reassuring smile. It's all right. I'm just returning to where I belong. But tears streamed down Marnio's face. You have to leave. She wanted to beg him to stay, but she knew it was selfish. No, he has to go back to his home. Get a hold of yourself, Marnio. I'm a dwarf, and dwarves never forget a debt of gratitude. She called out to his fading form. At least. Can you tell me your name? A faint smile touched his lips as he spoke. Simon. My name is Simon Kim. She looked up at him, her tears stopping. Simon Kim. Her voice was filled with resolve. I will remember it, forever. Just before he vanished completely, he gave her one last wave. Take care, Marnio. She wiped her eyes, shouting back, we'll meet again. And then he was gone, leaving her all alone. Simon Kim, Simon Kim, Simon Kim. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the only light in the dark room came from his monitor. All right, everyone, that's it for today's stream. I'm signing off now. The chat was still flying by. That stream was insane. Thanks for all the valuable info. I don't mean this as a curse, but rest in peace, dude. He ended the broadcast and set down his streaming gear. Stretching his arms out wide, he sighed. Finally, it's over. Exhausted, he collapsed onto his bed. There were so many viewers. Trying to reply to every single message would be exhausting. He finally understood why the big-time streamers couldn't really pay attention to their chat logs. Who would have guessed he hit 18,000 concurrent viewers? It seemed like the more he interacted, the faster the audience grew. He pushed himself up into a sitting position. I should probably be more careful from now on. I also need to get some ending music and a proper background screen. Just then, a system window appeared. You have cleared the special arena in an unexpected manner. 1,000 points have been awarded. Simon frowned. What exactly does an unexpected manner even mean? The system elaborated. As this was not an intended clear method, rewards have been adjusted. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So, does that mean no one has ever restored the Earth engine before? A wide grin spread across his face. It looked like saving Marnio was the right call after all. No matter how omniscient the Galactic Arena seemed, they never expected a silver-ranked player to take down Draken that fast, and they definitely never predicted that Marnio would survive the encounter. He fell deep into thought. This must mean there are some things they can't control. If they could, they would have interfered already. The philosopher's stone popped out, shaking its head in dismay. Honestly, Simon Kim, you have absolutely no self-awareness, do you? Simon was a bit lost. What are you talking about? The stone laid it all out. Think about it. You didn't follow the predetermined outcome in the arena. You created an entirely new result. Simon listened quietly, then uttered a single word that left the stone speechless. Oh my God! Is that all you have to say? The stone grumbled. Do you have any idea what you've just accomplished? Simon just scratched his cheek awkwardly. I don't know. A creative way to clear the dungeon, maybe? See, that's what I'm talking about. You have zero awareness of your own actions. Then something clicked in his mind. Wait a minute, Philosopher's Stone. Don't tell me. You already knew something about this arena, didn't you? Of course I know, but I'm not telling. Why don't you try to guess? It hit Simon then. The Dark Sun mentioned karma, so where was his reward? The more he thought, the more he sighed in frustration. No, the system was still calculating. The stone couldn't resist reminding him. You know what this means, Simon. The reward is going to be much bigger than you think. How about this? Why don't you request your reward first? Focus snapped back into Simon's eyes. He was stunned. I can make a request, he thought. He'd never even considered requesting a reward from the arena. Not even the top-ranked players at the very peak did that. Normally, you can't, the extraction stone added. But your achievement this time was huge. Simon considered it seriously. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. I should give it a shot. I might actually have a chance. Really? The extraction stone laughed convincingly. Of course. They're probably scrambling to figure out what to give you right now. Simon nodded slowly. If they were struggling, they might just accept his demand. He placed a hand on his chest. Then, what should I ask for? He didn't even need to think. The answer was already there. Then Simon froze. Wait, you mean? That's right. Just say it. If the reward isn't decided yet, I'd like to make a suggestion. The system's calculations paused. The thought grew stronger in his mind. The extraction stone was right. They were still struggling to decide. In that case, he wouldn't hesitate. He made his demand. I want the midran as my reward. After all, this is a mind map, he reasoned. And it was the entry item, wasn't it? But the system remained silent, its calculations still on hold. Why wasn't it answering? Was it not allowed? After a moment, the system finished processing. Request has been accepted. The reward was set, but Simon spoke up immediately. Wait, don't give me raw midran ore. I want it already refined. If possible, give it to me in ingot form. The system responded instantly. Request has been approved. The special arena reward has been granted. You have received a midran ingot. The extraction stone's rank has increased to B. Simon's eyes lit up with absolute shock and joy. The extraction stone's rank jumped to B. Your level has increased by 10. A level up like this was something he'd never even dreamed of. It was completely unbelievable. And his own level also jumped by 10. His level was pathetic, but 10 levels in one go. And the rewards weren't over. You have received the Dragon's Blood reward. Dragon's Blood, too? Before Simon could even start drooling, the extraction stone urged him on. Hey, check the midran ingot first. What if the purity isn't good enough? Simon shot at a glare. Extraction stone. Be honest. You just want to keep it for yourself, don't you? Caught. The stone stammered out an excuse. Come on. Do you really think I'd do that? I don't need it right now. The extraction stone kept chattering in his ear. For the future. Do you have any idea how valuable midran is? It can be used for smithing, enchanting, and even casting magic at the platinum rank. You can make almost anything with it. That was true. Midran was essential for high-level crafting. He held the ingot in his hand. So, how does it look? The extraction stone observed it carefully. Look at this color. The purity is definitely 100%. Ouch, I bit my tongue. Let me just lick this a bit to heal it. Simon held the ingot, his heart pounding with anticipation. Now then, what should I do with this? This is going to be very interesting. Suddenly, the forge felt like it was collapsing. Sagas's voice was laced with fury. What do you mean? They just vanished. His subordinates scrambled to explain. We honestly don't know, sir. Half the dwarves working suddenly disappeared, and a huge rock fell from the ceiling. Sagas glared at them with a menacing scowl. You useless fools. But before he could act, another voice echoed through the chamber. My, Sagas, your temper hasn't changed one bit. You'll scare the poor children. Sagas recognized the woman instantly. Why have you come to such a humble place, Lady Daphina? Daphina smirked. It seems I'm not very welcome, am I? But that's understandable, she continued. You seem to be having a bit of trouble here, right? Sagas tried to ignore her. This is no concern of yours. Daphina pressed on. Oh? Not my concern. Wasn't there just a report about the Black Workshop? At her words, Sagas's anger began to boil. Lady Daphina, The Black Workshop is under my control, and I serve the three Dragon Kings. Daphne crossed her arms. And you haven't forgotten that the Black Workshop originally belonged to our Lord Mihawk, have you? She stepped forward, her voice softening into a soothing tone. Don't be so tense. You don't think I came here simply because I wanted to, do you? Saga scoffed internally. As if this woman ever did anything without a reason. She was the envoy of the fifth Dragon King, Mihawk. An envoy who carries the Dragon Kings will never act without purpose. The dreadful realization dawned on him. It can't be. Could it be that the Dragon Kings already know? Daphne confirmed his fears. That's right. They are already aware of the problem that occurred here. A chill ran down Saga's spine. He had just received a report about the missing dwarves himself. How could their lord have known so quickly and already sent an envoy? Daphne chuckled lightly. Sagas, you're such a clever man. How can you still not understand? With a flick of her wrist and a whisper of magic, she said, See? The cracked stones have been restored, and you're the one who destroyed the communication device. You should know, the Dragon Kings see everything. They've reached the divine realm, so of course they're aware. Daphne's gaze darkened, especially Lord Nurhak. He knows everything that happens within his domain. So why do you look so afraid? Her voice was a tangible pressure on Saga's. This isn't your fault, now is it? So relax. Someone else will come to handle this matter. Someone else. Sagas nodded in silent understanding. That's right. As the foreman, your only job is to recover the dwarves who vanished. Daphne's expression hardened as she listed each item. This is a list of their possible locations. There are more than we anticipated. She handed him the device, adding, and because I have pinpointed their exact locations like this. Sagas gripped the red stone in his hand, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. I will bring them back, and I will do it swiftly. Clutching the sphere, he declared, since the lady herself has revealed their positions, this shouldn't take me very long. Daphne turned her back to him. Very well. Call for reinforcements if you deem it necessary. Sagas hesitated. Lady Daphne, are you not coming with me? A teasing smile played on Daphne's lips. What's this? You don't want to be apart from me. What a shame. I have someone else I must meet. Sagas froze, recalling their earlier conversation. You mean that person from before? Daphne confirmed it once more. Precisely. And by a twist of fate, the source of the entire problem was currently on Earth. Everything is proceeding smoothly. Simon hurriedly poured the concoction, just a little bit more. He worked with extreme caution, just a little more. As the final drop hit the bottom, powerful arcs of lightning erupted from the vial. Simon reassured the philosopher's stone. It's fine, it's fine. I already drank a numbing potion. He gritted his teeth, praying it would work. Seeing him pour the final vial just in time, the stone praised him. As expected of you, perfect timing and the perfect dosage. Simon said smugly. If I manage to survive in this world, starting at level 1, something like this is child's play. The philosopher's stone scoffed. See, I told you so. You have absolutely no self-awareness. Just go ahead and say, I'm a genius already. Simon played along. All right, I'm a genius. Are you happy now? The stone sounded pleased. Much better. He moved to the final step. Now, to add this in. As Simon poured the refined basilisk venom, he thought, that was 2 drops, wasn't it? Now to mix them together. He sealed the lid, the potion finally complete. With all the steps finished, the system displayed an unregistered tag. The philosopher's stone cheered. Whoa, this thing is magnificent. Simon smiled, saying, I'm quite satisfied. He then turned to look at his remaining supplies. Diamond grade, without a doubt. The materials Jin Guk sent were not only high quality, but there were so many of them. Simon's eyes narrowed slightly. This means he was preparing extensively for a potential cure. Thanks to him, the leftover materials were more than enough to craft an elixir. He finally stretched, feeling completely refreshed. The elixir can wait. First, I need to name this thing. A cure for manus sclerosis had never existed before, so naturally, it didn't have a name yet. Simon confirmed the name for the vial. The system congratulated him on the item creation, and he grinned. That's right. There's a title for being the first to create a new item, isn't there? Stroking his chin, Simon mused. And I've heard you can earn the title multiple times, too. Before my regression, I saw it on a stream by a famous crafting player named Dream. There are still so many incurable diseases in the arena. If I play my cards right, I should take this opportunity to create as many cures as I can. Simon picked up the newly crafted potion. First things first, I need to deliver this to the Night Hunter. He grabbed his jacket before heading out. The philosopher's stone suddenly asked, Are you going to deliver it right now? Simon didn't deny it. He already contacted me while I was in the middle of crafting. He opened his phone, checking his messages from everyone. Seeing the notifications, Simon let out a sigh. When did these two even send these? He quickly typed a reply. I better answer before they send any more. Okay, thanks. All right, time to go. Just then, a notification from Jin-guk popped up. Simon, I've located the target. Simon was stunned. You found her? Don't tell me. The demon host, a system window appeared. Galaxy Arena, 50-person dungeon. Simon scanned his surroundings. A dungeon? He looked around cautiously. It seems like no one has entered this place yet. Simon then pulled a folded paper from his pocket. Might as well. He began to read it then. At the same time, he recalled his conversation with Jin-guk. Simon, this is some critical intel related to our target. Simu noted while reading. It looks like there's a lot more here than just her address. Jin-guk had laughed in response. Consider it a bonus service. I figured you'd need it. A clear understanding of the situation helps avoid unnecessary trouble. Simon thought to himself, he's a true professional. Outwardly, he replied, thank you for your consideration. Since you fulfilled my request, I have to repay the favor properly. Jin-guk sounded confused. What do you mean by that? Simon pulled out the new potion. Take this. Jin-guk was speechless. This can't be. The cure for mana sclerosis. His hand trembled as he clutched the vial. How did you? He realized Simon had actually created it, then looked up with overwhelming gratitude. Can I really be free from this accursed disease? But if this was just to repay a favor, why would he go to such incredible lengths? You're after something from me, aren't you? Simon smirked. As expected of a night hunter, his intuition was razor sharp. He extended his hand in a polite greeting before cutting to the chase. That's right. I need your help with something. Jin-guk. Are you interested in a business proposition? Da-hyun shot back with distrust. Business? Are you for real? I don't trust that Park Jin-guk guy one bit. It's one thing that he uses shadow attributes, but he also looks like a complete thug. What if he stabs us in the back later? Simun saw right through Da-hyun. You just don't like the way he looks, do you? He hesitated before retorting, well, not entirely. But seriously, the guy's face just screams trouble. I'm good at reading people. Simon reassured him. Don't worry, he's surprisingly trustworthy. Then, he quickly changed the subject. I need to set up a place where I can mass-produce my potions. The more we make, the more research equipment we can get. Da-hyun understood his point. All right, I get it. Suddenly, Simon heard a noise from behind them. The leopard trio was complaining. What the hell? An outdoor map? Damn it, we should have brought the tracking device. Simon sized them up. Looked like they were from a guild. His last experience with a 3-person party didn't go so well. The leopards were still confused. But this is supposed to be a 5-person activity. Why are we missing someone? One of them spotted something and pointed. Over there. A pair of slender legs stepped out, revealing a woman with mysterious, wine-red hair. Both the leopards and Simon were caught off guard. The woman, Ma-suk, swept her hair back and muttered, Damn it, an outdoor map. Simon was stunned. Ma-suk, what is she doing here? One of the leopards glared at the new arrival and demanded an explanation. What are you looking at? Lower your eyes before I gouge them out. Those words alone sent a chill down the trio's spines. A morbid comment appeared in the stream. Simmons screwed this time. It was nice knowing you. What's wrong? Who is that woman? Judging by his expression, he's in total shock. She's infamous on the upper floors. A certified lunatic. This arena requires 5 people. We're so done for. The female member of the leopard trio snapped back. Could you try speaking with some decency? What's with your tone when we've just met? A heavy footstep stomped the ground. Ma-suk's voice dripped with menace. Who do you think you're talking to? Her eyes began to glow a fiery red. Just who the hell are you? The leopards were flustered and scared. They shouted back, What do you mean? We're your teammates. Didn't you read the system message? Only then did the realization seem to dawn on Ma-suk. System message? After checking her interface, Ma-suk grumbled. What a pain in the ass. Teamwork? The leopard group pressed on. So you get it now? We have to clear this place together, so stop being so hostile. Ma-suk flashed a wicked grin and replied, All right, my bad. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, she asked, What now? You want a second apology or something? The comments started rolling in again. Yep, that's Ma-suk all right. Never changes. I ran into her once before. Still have PTSD from it. You can never predict what she's going to do. Simune just chuckled softly. Ma-suk. Same as always. But the leopards couldn't let it go, still in disbelief. How can someone apologize so rudely? Do you even mean it? Ma-suk remained completely unfazed. Of course I do. What else am I supposed to say? Do you think I have a bullet in my brain? Defeated, the leopards gave up. Forget it. I don't need an apology like that. We'll just operate separately from you. Ma-suk agreed instantly. Sounds good to me. Just then, the system announced the pairings and the arena began. Simon was surprised by the location, Evergreen Forest. At the same time, the leopard trio tried to get friendly. "Excuse me, you're Kim Simon, right?" Simon was a little taken aback. "Do I know you?" "Of course," they answered eagerly. "We've all seen your streams." The comments jeered. "Look how fast that guy switched his attitude. He figured out who the alpha is real quick. And the best part is, Kim Simon has no idea how famous he actually is." The blonde one tried to show off. "No need to say more. Just team up with us. It looks like you don't know anything about that woman." Then he started bad-mouthing Ma Suk. "She bounces between bronze, silver, and gold ranks like it's a playground." The whole leopard group chimed in. "Exactly. She's not called the mad bitch for nothing. You saw how she apologized, right? And that's nothing. The real problem is trying to cooperate with her in a fight." Simon calmly replied, "Oh, I'm well aware," he thought to himself. "And everything you're saying is true. I was actually worried about how I was going to find her. Running into her here is a complete surprise." Simon decided now was the time to build a connection with her. On the other side of the forest, Masuk was fuming. Damn it all, a freaking team event. Simon recalled the mission the heavenly demon had given him. Perfect timing for the constellations to join the stream. He looked at the system window and smiled. "So, the constellations are paying attention now." The heavenly demon donated 100,000 AP. Stunned by the incredible sum, Simon's eyes widened. He couldn't believe it. 100,000 AP for a single quest? The leopard trio made their offer again. "Mr. Simune, if you go with that crazy woman, you're just asking for trouble. We've been working together for a long time, so we're a much more reliable team." Simon's answer was blunt. "I refuse." "Sorry, but I think I'll go with her." The leopards were bewildered. "Why?" The stream chat exploded. "Wait, Simon. Bro, are you serious? No matter how good you are, you can't team up with her." "Hey, don't tell me she's your type." Simon explained. "Someone just donated 1,000 AP for me to go with her." The whole group was speechless. "What?" The comment section absolutely exploded. 100,000 AP. There's no way a silver-ranked player just received a 10,000 AP donation. That mod is seriously loaded. Is he some kind of top-tier whale? Who would ever turn down 100,000 N? The cheetah squad all cried out at once. "This is insane." He let them gossip behind his back. To him, 100,000 AP was like 100 million. And for 100 million, who would ever say no? Simon smiled inwardly. "I thought my mission was just to clear this arena with Moxuk anyway." The amount he donated is astronomical. The heavenly demon really shows Moxuk a lot of favoritism. This just made Simune even more delighted, though he wasn't surprised at all. On that note, if I add the AP from my last stream, what's my total now? Under the deep green forest canopy, Moxuk walked ahead, with Simon following close behind. Having a tail was incredibly annoying to her. She whipped around with a warning. "Hey, you're following me like a total pervert." Simon defended himself. "I already told you, it's for the mission." Moxuk brushed her hair back with a condescending laugh. She shot him a death glare. "This is your only warning. If you get killed, don't you dare come crying to me. Understand?" Simon just flashed a brilliant smile. "I understand perfectly." Moxuk cursed under her breath. "Damn it." Just then, a gust of wind swept past, catching both of their attention. The philosopher's stone spoke first. Simon replied, "I can feel it too." The guardians of Evergreen Forest suddenly echoed from the trees. "Are they human?" A cluster of spirits gathered to sneer. "Why are vile creatures who harm nature like you here? Enough talk. Let's deal with them quickly." Simon hesitated for a second. "4 guardians. This looks dangerous. Anyone who's faced them even once knows they are not the small, cute creatures they appear to be." The lead spirit gave the command. "All right, everyone, time for a cleanup. Don't leave a single piece of them behind or the forest will be tainted. Kill them all." Simeon observed them, thinking. Each guardian will summon 2 thorny vines, making a total of 8. Add in the guardians themselves, and we're facing a total of 12 enemies. On top of that, their coordination is incredibly dangerous. The spirits cackled as the thorny vines attacked, lashing out at the pair. Simon glanced at the girl beside him, curious to see how Moxuk would handle this. Just then, a vine shot down right at her. The chat feed exploded in shock. "She's taking the hit directly." "Ah, that's the infamous Moxuk for you. Bro, do something. She's going to die at this rate." Seeing Moxuk stand firm even after being wounded, they kept gossiping. "Wouldn't it be better if that game-breaking witch just died?" Simone stood still, calculating. Her skill will activate any second now. The spirit mocked Moxuk. "Look at all that blood pouring out. We're about to clean up the trash." It aimed for Moxuk, shouting, "Now." It ends. Goodbye. But to its shock, she caught the thorny vine, a wicked smile on her face as if mocking the spirits. Their jaws dropped. "What the hell?" She actually stopped the vine. No sooner were the words spoken than a red light flashed past, tearing the spirits to shreds. The chat erupted again. That's insane. I can't believe I'm watching those cute things get decapitated. Look at her killing intent. Help! There's someone here crying over the monsters. The thorny vines were severed one after another. Simon smiled with pride. Her fighting style is even more savage than the first time I met her. It's been a while, but she's still just as powerful. As the vines fell away, the little spirit trembled in fear. Impossible. You're not human. It accused her. You're a monster. Moksuk's true form had been revealed. The spirit shrieked in terror, backing away as it ordered the vines. What are you idiots standing there for? Stop her. Stop that monster now. At the same time, the little spirit thought frantically. All right, it's time to run. I can't handle that monster alone. I need to call for backup. But before it could take flight, a thorny vine pierced straight through it. From behind, Simon spoke. And where do you think you're going? He analyzed the situation in his head. The longer Moksuk fights, the worse her condition will become. Her skill keeps her standing, but once the battle is over, she'll collapse. Now, I just have to wait for her to handle the vines. It didn't take long at all. Simon saw the outcome. She's already finished? He sighed in resignation. Here it comes. I knew it. One of the most dangerous and powerful S-rank traits, Heaven-Slaying Star. The two stood facing each other. Simon had to admit, so this is the true power of the Heaven-Slaying Star, an S-rank trait. It activates the deepest fears of a living creature. Or more precisely, their instinct for survival. The Philosopher's Stone sent a signal. Sorry to interrupt, but this isn't the time to be analyzing Heaven-Slaying Star. Simon replied, My apologies. This is my first time seeing Moksuk's skill with my own eyes. The Philosopher's Stone questioned him. So what's the plan? Simon didn't seem to understand. Moksuk charged forward with a crazed expression. The Philosopher's Stone pointed right at her. Obviously, you have to deal with that berserker. It urged frantically. Hurry up. What are you going to do? Simon just chuckled softly to himself. This little guy worries way too much. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he activated his skill. Black Panther mode. Ma Zeus lunged with blinding speed. But her claws met only air as Simon effortlessly dodged her, a taunting smile on his face. Heh, she thinks this is a game, he thought. The system's voice chimed in, full of worry. Master, you can't just keep evading her forever. He replied coolly, I don't plan to. A scowl twisted Moksuk's face. She ramped up her speed for another assault, roaring as she slashed with her razor-sharp claws. Simon blocked the blow with his single arm. His hand shot out, gripping her neck as he whispered, Sorry about this. In one brutal motion, he slammed her entire body into the ground. The impact seemed to knock some sense back into her. Simon simply looked down and said, You really are far too reckless. The demon within Moksuk had to admit it. Damn, he's strong. For the first time, it was clear that he was completely outclassing her. This guy looked so innocent, but his cunning was downright frightening. So what? Was he just supposed to stand still and let someone kill him? Anyone who'd never fought Moksuk wouldn't understand. Even if you cut off all her limbs, she'd still bite you to death. Suddenly, Moksuk let out a piercing shriek. The Philosopher's Stone had a bad feeling. Don't you think you should be more careful? It seems the effects of the Star Killer haven't worn off yet. Simon reassured it. Don't worry. In her condition, she can't even lay a finger on me. She has at least 20 injuries, on top of broken fingers, cracked ribs, and critical blood loss. And at this point, he had to admit something. Any normal person would already be dead. Her durability was truly incredible. As Moksuk struggled to rise again, Simon clenched his fist, steeling himself. It's time to end this. When the system asked if he would eliminate Moksuk, Simon's answer was firm. Absolutely not. A ferocious scream echoed from the woods. Simon thought with a sigh, she's so stubborn. She'll just keep fighting until she passes out. He quickly calculated his next move. First, he had to treat her injuries. The Star Killer was the only reason she was still standing. If its effects wore off, Moksuk would be in grave danger. As Simon summoned his inventory, the Philosopher's Stone asked in surprise, Wait, are you planning on using medicine on her? Without hesitation, he admitted, That's right. The Philosopher's Stone quickly warned him, But you only have materials to craft D-rank items. How is that supposed to save her? Simon jolted, realizing his mistake. That's right, I totally forgot. Simon hesitated for a moment. This meant there was only one solution left, and it was going to cost him achievement points. But as he looked at the system's confirmation window, he wondered, 300? Are her injuries not as severe as that dwarf's were? The price was lower than before. Philosopher's Stone. Is this the normal exchange rate? The stone checked and then confirmed. Yes, considering the level of the Ascapus constellation. I believe this is a reasonable cost. Simon didn't question it any further and accepted. Done. A scepter appeared, and the comment section lit up. What is that thing? Are you new here? It's fine if you don't know. This guy's channel isn't even a professional one yet. You missed a lot of historic moments. What a shame. Simon aimed the staff towards Ma Zooks, and the comments exploded again. Wait, is he healing her? Damn it. How is that possible? Even a platinum rank healer would struggle to fix those wounds. Newbies are always so extra. Please, sir, heal my face too. In your dreams. Yo, drop the address. The Star Killer's energy is fading. Moksuk's crimson eyes faded back to their original color. Simon was a bit surprised. The Star Killer's power was draining away. But the Scepter of Ascapus is only supposed to heal external wounds. The Philosopher's Stone guessed aloud. Maybe the Star Killer's effect just timed out? Simon couldn't think of any other reason. Yeah, that makes sense. The Star Killer usually activates when its wielder is in mortal danger or has killing intent. Moksuk looked at herself in confusion. What the hell? How did? Simon put the staff away with a small smile. Judging by her reaction, this must be her first time experiencing this. I need to connect Moksuk with a heavenly demon, and fast. Suddenly, the forest filled with screams. Goblins were being slaughtered left and right. They could only shriek run, but their fate was sealed. As Simon cut them down, he wondered, why have there been so many monsters lately? Behind him, Moksuk couldn't help but feel curious. Is he using magic or something else? A sinister smile spread across her face. I don't know who this guy is, but I, Moksuk, will never lose to someone like him. Just then, a white bear appeared. Moksuk's fighting spirit ignited. I'll show you. She unleashed a heaven-shaking aura. When it comes to a brawl, let's see who's superior. But before she could move, blood splattered across her face. The bear was instantly turned into a donut and collapsed right in front of her, making her flinch. Damn it, Simon said, proud of his handiwork. Finishing blow. Moksuk yelled angrily. Hey, that was my kill. How dare you steal it? He replied. More importantly, I think we're the only two heading to the center. Moksuk glanced around but still scowled. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Simon pointed to 3 bodies on the ground, members of the Leopard Guild. No wonder there were so many monsters. It seems they ran past without fighting, so the horde chased them here. Understanding dawned on Moksuk. I was wondering why so many monsters were gathered at the entrance to the center. Simon continued. They took a massive gamble. Moksuk frowned in disgust. What a bunch of idiots. They acted all tough, just to turn tail and run. Model. If you have no skills, why didn't you just wait for us? Simon eyed her suspiciously, realizing she was genuinely worried about the people she'd just chewed out. Moxie shot back, like hell I was. Suddenly, a gate materialized before them. The system chimed. The entrance to Evergreen Forest is now open. Simon turned to her. We're going in first. It doesn't matter how many members we have to take the top spot. He stepped through the portal with a smirk. Unless you'd rather fly. Moxie scrambled after him, shouting, Hey, wait up, you damn jerk. She grumbled in Simon's ear. You have absolutely zero teamwork. A system notification confirmed they were the first party to arrive in the forest. A satisfied grin spread across his face. Excellent. We secured first place. The comment section began to light up again. Nice. Did he really think he wouldn't get first place? User LG has donated 500 AP. His way of thinking is on another level. I'm watching another stream, and they're really struggling with those 3 guardians. They had arrived in a stunningly beautiful forest. Simon scanned his surroundings. This is a silver rank zone. So the boss should be that thing, right? Moxie eagerly stepped forward. So this is where the boss spawns. Enough with the warm-up. Let's just take it down. Sensing her recklessness, Simon quickly tried to warn her. Moxie, wait. She snapped back, annoyed. What now? Didn't you say we needed to be number 1? Are you scared or something? She was so focused on showing off that she paid no attention to her surroundings, rushing to kill the boss so she could go home. Simon screamed, Moxie, above you. She finally looked up just as a colossal boom slammed into the spot where she'd been standing. Simon froze for a second, relieved when he heard Moxie's familiar cursing. What the hell was that? Simon suddenly said, You dodged it, huh? Moxie looked confused. What are you talking about? Both of them stared at the monster before them, boss. Before Simon could finish, Moxie had already charged in. That thing. If we get too close, it'll be incredibly dangerous. We need to maintain a specific distance from it. But the headstrong Moxie was already shouting her challenge. A big bastard like you is resorting to cheap sneak attacks. You're so dead. Simon let out a long, weary sigh. Was there anyone in the world who could stop this stubborn woman? The Treant attacked, but Moxie dodged with ease. It seemed surprised by her lightning-fast reflexes. And before it knew it, Moxie was right in its face. Simon couldn't help but crack a small smile. She once told me that before meeting the heavenly demon, she lived like a lone wolf, but I still really like that about her. Dahyun watched, frozen with worry. Brother, aren't you going to help? I know she's amazing, but that's still a corrupted tree spirit, Simon answered with conviction. Don't worry, I'll step in. But right now, even I couldn't stop her. Moxie landed a finishing blow, but it did nothing. She stared in disbelief. What? Did my punch not even scratch it? A root whipped out from its side, slamming directly into Moxie. She clung to a tree trunk to keep from being thrown. Simon calmly observed and analyzed the situation. Just as I predicted, the corrupted tree spirit has an extremely high physical resistance stat. For close combat fighters like Moxie, this is a clear disadvantage. To beat it, we need to follow the strategy perfectly. The treant roared as it began to move, its voice an eerie cry. So thirsty. When a corrupted tree spirit awakens, it will always seek out a source of water. The monster wailed, thirsty, water. But because it's a corrupted spirit, clean water acts like a deadly poison. It purifies its blackened body, just like cleansing the undead or a demon. Even its incredibly high physical resistance will be washed away. Simon had already figured this out. This was the fundamental strategy for dealing with a corrupted tree spirit. Wait until it drinks the water. Moxie, feeling completely ignored, scowled. You, get back here, she roared. Where do you think you're going in the middle of a fight? Getting no response, she instantly charged forward again. Moxie screamed at the treant. Stand still, you bastard. Her eyes blazed with killing intent as she unleashed a furious assault, knocking its roots aside in an instant. Simon watched in utter shock. The corrupted tree spirit was actually staggered by a single punch. In that moment, I saw it, the heavenly demon's arts. Simon's jaw dropped as he stared at the constellation information on his system window. He couldn't believe it. The quest details had changed. The enraged treant turned on her. How dare you stop me from drinking? It planted its roots firmly into the ground and bellowed, You, I will kill you. It lunged at Moxie again, but much faster this time. Simon managed to snatch her out of harm's way just in time. He breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, but Moxie was just confused. When did you? Simon warned her, fall back. This thing is beyond your ability to handle now. But she refused to listen. What the hell are you talking about? Didn't you see it? It flinched after just one of my punches. Simon just gave a faint smile. Really? Well then, I guess there's no other choice. He let her go and said, just try not to die. What are you talking about? She muttered, not noticing the new threat right in front of her. A massive root slammed into her, and this time, Moxie coughed up blood. Right before she blacked out, she managed to curse Simon's name. You, bastard. He watched her fall without much surprise. The slaughter star has been activated, so I know she won't die. Simon thought with a smirk. Even with a surprise attack, she managed to get into a defensive stance. His expression shifted, his focus returning with sharp intensity. Well then, I guess it's my turn. The treant was now rampaging, violently destroying everything in sight. Simon calculated his approach. Its physical resistance is off the charts, but luckily, its stamina is low. This was the perfect chance to activate his skill. He felt it in his bones. This was destiny. A chance to end everything in a single, devastating blow. The tree demon roared, I will kill you. Rushing forward, Simon shouted, Magic tentacle, watch this. He raised a fist right in the creature's face. This is how you're supposed to throw a punch. Heavenly demon arts. The monster's tough bark shattered into pieces, followed by a massive explosion. Simon stood calmly over the corpse, a faint smile on his lips as he accepted his reward from the Philosopher's Stone. But the next system notification sent a jolt through his body. Hidden bosses were bizarre creatures, with power that completely defied their supposed rank. Just like that hog-goblin he'd faced at the outpost. But Simon's expression hardened. This time was going to be completely different. This creature would be on another level entirely. A murderous glint filled his eyes. It was coming. Warm sunlight shimmered across the surface of the tranquil lake. Suddenly, the water began to churn violently. Something erupted from the depths, soaring high into the sky. Simon could only stare, completely stunned by the sight. Muriel grinned, baring her sharp fangs in excitement. That thing on the shore is finally dead. At last, it's out of my sight. She hovered in the air, reveling in her victory. How lucky. I'm so jealous. Simon was shocked. A dragonkin. G voiced his displeasure. The heavenly demon's brow furrowed. A murderous grin spread across the black sun's face. Simon glanced at the system messages and recalled, the constellations really don't like dragons, do they? He looked up, his eyes fixed on Muriel. And now this hidden boss is dragon-related. This is giving me a massive headache. She pointed a finger right at him. I saw everything. You're the one who killed that lumbering oaf in a single strike. Murie's eyes gleamed with undisguised excitement. I'm so grateful that I've decided to give you a gift. And with that, she launched an attack. Now be grateful and accept it. Simon's eyes widened in shock as he threw himself to the side. The attack obliterated the ground where he'd been standing. A surprise attack like that could have killed him instantly. Murie let out a wicked laugh. Oh, you dodged, he thought to himself, a hidden boss that uses magic. This is going to be a real pain. Simon launched himself into the air. If that's how it's going to be, he shot forward at incredible speed. I'll just have to end this fast. The thrill-seeker laughed with glee. Now that's courage. I love it. Murie shot straight towards Simon. I'm going to punch right through you. The two powerhouses collided with immense force. A massive explosion rocked the battlefield. The impact sent him reeling backwards, crashing into the cracked earth in frustration. What the hell was that? She can counter my attacks directly? He began to gather his power again. If I keep holding back, there won't be anything left of me. Just then, enormous pillars of rock erupted from the ground, but Murie weaved between them with ease. Oh, what's this now? His technique had piqued her interest. You use nature magic too. Could it be? You're a friend of mine. Simon was taken aback. She can cast spells so effortlessly. And what is she even talking about? A friend? Murie sneered with contempt. In that case, I absolutely must kill you. Empowered by her magic, she shot forward like a bullet. Come here, my friend. I'm going to enjoy devouring you. With that, Murie lunged straight for him. Her fist pulverized the earth. You dodged again? You're quite the runner. Simon had avoided a direct hit, but he was still wounded. She's too fast. He swiftly retreated several meters. Is it possible? She's even faster than I am? But Murie charged forward again, more eager than before. Murie is a good person, so I'll make sure my friend is comfortable. She condensed a sphere of dark magic. By making sure you don't end up like me. Murie unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, and Simon was forced to keep dodging. She's faster and stronger than Magic Tentacle's heavenly killer star. He had to think of a plan, and fast. As her claws swiped at him, he leaped backwards to safety. Murie continued to unleash a wave of bizarre magic. Everyone, come. Let's kill our friend together. The vibrant garden suddenly came to life. In an instant, every green leaf flew from its stem, transforming into razor-sharp projectiles aimed right at Simon. His pupils constricted in alarm. He shattered a few of the projectiles with a burst of power. This is magic. It's incredibly dangerous. He desperately tried to break away. She's not even giving me a second to think. If I couldn't use magic myself, this fight would have been over ages ago. The constellations watching the battle were in an uproar. Are his movements even real? Even a master mage would struggle to dodge all those spells. Damn, this is so insane I can only laugh. I'm about to hit the platinum tier, but I don't think I could ever beat that guy. I'm dying to know what his status window looks like. Simon gasped for air, exhausted. But his eyes burned with more determination than ever before. A direct counterattack was impossible in this situation. If that's the case, he began condensing his power into a sphere of raw energy. Taking his battle stance, Simon prepared himself. I'll have to use transformation to win this. He waited for the perfect moment for her to draw near, creating a zone she couldn't possibly escape, even with her speed. Philosopher's Stone. The exchange requires 500 achievement points. It's time to get serious. Simon hit, confirm, and brilliant golden lightning rained down from the heavens. Murie was completely floored by the sight. A storm of lightning strikes descended, shattering the very ground beneath her. The bolts crashed harmlessly against her wings. She casually brushed the spot where they hit. Was that supposed to be a tickle? You call this lightning? If you were truly my ally, you couldn't wield lightning. It was then Murie realized. So, you're not on my side after all. He just smiled with chilling confidence. Took you long enough to figure it out. In response, she let out a piercing laugh and counterattacked. You tricked me. You lied to me. Murie shot forward with terrifying speed. I'm going to kill you right now. His spear crackled with raw power. That's my line. Simon aimed his weapon forward and unleashed a blinding bolt of energy. The blast slammed into her with its full force. Murie shrieked in agony as the damage ripped through her. Unable to resist, she collapsed to the ground, but Murie still struggled to her feet. How can this be? She forced her battered body upright. I can't die to something like this. Her eyes widened in panic, reflecting his approaching figure. Simon soared through the air, raising his spear high. Did you really think that was all I had? I still got one final move left. With overwhelming force, Simon brought his weapon crashing down. Tyrant King's Art, Demonic Sky Piercer. A cataclysmic explosion of lightning erupted. Murie was scorched black in an instant. A hidden achievement unlocked. Defeat the hidden boss. You have vanquished Murie, Zeus. I never imagined you could wield my lightning like this. Heavenly Demon, on Earth, they call this a collaboration, right? Looks like I accidentally worked with you, too. Black Sun chimed in. That lightning was incredible, so awesome. Kid, do it a few more times. Her body turned to ash, carried away by the wind. Mogsuk, who witnessed the entire thing, was completely shell-shocked. Staring at the spot where Miri vanished, she couldn't believe it. He's way too strong. Is he really in the silver rank like me? Mogsuk began to activate her own magic. That last attack was mostly magical energy. But my senses are telling me something else. This isn't magic. It's a technique. She frowned, her expression turning serious. Can I even copy something like that? Under everyone's gaze, Mogsuk entered a state of deep focus. I know my name has been dragged through the mud in the arena, and I've faced countless disadvantages. But the reason I could climb to silver rank and stay there is because of the skill hidden in my eyes. I can copy skills. I think of all the players' abilities, even those far stronger than me. Their skills, their movements. Mogsuk absorbed it all, even their breathing patterns. I studied every single detail until I could finally replicate them. However, faced with Simon's overwhelming power, what is this? It's impossible. She rubbed her temples, a massive headache forming. Oh, what am I even supposed to say to this guy now? After all that trash talk I spouted, my image has probably hit rock bottom. Mogsuk buried her face in her hands, utterly defeated. He's definitely going to gloat. Just then, he walked over and called her name. She despaired. Of course, he's here. Simon then held out a potion for her. He took the blame himself. Sorry about what happened earlier. You got hurt there, didn't you? Here, drink this. Mogsuk was completely flustered. You're apologizing to me and giving me a potion? What's going on? Simon just gave an awkward, sheepish laugh. I really had no other choice back there. You understand, right? Just drink the potion and relax. She blankly took the bottle. Mogsuk could only let out a helpless sigh. Is that all you were going to say to me? Simon looked confused. Unbelievable. What do you mean? Her face flushed beet red with embarrassment. Call me trash. Call me a lunatic and tell me I should quit the arena. Aren't you going to say any of that? Simon let out a relaxed laugh. Oh, so that's what this is about. Then, he said something that made Mogsuk jump. It's because of your special trait, isn't it? I get it. It's something you can't help. She fumed internally. Wait a second. Why is this guy acting like he knows me so well? I'm actually getting annoyed. But looking at Simeon's gentle expression, it felt like they'd known each other for a long time. At that moment, Mogsuk was trembling with irritation. And the craziest part, I don't hate it. She decisively uncorked the bottle. Whatever. Mogsuk shoved the entire potion. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, I guess. After she finished, she spoke up. Hey, I have something to ask you. He looked puzzled. What is it? Mogsuk coolly wiped her mouth. Do you know me? She shot him a sly, probing smile. I've never told anyone about my special trait, but you're acting as if you know everything about me. Simon flinched in surprise. Is she always this sharp? I let my guard down. I really didn't think she'd ask that. You're getting warmer. He scratched his head sheepishly. It's because of my trait. Mogsuk pressed him. And what kind of trait is that? Do you have a trait that lets you peek at other people's traits? Simone looked away, trying to be evasive. Something like that, but not exactly. She sighed dramatically. I should have known it was you. Mogsuk put her hands on her hips authoritatively. Hey, why are you still here anyway? The match is over. You should be outside collecting your reward. He just smiled and opened his system window. I still have something I need to do. Hearing that, she grew curious. Something to do? Mogsuk watched as a new panel appeared. What's this? A system notification popped up. Player Simon has sent you a friend request. She couldn't hide her shock. A friend request? He grinned, knowing he'd hit the mark. So, you want to understand my final technique, don't you? Think of it like a tree, desperate for water. Moxia's eyes widened in awe. How did you do that? Simon smiled warmly. Accept my offer, and I'll tell you. Moxia was absolutely ecstatic. Really? You'll actually tell me? He agreed without hesitation. I will, but I won't be the one to explain it. There's someone far more suitable. She fumed with anger. What? Are you backing out already? Simon calmly continued to persuade her. What are you talking about? I'm talking about my master. He can explain everything in perfect detail, so hurry up and accept the request. Hearing that, Moxia's face lit up as she quickly agreed. Your master? Okay, I accept. If he's your teacher, he must be even more powerful than you, right? He smirked to himself. So simple-minded. Just then, the celestial demon frowned. The arena system can't handle this. I'll have to meet her directly. Simon's focus sharpened. Directly? But why? The celestial demon sighed. This isn't an official arena yet. Contacting a sponsor directly comes at a cost. Simon's smile grew wider. Oh, is that how it works? So, all those times players met their constellations, the constellations were footing the bill? That was a brand new piece of intel. Moxia cheered excitedly. Hey, I accepted. So hurry up and tell me. Let's go. But Simmons simply waved and turned to leave. I get it. I'll send you the address later. You have to meet him in person. She screamed in pure frustration. I have to meet him myself. You're such a jerk. He glanced back, tossing out one last comment. This can only be taught face to face. Moxie was so angry she wanted to punch him. I knew you were messing with me. Tell me now. A moment later, system data transported Simon back to his apartment. He stretched out his limbs with a quiet groan. Simon let out a long yawn as the system summarized his mission. Evergreen Forest Arena, complete. Boss successfully defeated. Rewards increased. Level increased by 8. Extraction stone level increased by 6. Simon eagerly scanned the system screen. Now then, what are the rewards? You have received spring water of the Evergreen Forest's heart. Fragment of a contaminated seed. He froze, staring at the reward. A fragment of a contaminated seed? What's that? Let's see. Player Simon, a controversial figure in the Galaxy Arena, has received a stigma. His eyes shot wide open in complete and utter shock. This is. Simon's mind immediately flashed to Seahuke. This is Seahuke's third unique trait. How is this possible? He collapsed to the floor, unable to believe what he was seeing. Afterwards, Simon sat motionless on his chair. A stigma. Even his extraction stone could sense his deep distress. A stigma? What in the world are those guys thinking? Simon quickly checked his system and asked his extraction stone. You seem to know something about this. It responded warily. Even I don't fully understand the inner workings of the arena's network. The extraction stone thought for a moment. But to award a stigma like this, they are definitely plotting something. Thinking along those lines, the situation felt incredibly suspicious. Simon carefully considered it. From what he knew, a stigma was supposed to be a unique trait. The stone continued. That's right. Due to certain limitations, I cannot explain the details, but there should only be one in the entire world. His mind raced. I thought the arena would punish me, but they gave me another trait instead, and a unique one, at that. Simon quickly dismissed the idea. Is the arena trying to make me compete with Seahuke? That's impossible. Forget it. I'll have to think about this later. He tapped the screen to check his rewards first. Simon comfortably enjoyed the warm sunlight flooding the room, pouring all of his remaining stat points into alchemy. The system displayed the information. F-rank contaminated seed fragment. He stared intently at it. This is the reward for killing the hidden boss? It seems too simple. The extraction stone grumbled. Look closer. Someone intentionally contaminated it. Noticing the foul aura coming from the seed, Simon was shocked. What? It was intentional? The stone confirmed his fears. That's right. This is no ordinary seed. I think I can guess who did this. What? Simon's eyes widened in disbelief. The stone spoke. The dragon force of a high-ranking dragon shattered it. The revelation left Simon completely speechless. Dragon force is a type of aura, similar to regular mana. The problem is, only dragons can wield it. A small smile touched his lips. So why would a dragon destroy this seed? Should I dissect it to find out? Simon spoke softly to the stone. Extraction, stone. Can you appraise this item? He used his power to manifest the seed fragment, then listened intently for the answer. It looks like this has been damaged in every way imaginable. Luckily, this is still within the capabilities of alchemy. He decided to trust the extraction stone. All right. I'm counting on you, it replied cheerfully. Just leave it to me. The extraction stone condensed its power, sending pure mana coursing through Simon's body. The contamination on the seed fragment vanished, transforming into a fragment of a level 10 world tree seed. He gasped in shock. The world tree? And this is an entrance item? Simon shot to his feet with excitement. Stone. You said this fragment was heavily damaged by magic, right? That is correct. He put on his coat with determination. All right then. If I go inside, maybe I'll find out why it was destroyed. With that, Simon walked toward the door. But an entry requirement of gold rank appeared, and the light behind the door began to fade. I need to raise my rank, and fast. Suddenly, a voice exploded in Jin Guk's office. Are you really going to do this? The man sneered with contempt. I never expected the great Night Hunter to treat us with such an attitude. Jin Guk shot back, enraged. I don't have an attitude, you're the ones with the problem. I'm pretty sure I warned you more than once, didn't I? Jin Guk moved to dismiss him. I have nothing more to say to you, so get out. But the man desperately tried to plead. Come on, for old time's sake, just help me out. Jin Guk's patience finally snapped as he unleashed his mana, shouting, You son of a bitch! His mana raged like a storm. Just because I've been on hiatus, you think my words have become meaningless? The man buckled under the pressure. That's not what I meant. But his words fell on deaf ears. I said, get lost, you bastard. Sheer terror washed over him. He trembled, stammering. The SS rank trait, blessing of the night. It's real? Then he scrambled out of the room in a panic. He's truly been cured of sclerosis. As the door slammed shut, Jin Guk rubbed his temples. What a massive headache. Si-Huk entered with a bright smile. The Scorpion Guild? An old teammate? Jin Guk scoffed in disgust. Teammate, my ass. How long have you been standing there, kid? Jin Guk vented his frustration. He was only after information on how to cure sclerosis. That's why he showed up spouting all that nonsense. Rumors spread like wildfire. You seem annoyed, but the Scorpion Guild wasn't always that way. His interest was piqued. Oh, really? In an instant, Jin Guk's expression turned deadly serious. They may be scum now, but before their old guildmaster died, they were a pretty decent guild. Si-Huk set a glass on the table. By the way, senior, you've really made a full recovery. To be honest, I never imagined you could completely overcome sclerosis. Then he changed the subject. You know, there are usually side effects or something along those lines. Jin Guk's eyes narrowed. Are you trying to doubt the power of your divine big brother? Si-Huk gave an awkward, flustered laugh. No, that's not what I meant at all. A sly grin spread across Jin Guk's face. Then what did you mean? Why the disbelief? He was clearly enjoying this. The guy who's always calling him brother this, brother that. Turns out you're looking down on him, huh? Si-Huk squirmed uncomfortably. Senior, Jin Guk looked triumphant. This is the first time I've ever seen you get mad over a little joke. So, the V.I.P. is his real weak spot. I have to use this to my advantage. Just then, the office door swung open. Jin Guk rushed to greet the newcomer. Hello. I've been waiting for you. Hearing this, Si-Mun couldn't hide his surprise. You knew I was coming, of course. If the V.I.P. himself is visiting, I'd sell the country to serve you. Si-Mun seemed a little taken aback. Since when did I get V.I.P. added to my name? Jin Guk started making coffee. You're no longer a client, you're my comrade. Jin Guk raised his mug cheerfully. Even after granting me such an unbelievable favor, you still call me a comrade. I, Jin Guk, am truly at a loss for words. Si-Mun casually brought up a system window. Do you remember the business we discussed? Jin Guk's face lit up with excitement. Of course. I've committed every last detail to memory. But then, Jin Guk froze. Staring at the list of materials on the screen, he was utterly floored. All of this? He couldn't believe his eyes. You managed all of this already? Si-Mun remained perfectly calm. The production process didn't take very long. Si-Mun added with confidence. Only a few of the materials required a slightly more troublesome refinement process. Jin Guk's mind was reeling. No, wait. A silver ranker can already refine materials like this? Jin Guk remembered his broadcasted battle. Normally, that's a skill only platinum rankers or higher possess, and he calls it just slightly troublesome. But based on the skills I saw on stream, this has to be high-level refinement. Getting down to business, Si-Mun spoke with authority. Now then, Jin Guk. As we agreed, I want you to sell these through a consignment agent. Naturally, we get a much better price on the black market. Jin Guk hesitated. But there's one problem. Si-Mun raised an eyebrow. A problem? Jin Guk paused for a moment before answering. Yes. You see, it's thanks to you that I was able to recover. Si-Mun understood immediately. This is about the medicine's origin, isn't it? Jin Guk felt a chill from the man's sharp intellect. Exactly. You catch on fast. Because of my recovery, I've been flooded with visitors lately. Everyone's demanding to know where I got that potion. Si-Mun sighed softly. It cures a disease thought to be incurable. It's only natural people would flock to find its source. Suddenly, Si-Huk jumped into the conversation. I can help with that. Si-Mun glanced over as the younger man proposed an idea with a huge smile. Just tell everyone I'm the one who supplied the medicine. That solves everything, right? But Si-Mun quickly pointed out the flaw. That means you would become a human shield. Are you certain you can handle that? Si-Huk just shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? But I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to threaten me. Si-Mun relented. I'm counting on you then, Si-Huk. The young man beamed. You can't even call that a favor, brother. Then Si-Huk dropped a pile of rare materials onto the table. Now this is a favor. Si-Mun was stunned. He stared at the priceless items. Serpent root mushrooms, rhinoceros horns, and even a vision poly. Si-Mun was practically drooling at the sight. A quick estimate told him this was worth tens of millions. He grinned, a glint in his eye. So, how's that? I get the job done, right? His partner immediately confirmed, no doubt about it. You're one lucky bastard. Meanwhile, a gentle sunset bathed the grand mansion in light. But inside, Sun Cheon was grinding his teeth in fury. I know. Things have been getting far too loud lately. Isn't that supposed to be your field of expertise? The old man roared his orders, accident or assassination. I don't care. You handle your own damn messes. Just make sure this quarter's delivery is completed. With that, Sun Cheon slammed the end call button before hurling the phone across the room in a rage. Those upstarts who got lucky with their awakenings dare to challenge me. This is exactly why not a single one of those bastards can be trusted. Du Dung entered, placing a file on his desk. Do you have any idea how dangerous that kind of talk is for a man in your position? But Sun Cheon was still seething. Look who decided to show up after all this time. Spit it out. What do you want? She sighed, her voice laced with exhaustion. Are you really asking because you don't know? A wicked smile spread across the old man's face. Dogs should know their place and stay in their kennels. A pack of useless fools who can't handle one simple problem. And now my own granddaughter is here to cause a scene. Du Dung slammed the file down on the desk. I'm done wasting my breath explaining things to you. Sun Cheon picked up the file, his eyes scanning the pages as she spoke. I don't care what you've been doing behind the scenes until now, but you will no longer use the Cheongsam Guild's name for these ridiculous backroom deals. Du Dung's voice was like steel. From this moment on, the Cheongsam Guild belongs to me. The old man's eyes narrowed. You knew Simon possessed an ability like that, didn't you? She kept her expression perfectly neutral. I had no idea. As you know, my brother has been cursed with the inability to use mana ever since the accident. Sun Cheon knew that story well. That's right. So why are you here now, running your mouth off to me? His voice dripped with insinuation. Don't tell me. He's recovered from that curse. Du Dung met his gaze directly, so the rumors say. Sun Cheon shot up from his seat, his eyes wide with shock. He shouted in disbelief. Is it true? He's recovered? A spike of anxiety shot through her. Why this sudden interest in her brother? No matter what, she couldn't let that man get his claws into him. Du Dung saw the look in his eyes. A predator sizing up its prey. She had experienced his brutal methods firsthand. Without a doubt, he would target her brother, whose star was just beginning to rise, and use him as a pawn. Then another thought struck her. Or maybe this was his way of trying to control her. She had to finish her investigation, and fast. The scene cuts to a live broadcast. This year's national team selection is full of unpredictable twists and turns. Wouldn't you agree? Absolutely, especially with the news that Korea's most famous ganker will be participating this time around. 3 figures watched the screen, captivated. The event was even drawing attention from all over the world. Meanwhile, overseas, Simon turned to his companion. Si-Huck, you're joining the national team selections this year, right? The younger man answered calmly. Yeah. Didn't I already tell you? Simon grinned confidently. Please. With the way you've been eyeing the NRA, how can I not know? Si-Huck gave a sheepish laugh. Was it that obvious? He said, stretching his arms to loosen up. I wasn't really interested at first. But that old fox. It seems Du Dung has already made her move. Si-Huck slumped back into his chair with a sigh. I know, but unlike Du Dung, you never even had a shot. Simon slowly rose to his feet as his brother watched. That's right, but Si-Huck. His voice turned serious. You're planning on using Toto again, aren't you? The question made him flinch. Si-Huck awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Man, I can't hide anything from you. How do you know everything before I even say it? He muttered, clearly flustered. Well, figuring out the odds for the other matches is too complicated. So I figured I'd just place a little bet on my own match. Look at this guy. Simon laughed heartily. Putting on a big show, but you've been planning all this behind my back. Huh. He looked Si-Huck straight in the eye. So, what are the terms of your bet? A confident smirk appeared on his face. That'll score a perfect, flawless victory, of course. In that instant, Si-Huck's entire aura shifted. Honestly, when it comes to a one-on-one fight, there isn't a single contestant who can defeat me. Just then, a loud laugh cut through the air. Isn't our junior here getting a little cocky? The sudden voice made him jump in surprise. Actually, I placed the exact same bet on our boy here, Jin-Guk said with a grin. He's a little wild, but his skills are the real deal, aren't they? He probably won't even need to fight the 4th round. But Simon just let out a weary sigh. You really think so? Simon asked. Jin-Guk looked confused. What? A cryptic look crossed Simon's face. My prediction is a little different. The day of the national team selections finally arrived. The roar of the crowd was deafening. The 2 men stood before the entrance to the arena. Just listen to that crowd, Jin-Guk said with excitement. So, Si-Huck? Any plans to change that bet of yours? But he was already walking forward coolly. Nope. Not changing a thing. Jin-Guk let out a mischievous laugh. Oh, so you're just going to completely ignore your dear brother's advice? Si-hyuk shot back a challenge of his own. What about you, Sunbae? Aren't you ignoring the advice of your own VIP client? Park Jin-guk let out a hearty laugh as he walked into the spotlight. You know what? This time, I'm ignoring our VIP guest's opinion. Hearing the thunderous roar from the stands, I'll be honest. No matter how amazing Simon is, I just can't picture you losing. The two fighters waved, soaking in the crowd's explosive energy. You think so? Of course. That punk sure knows how to play to the cameras. He glanced at the man standing proudly in the arena. Besides, your opponent is the vice master of the Dongan Guild. That guy was always a pain. No matter how you slice it, a ranker losing to a first-generation nobody just doesn't make any sense. The MC's voice boomed with excitement. All right, for the national team selection that everyone's been waiting for, we will now officially begin this highly anticipated match. The entire stadium erupted in cheers. The Vice Guild Master drew his weapon. Si-hyuk. It's been a long time. A sinister energy began pouring out of Kim Jung-joon. This is the first time we've ever fought, isn't it? The young man faced him without a shred of hesitation. That's right. It's strange we've never crossed paths in the arena before. If we had, things would have been pretty interesting. The Vice Guild Master sneered with arrogance. You shot up to your current position in such a short time, so I guess it's understandable. You're just a rookie. Si-hyuk remained silent, a flicker of contempt in his eyes. He slowly unsheathed his sword. Is that so? In a flash, Si-hyuk lunged forward, delivering a razor-sharp strike. With the deed done, he smugly sheathed his blade. Park Jin-guk was utterly speechless. The audience was just as stunned. That's insane. Did you see that clearly? As expected of Si-hyuk, he ended the fight in a single, decisive blow. They were in total shock. How could his sword strike be so clean and perfect? He thought to himself. Sorry about this, but I'll be taking the money you lost on that bet. Suddenly, the reflection of another figure appeared in Si-hyuk's eyes. A swift, heavy blow crashed down upon him. The Vice Guild Master let out a triumphant, wicked laugh. This is why rookies should learn to stay in their place. Si-hyuk's eyes widened in complete disbelief. What the hell? My shadowless blade. How? He suddenly recalled Simon's warning. Si-hyuk, even for you, winning 3-0 is impossible. You will probably lose the first match. He couldn't believe it. No way. Just like that, Si-hyuk collapsed to the floor. The crowd was thrown from one shock into another. The stadium roared to life. The two MCs immediately hyped up the atmosphere. What is this? We have a massive, unbelievable upset. Against everyone's predictions, Kim Jung-joon has defeated Si-hyuk in the very first round. On the monitor, the two commentators were in a heated discussion. It wasn't that Si-hyuk performed poorly, but that Kim Jung-joon's performance was just too exceptional. Don't you agree? Absolutely. The way he dodged Si-hyuk's technique was nothing short of brilliant. Simon watched with a satisfied smile. I was a little worried the future would change because of the information I gave him. What a relief. He recalled the techniques Si-hyuk used. So, in the end, he still managed to learn the shadowless slash somehow. Simon's gaze remained fixed on the fight. Si-hyuk looked completely demoralized. It can't be helped. The gap between them is just too vast. He must be in a state of shock right now. But now, I'm confident Si-hyuk will finally go all out. He could feel the immense energy begin to surge. One of Si-hyuk's 3 traits is the triple S-rank characteristic, the Heavenly Slaughter Star. It's an insane trait, allowing him to comprehend and interpret the very origin and form of all things related to martial arts. Kim Jung-joon collapsed to his knees. What a terrifying ability. This time, he had been sliced into 4 pieces. Si-hyuk ended it with one final, decisive sword strike. Simon grinned from ear to ear, utterly overwhelming. As expected of Si-hyuk, he turned the tables with a 3-1 victory. Is this the scene where the first generation finally falls? He tapped on the Totu icon on the screen. Now, let's see how the betting odds played out. I currently have 175,000 AP, which is worth about 200 million won. The bets on Si-hyuk were huge, just as I thought. A ton of people bet that he would win by a landslide. He eagerly calculated his winnings. So if you factor in the reverse odds, how much is that? Simon's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way. What is this? A cascade of gold coins rained down as Simon let out a shout of pure joy. I hit the jackpot. You have received 4.6 billion in prize money. Simon's eyes went wide. 4.6 billion. Daishira, if there's anything you want to buy, just let me know. Today, it's all on me. She cheered with delight. Really? I was already happy with everything you've done, my beloved master. Let's head home first. Simon returned to his apartment. Looking at it now, with 4.6 billion in my pocket, maybe we should move to a bigger place. Simon considered it. A bigger place, huh? But this was a gift from the girls. It still doesn't feel real. Daishira spoke up. Master, I know you're excited after getting all that money, but shouldn't you be checking on something else right now? It suddenly hit Simon. That's right. This is no time to be daydreaming. I even used my achievement points to synthesize that enhancement device. Simon peered inside to check on it. Is the progress going well? Daishira urged him on. Hurry up and check. From what I can see, the process looks very smooth. Come on, come on. Simon urged himself. Just be a little patient. He took out 3 items, and Daishira's eyes lit up with excitement. Whoa, look at the colors on these. Is that purple one a B+ grade moonstone essence? Plus, thanks to the improved potion base, it has bonus stats. The others must be the same. The red one's a berserker potion, and the blue is an adamant body potion. Extractor buzzed with excitement. This is a whole grade higher, Simon marveled. Yeah, this one is even A grade. Adding mithril must have made a huge difference. Extractor agreed. Exactly. I was shocked you could refine mithril into a consumable form. Really? Absolutely. No human should ever be able to refine mithril. No, even races that specialize in magic would struggle with this. You're amazing. All right then, time for a power-up. Simon downed the red potion, letting out an expectant breath. The system window flashed to life. Simon felt a thrill of excitement. I can feel my body getting so much stronger. It's a good thing I focus on stamina when mixing the ingredients. This should definitely reduce the burden of transformation. An achievement notification popped up. My creation has leveled up. Whoa! Achievement points and title upgrade. The second option also got another 10% boost. Simon was pleased. This is seriously awesome. Now I'm itching to jump into the arena and test this out. Let's see just how much stronger I've gotten. Let's dive right in. Welcome to the Galaxy Arena. This round's event is survival mode. Simon materialized in the arena. Participants, 100. Other players began to spawn in. The chat channel instantly blew up. It's Kim Simon. I clicked the second the notification went up. I hit the jackpot. Haha. It's great to meet you all. This is my first time trying survival mode, so I'm a little nervous. Teased by the others, Simon felt a bit flustered, of course, but you can never be sure. Lately, my matchmaking has felt a little off. A system notification appeared for him. This is a promotion match. Simon jumped, shouting, Huh? A promotion match? He was confused. Why would they suddenly announce something like this? A smug look crossed Simon's face. I guess this is what happens when you're just too strong. He laughed cheerfully. Well, it's fine. I needed to hit gold rank sooner or later anyway. All players are ready. Map. Dark sewer. Footsteps began to echo. One player covered his nose and complained. This smell is going to make me sick. Another player warned him. Shut up. What if someone hears us? Ah, sorry, but damn it. It's so dark in here I can't see a thing. Just stay quiet and follow me. I'll lead the way. I wish I had a scouting skill like you. This is a dark zone, so we need to farm as many skills as we can. Once we have enough, we can just bail. You mean we just hide here so we don't drop in the rankings? Yeah, let's give it a try. Did you see the announcement board for the arena? We've been matched with 2 absolute monsters. But is it even okay to announce the pairings like that? What if we run into players from one of the famous guilds? This is a dark zone. They'll probably die before they even find us, right? But if they find us first, this is a very tight corner. Who's lurking here? Show yourself. Wait a second. Up ahead. What is that? His entire body trembled as he pointed forward. There, don't you see it? Something over there just moved. What are you talking about? I don't see anything. It's probably just some lizards. I swear. There's something there. Just then, the creature appeared behind him. In a flash, blood splattered across his friend's face. The player whipped his head around. What the? He scrambled backward in pure terror. What are you? Get away. I said don't come any closer. A fireball shot forward, but the figure simply raised a hand to catch it, the flame dying instantly in his palm. The player stared in utter disbelief. A wicked grin spread across the attacker's face. He defeated his opponent with a single strike. Wait, you're from the other team. The sounds grew louder as a player was logged out. Simon smiled at the result. He opened the system window to check the current standings. His eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Rank 1, Choi Jinsu, 13 kills. Rank 2, Kim Simon, 10 kills. Choi Jinsu. I can't believe someone's actually ahead of me. Simon thought for a moment. Choi Jinsu. Why does that name sound so familiar? The Beast King, Choi Jinsu, was a former heavyweight UFC fighter. He's now a high-ranking warrior in Korea's #2 guild, right behind Holy Trinity, and he possesses the SS rank trait Beastification, which allows him to transform into any monster. That's right, he was in the silver rank around this time, so it makes sense. Jinsu was a late bloomer, just like Beast Fiend. That explains it. Simon sighed, running a hand through his hair. Tch. and I was just starting to enjoy this stat boost. Looks like I have to go all out now. A dangerous smile crept onto his face. Simon called out internally, "Extractor." Now, Simon raised his hand as the system warned of low energy. He confirmed the refill and snapped his fingers. The Eye of Odin immediately materialized. Simon nodded, satisfied. Just as I predicted. Like the replicas of the high-grade constellations, its completion rate is only about 10%. I knew the constellations of Asgard would be interested in this. Is that the remaining team over there? The eye suddenly began to glow. It shot directly into Simon's eye, catching him by surprise. Simon cried out, clutching his face as pain flared. His eyes slowly fluttered, then snapped wide open. One of Simon's eyes blazed a brilliant gold. The constellation Odin looked down on him, offering an innocent smile. The Eye of Odin requests to be bound to you. The extraction stone questioned him. Are you certain you will accept? Simon's resolve was absolute. Of course. Odin was famous for possessing countless mighty artifacts among the constellations, and there was a very good reason I chose to craft his eye out of all of them. When the Dragon King descended upon Europe, it annihilated half the continent in a single day. As a result, Europe was pushed to the absolute brink of collapse. A new light burned brightly in Simon's eyes, but under the command of Fabian, they successfully used the Eye of Odin to drive out the dragons. I see it now. That is its weakness. They precisely targeted the core of the dragon's manifestation and banished them from the world. The high ranker from Germany, sponsored by Odin himself, had revealed exactly why he chose the eye as his main divine artifact. Simon thought with smug satisfaction, even now, it's the most suitable item for me in this situation. It is already linked with my extraction stone trait, creating a new characteristic entirely. My vision has become unbelievably clear. This is just insane. Now I understand how Fabian found the Dragon King's weakness so quickly. With that realization, Simon moved out. All right, time to hunt that guy down. In another area, the bodies of fallen players were strewn everywhere. Jinshu mused. At this rate, the top spot in the arena is as good as mine. Suddenly, he sensed something. Looking at the system panel, his interest was piqued. What the hell? He's already taken down 24 people. That guy was just in second place. Kim Simon. Looks like this one knows how to put up a fight. The claws on his hands extended, and his face contorted into a bestial form. Jinshu had transformed into a werewolf. Now, this should be fun. I hope he's a true warrior, a berserker. Suddenly, his ears twitched, catching a faint noise. Looking toward the door, Jinshu realized someone was there. His eyes locked onto his prey, and a surge of pure excitement coursed through him. Outside the entrance, the footsteps grew closer. Inside, Jinshu was brimming with anticipation. He launched himself toward the cave's entrance. I can't believe he's delivering himself right to my doorstep. Suddenly, something stopped him in his tracks. Jinshu recognized it. Magic? Annoying. He skillfully dodged every incoming attack. My opponent hasn't even revealed himself, yet he's predicting my every move with pinpoint accuracy. Jinshu grew impatient. Where is he? Where the hell are you? Looking into the shadows, he finally found his target. So, there you are. He lunged at the one-eyed man with bared fangs, but a brilliant golden light erupted from his mouth. An instant later, it exploded, leaving Jinshu heavily wounded. Simon smirked from a distance. This is crazy. The closer he gets, the clearer I can see everything. Whoa, this is amazing, and I haven't even fully mastered this item yet. Jinshu was confused. What the hell? He's predicting my actions perfectly. What kind of power is this? He charged forward again. These cheap tricks won't work on me, you damned magician. Simon let out a sly grin. No, I'm not a magician. But let's see if you can handle this. A colossal fist formed from the wall behind Simon, and it shot forward with terrifying speed. But Jinshu sliced it into 3 pieces with his claws. The sight left Simon in utter disbelief. In the next instant, Jinshu had him by the throat. Got you, you bastard, he growled. You're Kim Simon, right? Hiding and taking cheap shots like a rat, you were a pain to catch. Now, die. Simon used his deceptively small arm to block Jinshu's fist. His opponent was stunned. This bastard's arm strength. What is this? Simon thought to himself. As expected of the Monster King, Jinshu. This won't be easy. I barely managed to block that last one. I have to find his weakness, and I have to find it now. Jinshu cursed in frustration. You bastard. He opened his massive jaws, aiming for Simon. You think I'll fall for the same trick again? Simon was focusing the Eye of Odin, searching for a fatal flaw. The extraction stone announced, resonance process complete. Perfect. In that case, farewell, my friend Jinshu. Simon unleashed his skill, Heavenly Demon Arts, Sky-Shattering Fist. Jinshu immediately coughed up blood. He couldn't accept it. Damn it. I can't believe I'm losing. Simon calculated the aftermath. The energy consumption for that attack is absolutely terrifying. The arena rankings updated. Simune was now at the top. He was thrilled. I can't believe I defeated a future high ranker with my own hands. That felt incredible. If I hadn't crafted the Eye of Odin, this would have been impossible. His chat stream once again exploded with praise. Simune scratched his head in embarrassment. Thanks for all the support and donations, everyone. Please, no cursing, let's all just talk calmly. He then messaged his channel moderator to kick out the toxic people. The chat immediately settled down. But then, a sound caught Simon's attention. He pressed his ear against the wall to listen. Is there a fight going on nearby? It sounds like it's coming from inside the wall. Simon activated the Eye of Odin to get a better look. He placed both hands on the wall. I should probably check this out. A system message appeared. This is a restricted area for players. Access denied. What could be behind this wall for the Galaxy Arena to issue a warning? Further interference will result in your expulsion from the arena or a penalty. With a sigh, Simon turned to leave. All right, I'm out of here. I'm really leaving. It's a shame, but I should probably just give up. But a sudden notification caught his eye. Why is it suddenly glowing? Mithril? Simon wondered. How did this thing get here? Ownership of the Mithril has been confirmed. Access authorization complete. That means I can go through. The next second, a massive explosion erupted. Debris and smoke flew everywhere. At Simon's feet now lay the corpse of a Draken. A voice sighed from nearby. You've lost control of your power again. Marnell grumbled. The magic foreman will kill us for breaking the barrier again. Suddenly, she spotted Simon. She quickly called out to her savior as Magnio rushed forward, throwing her arms around him. Savior, it's been so long. Simon was a bit flustered. Ah, right. It's great to see you again. But why is Magnio here? This is a survival map for 100 people. I never thought I'd see you again. Could this map be related to the dwarves? A system window displayed the constellation's reactions. Simon was confused. Judging by their reactions, is it because Magnio is alive? The comments were just as puzzled. Dwarves? Why is he suddenly talking about dwarves? Aren't dwarves supposed to be in the platinum tier? But it looks like he actually knows that dwarf. Magnio blushed with embarrassment. Savior, I'm so happy to see you again like this, but I'm afraid I have to get back to work. Work? He noticed her hands were trembling. Thanks to your help last time, we drove the Dragon Clan away. But in the end, we still couldn't protect Doria. So the war with the Dragon Clan isn't over yet. Simon listened intently. Suddenly, a system alert flashed. The constellation Odin has issued a quest. The mission: help the dwarves eliminate their attackers. Simon immediately placed a hand on her shoulder. Magnio, I'll help you. What? She quickly refused. No, I'm fine. I can handle these dragons myself. But Simon was firm. I want to help. Magnio let out a laugh. For someone as strong as you to help me, that would be a blessing. Let's go. I'll lead the way. Do you wish to enter? Well, there are only a few survivors left, and I've already dealt with Choi Jinsu, so first place shouldn't be a problem. Now leaving the current arena and entering the northern sewer arena. Elsewhere, bodies were scattered everywhere amid furious curses. How many times do I have to tell you? The Draken fumed. Didn't I order a swift, decisive strike, you fools? Its subordinate quickly tried to explain. My apologies. If you give me one more chance, I swear I will eliminate those rats. But in the next instant, he was annihilated. The leader sneered, another chance. Did someone say another chance? He then quickly knelt down. Lord Sagas, my apologies for making you come here personally. The figure spoke. You always expect too much from the Drakens. Are you not aware of their limited intellect? I am. It was all due to my own shortcomings. How interesting. You're quite intelligent for a Draken. I suppose there's a reason you rose to this rank. Thank you for your praise, my lord. I shouldn't waste any more of my power speaking. Here, I'll give you a gift. You'll need a map to find those creatures. The Draken was ecstatic. As expected of the great dragonkin, my lord. Use this map, go there, and capture all of them. Succeed, and you will finally catch the eye of Lord Sagas. The Draken bowed low. I will obey your command. Meanwhile, back with Simon, the two were nearing their destination. Magnio was in high spirits. Having you here makes this so much easier, Simon. At this rate, we can probably finish them all off today. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light. Simon's senses flared, and he instantly caught an arrow flying toward them. Watch out. Simon analyzed the projectile. This is a Draken arrow. Does this mean they've joined the fight too? A command echoed from above. Fire. A storm of arrows rained down on their position. Simon was bewildered. It felt like they were aiming only for Magnio. He used a large boulder to shield her, then immediately activated his Odin's Eye. Simon counted a total of 9 enemies, and he instantly leaped into action. Simon smirked with confidence. With this, I can definitely handle them. He became a blur, weaving through the ranks of the Drakens. He raised his fists, taking them out one by one. Simon didn't forget to check on his companion. Magnio, are you okay? But she just screamed, behind you. Careful, and slammed her hammer down on the Draken behind him. Magnio planted her foot on its corpse, catching her breath. Only then did she reply, yeah, I'm fine, savior. Simon was speechless. Ha ha, what a relief. Is it normal for dwarves to possess such monstrous strength from a young age? Something feels very strange. Just then, another one appeared. Not bad. Simon was startled, staring suspiciously at the Draken before him. Now what is this? The creature pointed directly at Magnio. So it was you? The arena participant that Lord Sagas himself mentioned. Simon didn't understand. What? Arena participant? He quickly put the pieces together. Could this place be Magnio's personal arena? So that's why the warning appeared. Because Earth isn't an official stage yet, they're blocking all direct communication. But regardless, I have to deal with this guy first. But suddenly, Magnio shot past him, launching herself into the air. The Draken roared to meet her charge. The hammer in Magnio's hand slammed straight into its skull, and she landed safely back on her feet. Marnio turned with a bright smile. So, what do you think, savior? But Simon's Odin's eye had already spotted something amiss. He warned her sharply, Marnio, get down. Luckily, Simon threw up a barrier just in time to protect her as a vicious ice attack slammed into their position. Saku appeared, oozing with confidence. Well, I came here to catch a little rat hiding underground, but it looks like I found a human, too. The system notification identified him as a hidden boss, sending a jolt of shock through Simon. The hidden boss from before, Draken, spoke up with a lump on his head. My apologies, Lord Saku. I will dispose of that dwarf girl immediately, Saku agreed. In that case, I might as well test the abilities of this unidentified intruder myself. Without hesitation, Saku unleashed a powerful attack. Ice magic shaped like hungry sharks lunged towards Simon as he charged forward. I thought you were just an alchemist, Saku taunted. But you've got a few tricks, don't you? Still, you're only human. I will personally show you just how inferior your race is. But in the next instant, Simon's hand shot out and caught his wrist. The move stunned Saku. Pure rage erupted from him, freezing the very ground beneath his feet. The bastard quickly leaped back, a new sense of caution in his eyes. What is this human? He thought. He dared to block my attack a second time. Saku gritted his teeth in frustration. If that's how you want it, I'll crush you with a power you can't possibly block. Marnio screamed in terror. Ah, that's 6-star intermediate magic. You have to run. Because he's a half-dragon, its power will be even more devastating. Simon analyzed the situation. He'd been suddenly dragged into another race's arena. And on top of that, he'd run into a hidden boss. Simon steeled his resolve. You know what this arena means to me, he thought. Most people would retreat here. Saku rushed forward, roaring. Consider it an honor to experience my true power. Simon simply raised his hand to block. He called out, Marnio. She understood immediately. Yes, I'm ready, he thought. If I can beat a hidden boss here, I wonder how big the reward will be. Saku was confused. What is this fool trying to do? Simon began his chant. Come forth, Afi Luo sang, leaving Saku utterly stunned. This power. He desperately summoned an ice shield, struggling to hold on. Damn it, how can a lowly human summon a demigod? Of course, he reasoned, compared to the real thing, I can still withstand this level of power. And if he used that much energy, he must be in bad shape now. With that thought, he charged. This is the real end. A massive ice shard rocketed towards Simon. But he just stood there calmly. Now it's really the end, he said. Run? Why would I? The next second, massive lightning bolts rained down on them. Simon summoned his spear. There was no way he was giving up this reward. Saku stared in disbelief. Impossible. How can he have another one? Oh, this. Simon smirked. I can use it as many times as I want. Saku was bewildered. What kind of nonsense? Goodbye, Simon said, as countless bolts of lightning completely annihilated Saku. A notification appeared. You have achieved the feat of defeating a hidden boss. You have completed the Odin constellation's mission. Simon let out a sigh of relief. So I ended up trading for a demigod twice. Just then, Marnio ran over. Savior, he asked her, how did it go? Did you take care of that other guy? Yes. The system announced that Simon would soon return to his world as his body began to fade. Marnio looked downcast. Savior, are you going back to your world again? Simon replied cheerfully. The Marnio, I notice you're a player in the arena too. She looked up in shock. Huh, how did you? Simon continued. If I had known earlier, I would have let you handle that half-dragon. Handle him? Savior, I think you've misunderstood something, she said quietly. This isn't my arena. What? This isn't your arena? The revelation left Simon genuinely speechless. The scene changes. A conversation echoes in a grand hall. The thread of fate has trembled once again. This is the second time. The third Dragon King demanded. Nidhogg, this occurred within your domain. You kept boasting that everything would be fine. So what exactly is happening? He replied. It must be the work of that servant of yours, Sagas. The fourth Dragon King gasped. Don't tell me Sagas has failed. Is the invincible Sagas dead? No. I can still clearly feel Sagas' presence. He's still alive. I knew it. It seems it wasn't Sagas, but one of his underlings who failed. I've already sent Dipina there to investigate. According to her report, they've located the dimension where the one who shook the thread of fate resides. The others were astonished. Where is it? A place called Earth. Earth? If it's Earth. Isn't that the domain the first Dragon King governs? Precisely. Dipina says the first has already contacted all related parties. As expected. Dipina is far more reliable than the others. At least we have some good news. In the meantime, Nidhogg, ensure the Black Forge's operations do not cease. Richard, continue to expand the arena's influence. We will meet again when we receive the next report from Dipina. The scene shifts back to Simon's room. So it wasn't Marnio's arena after all. He was still thinking about it. The system had clearly said it was the Northern Underground Gates arena. But once again, the normally meticulous system couldn't even classify what kind of event had just occurred. Could the arena have designed this specifically for me? First things first, let's check out the rewards. He scoffed at the system window. These rewards are pretty pathetic. But it doesn't matter. My real goal is to hit gold rank. The system announced his promotion to gold rank. A wide grin spread across Simon's face. Now, I wonder what's in the achievement store. Reward received, Spirit of Corruption. So this was the real prize. It boosted him 8 levels instantly. A sudden, strange noise caught Simon's attention. The table before him was covered in paper cranes. But among all the origami, one of them felt wrong. Simon's eyes widened in realization. Wait, is that? But before he could finish, the room was torn apart by a massive explosion, shocking everyone. What the hell? Why the sudden explosion? Just then, a shadowy figure watched the chaos from a short distance away. He smirked. An explosion is a timeless classic. The man's name was Cake. After a blast like that, not even a corpse should be left. If only I could have just nuked the whole area. What a shame. A voice from behind warned, do that, and you'll be permanently exiled from the organization. The words made him whip his head around. That man was Clark, who just arrived by jet. Who are you? Simon demanded, activating his Odin's eye. That trick won't work on me twice. In an instant, the jet burst into flames. Was my attack blocked with a single finger? No, that's impossible. But more importantly, the man had a burning question. How did you survive that explosion? Oh, that? Simon replied casually. Do I have any reason to tell you? Ja? The man's eyes widened in utter shock. Impossible. How do you know my name? Simon smirked. Did I strike a nerve? A flicker of fear crossed Clark's face. Who are you, and how do you know about me? Simon sighed. Well, I also happen to know about an organization that severely punishes members who act outside their mission parameters. Clark immediately caught his meaning. A severe punishment, you say? He's threatening me. A fight here would get me punished. He then taunted Simon. Don't worry. Killing someone who knows about the organization comes with a reward. Simon just clicked his tongue. Tesk. I told you it was useless. His Odin's eye flared to life, and a sharp flame ignited on each of the paper cranes. A moment later, they were all reduced to cinders, fluttering to the ground like ordinary, burnt paper. Clark was stunned. What? What kind of power was that? He clenched his fists. Damn it all. If it's come to this. With that, Clark tore off his jacket. I thought I'd be saving this for a diamond rancor. A powerful magical aura began swirling around the garment. The sight of it even surprised Simon. Clark sneered. I can't believe I'm wasting this on a mere silver rancor. Then, he lunged forward. Desperado never fails. Glory to the great bomber. Magadambin. Abdullah Simon looked confused. Are you trying to self-destruct? The man let out a crazed laugh. So you figured it out? But it's too late. Let's go to hell together. Simon focused power into his palm. Sorry. He then unleashed a devastating strike, leaving the man no chance to fight back. But you're going alone. Another massive explosion rocked the rooftop. Civilians below panicked. What? Another explosion? Could this be a sign that war is coming? Meanwhile, Simon let out a long sigh. He muttered to himself, that was too close. I never expected him to self-destruct. That man was Clay, a rising star in Desperado. Desperado is a global criminal organization founded by players at the diamond or elite ranks. In his past life, they were infamous for their heinous crimes. But why would one of their members come after him now? He knew he had to find out who was pulling the strings. Simon pulled out his phone and called his younger brother. "Si-Huck, it's me. Are you busy right now? Something's come up." From his vantage point, everything below seemed perfectly normal. As he gazed out the window, a new thought crossed his mind. So this is the famous Jianko Palace? A penthouse located right in the heart of Gangnam. Simoon stared intently at the exterior. Defensive magic had been woven directly into the windows and doors. He'd never seen anything like it. After a moment of contemplation, he came to a decision. "All right, leave it to me. I'll handle the organization myself." Si-Hook thought to himself from the sofa, "This kid seems to be rolling in money." Simon ended the call and turned to him. "Are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital?" The man replied, clearly annoyed. "I already told you I'm fine. How many more times are you going to ask?" Suddenly, another person approached with a wide, welcoming smile. "Come now, our VIP guest. Just ignore the kid and have a seat. Let me get you some tea." Si-Huck seemed a little flustered. "Oh, all right. Thank you." Simon watched in silence, a thought forming in his mind. My senior is acting like he owns the place again. As the tea was poured, a mystical, blue liquid flowed into the cup. A wispy, blue steam rose from the cup, leaving Si-Huck completely mesmerized. The tea itself had a strange, phosphorescent green hue. "Is this elven tea?" The host chuckled, delighted. "As expected of a top-tier alchemist, you recognize it instantly. This brew is made from rare ingredients gathered from the spirits themselves." As Si-Hook took a sip, his entire body began to radiate with spiritual energy. "Are you sure you want to give me something this valuable? I heard even the wealthiest people can't get their hands on this easily." A system window popped up. Elixir effect. Agility temporarily +1. The host just gave a friendly laugh. "Who cares about all that? This has nothing to do with me. Anyway." Simon thought, annoyed. "Senior, how can you say that right to his face?" Their tense conversation was shattered by a sudden commotion. It was Du Dong, and she looked frantic, gasping for breath. "Hey, Kim Si-Hook, where's my brother?" The air turned to ice as everyone froze. Simon couldn't take it anymore. "This is a mess." He let out a heavy sigh. "Is today national 'cause a scene day or something?" With that, their serious discussion began. What is that really true? The debate grew more heated. They sent assassins from Desperado? That's what it looks like. Si-Huck's expression hardened. There's definitely a bigger power pulling the strings from the shadows. We have to figure out who they are. Hearing this, a worried look crossed Du Dong's face. "This isn't that simple. I'll start investigating," she volunteered bravely. "Brother, I'll go too." He was met with a silent, sidelong glance. She must already have her suspicions, Simon thought. He took a sip of tea before asking, "Has the organization made a move yet?" "Shouldn't they be looking into this by now?" Simon asked, crossing his arms. "They're already on it. Word is, it's an internal investigation." Si-Huck set his cup down firmly, just as I expected. Uncle won't let this go easily. At the mere mention of him, Simon felt a familiar dread. Their father was the first generation of Greyer, the founding chairman, and their uncle was the one who succeeded him as the second. A criminal organization like Desperado can only survive for so long because it has incredibly powerful backers. After a moment's hesitation, Simon made up his mind. "Brother, if you don't want to see him, you don't have to go. I'm a ranker now, I'll handle this." But he was immediately shut down. "That's not an option. We're not dealing with some low-level thugs. This is Desperado." Si-Huck's tone became deadly serious. "Call the association. Tell them I'm on my way." He knew he couldn't just stand by and watch. The scene shifts to the Korean Awakened Association headquarters. Arriving there, Simon couldn't shake his anxiety. "Brother, are you sure you'll be okay?" he asked. "What are you talking about?" Simon scratched his head awkwardly. "You know, you're not exactly comfortable around him." Si-Huck let out a small laugh and a sigh. "You've really learned how to beat around the bush now that you're older." Then, with a wry smile, Si-Huck blurted out, "Just say it. I'm terrified of that old man." Simon gave a forced smile. "You're unbelievable." But he had to admit, Si-Huck was right. As a child, he had been utterly terrified of their uncle. Because he was an illegitimate son, his uncle had been especially cruel to him, treating him as if he didn't exist and calling him the shame of the family. As they passed, a guard bowed respectfully. "Young Master Si-Huck, you've arrived. I used to hate and fear that man." After a moment of thought, a sly smile crept across his face. A grand door swung open, but that was the old me. This is my second life. His determination was absolute. He is no longer someone I have to fear. Inside, Mujian was pruning a bonsai tree. He shot them a terrifying glance. "So, you've come. An overwhelming aura of power pulsed from his body. This was the chairman of the Korean Awakened Association, Kim Mojian, and his voice was as cold as ice. I don't recall summoning two people here, Kim Si-huk. Mujian's expression turned impossibly sharp. Si-mun gave a nervous laugh. Is that so? The association's message wasn't clear, so I thought I was summoned as well. The nearby guard grew tense at the sight. Young master, please wait a moment. Mujian stood up, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It's fine. You lost your parents at a young age, so your poor judgment is understandable. Instead of showing anger at the insult, Si-huk simply met the mockery with a sharp-edged smile and fired back instantly. Isn't that because we're in a similar situation? You're so very empathetic, uncle. The words left Mujian speechless for a moment. Then, he gave an order. You, get out. The guard bowed deeply. As you wish. Si-huk continued the conversation casually. By the way, your hobbies have certainly changed. I never knew you were into bonsai trees. Mujian snapped his head around, his patience wearing thin. What exactly are you trying to do? Completely unfazed, Si-huk pressed on. But you know, there is one thing about you that hasn't changed at all. Since this is such a rare family reunion, let's just put our old grudges aside. Si-huk smirked. You're old enough to understand that, right, uncle? Suddenly, Mujian slammed his fist on the table. Pushed to his limit, his blood began to boil, and his aura exploded with terrifying killing intent. Kim Si-huk, have you completely lost your mind? He roared, unleashing an attack. You disgrace to the family. But Si-huk was already moving to counter. A clash of power erupted inside the room. Si-huk instantly threw up a defense, bracing against Mujian's powerful strike. When the dust settled, a sharpened branch was pointed just inches from Si-huk's neck. Seeing this with his own eyes, Mujian was forced to believe it. So, the rumors were true. His eyes narrowed. How did you regain your power? No. How did you cure that disease? Si-huk casually pushed the sharp point away with his finger, answering with a lazy tone. I guess I just got lucky. He continued. But that's not the real issue, is it? You called me to the association because of the terrorist attack, correct? At those words, Mujian snapped back to reality. He looked stunned for a second. Right. Let's get straight to the point. All right then, I'll ask you directly. What is your relationship with Desperado? Si-huk was completely stunned. Mujian's accusation was blunt. Don't bother denying it. I've already read the report. Si-huk was frozen in shock to ask me so directly. Does this mean he wasn't the one who ordered the attack? Model. But he quickly reined in his emotions. No, he wouldn't actually do it. He would have to be more careful with his power. Si-huk's mind raced through the other global powers, leaving only America and China. He needed to see who else was connected to Desperado. Cornered with no answer, he strategically shifted the conversation. Let me ask you something instead. How do you know about Desperado? Rage finally boiled over. Mujian slammed his fist on the table. Are you toying with me, you brat? Do you really think the chairman of the Hunters Association is unaware of that infamous criminal syndicate? His fury was now palpable. You insolent child. How dare you stand before me? But Si-huk pressed on. Have you investigated the American side? He continued his relentless probing. Or perhaps, the Chinese. Mujian calmly sat back down. What are you implying? He asked, feigning confusion. Why would you bring up those two countries? Si-huk wasn't revealing his entire hand just yet. A man in your position must already know. Why bring America and China into this? A vein throbbed on Mujian's temple, his face twisted with pure rage. Do you realize how dangerous your words are if I find out you're lying? Si-huk simply smiled. Then I would be overjoyed. Chairman, if I were just slandering entire nations in front of you, wouldn't you already have all the justification you need to throw me in a cell? He thought to himself. The fact remained that Mujian had been in contact with Desperado this entire time. And while Mujian hadn't yet connected the dots to the U.S. or China, Si-huk knew he could exploit this opening. After a moment, Mujian buried his face in his hands, sighing in defeat. He conceded, Your words are not entirely without reason. Si-huk listened, stunned. Mujian's voice turned to ice as he gave a final warning. But if I find out this was a lie, you had better prepare yourself. A few days later, thanks to Si-huk and Yu Young, I finally got my own place inside the guild's residential palace. The explosion Jay had caused turned all my possessions to ash. But he was right. I had definitely made the correct choice. Hey, why do you two look even happier about this than I am? Filling up the new house didn't prove to be too difficult. Bro, just consider all this furniture our housewarming gift. That's right. I had a feeling you'd try to buy it all yourself, so we got a head start. Thanks, you two. Seeing everything so perfectly prepared like this makes me feel like I'm walking into a trap. It's a little strange how smoothly everything has gone. That stuff must have cost a fortune. But this is nice, too. A quiet peace settled over the space as evening fell. Simon cracked open a can of beer. He took a long, hard swig. Leaning back, Simon sighed, I can't believe I'm actually living in a place like this. The philosopher's stone spoke up. Master, shouldn't you give them something in return? I was thinking the same thing. They helped me get this place for way under the market price. I have to find a way to thank them properly. It asked, what could you give them? It doesn't seem like they're lacking anything. Simon smirked. That might be true, but there's one thing they both want. In my past life, I lived among the highest level rankers. I know exactly what drives people like them. If I use that method, they'll be more than happy. The philosopher's stone was confused. Isn't this the room you said you use as a laboratory? It is. The stone's voice turned playful. Ah, I get it now. You're going to craft an elixir for them, aren't you? Simon sighed. Hey, you catch on pretty quick. For high rankers, even the smallest difference in power can cause them to be left behind. That's why they're so obsessed with items and elixirs. Plus, I know all the recipes for elixirs that haven't been discovered yet. This is the perfect chance for them. So, Master, what are you going to make? Before that, there's something I need to talk to Yuang about. Suddenly, an item in his inventory caught Simon's attention. Hey, what's this? The thing is, Yuang's mother is also a patient. She has the same arena sickness that I do. I can't cure her yet, but I want to let Yuang know that one day, her mother's illness can be treated. Wow, that's amazing. And since Yuang is a ranker, she can definitely get the ingredients easily. Simon opened his inventory. Okay, first things first. Which items do I need to prepare? Suddenly, Simon's eyes went wide with shock. He pulled something out, puzzled. What is this? It looks so familiar. At that very moment, the constellations watching him froze in place. It was a mutation serum. What kind of F-rank item could possibly make the constellations react like that? Considering what I went through to get this, it must be something special. That's because it belongs to the Dragon Clan. An item from the Dragon Clan, but why was it a quest reward? And it's only an F-rank item. Simon reached back into his inventory. Don't tell me you're about to pull out dragon's blood, the stone said nervously. Simon was lost in thought. Both items share a common link. I got them from an arena related to barbarians, and they're both tied to dragons. There has to be something here. A way to use this mutation serum. But what could it be? The intense thinking was giving him a headache. Arg, my head hurts, he yelled, opening the fridge. This is no good. I've got to drink something. The philosopher's stone reminded him, Master, you shouldn't be drinking beer. I know, I'm just so frustrated. I need something refreshing. Then, his eyes landed on something that looked like a carton of milk. Simon was stunned. How did I not think of this? He called out, Philosopher's Stone, let's begin alchemy. The stone was horrified. Wait, you want to synthesize? So, what do you think? Is it possible? Simon asked cheerfully. To be frank, items that can manipulate time are incredibly rare. Reversing time is the most difficult feat of all, and achieving eternity is even more impossible. Simon slumped against the wall, confused. Then what's our move? There are two ways. One is to ask the owner directly. He asked, bewildered. That's right. One of the entities who's been watching you knows where it is. Isn't that so? A voice boomed, Zeus. I don't possess the hourglass of Chronos. What? You don't have it? The philosopher's stone sounded defeated. Then that was our only option. Do you even know what the hourglass of Chronos looks like? Not a clue. But can't we just synthesize it like we always do? That's impossible. The hourglass of Chronos is on another level. To craft it, you need at least 500,000 achievement points. It was Simon's turn to be horrified. What? 500,000? Forget it. That's impossible. The hourglass of Chronos can even affect the timeline of the gods. Simon paced back and forth. Okay, what if we just craft a piece of it? Just a small part, like a single grain of sand from the hourglass. At Simon's words, the constellations suddenly burst into laughter. He was completely lost. Why are they all laughing? Even the philosopher's stone was stunned. Did you honestly think of that crafting method on your own? What's wrong? Is that such a weird idea? It's not just clever. It's completely beyond anything we could have expected. Synthesizing it grain by grain will drastically cut the cost and make it compatible with the serum. Really? Okay, let's start crafting right now. Simon needed 5,000 points to complete it, an amount he accepted without hesitation. In the next instant, a handful of golden sand materialized in his palm. The philosopher's stone gave a stern warning. You need to use that quickly, or it will vanish. Simon frantically popped the cap off the vial with his teeth. He quickly poured the sand inside, and the two substances instantly merged. A system notification appeared. Legendary grade, blood of Tiamat. Simon stared at the vial in his hand, completely shocked. The blood of a dragon god? But just then, the vial began to shake violently. A single drop of blood fell to the ground. It seemed to scan its surroundings, as if searching for something. Simon watched in disbelief. What the heck? Why is the blood moving? The words had barely left his mouth when the droplet shot straight into his chest. He cried out, clutching the spot in agony. The blood of Tiamat has begun the assimilation process. What? The sacred soul trait has reacted with the host's blood. Simon's eyes began to glow a fiery crimson. The overwhelming power was too much to bear, and he collapsed into darkness. As Simon blacked out, his consciousness was dragged into an unknown space. Enormous heads with piercing, bright eyes were staring down at him. Dragons? No, they were dragon gods. But why were they here? The first great dragon, Kruak, spoke. It is finished, father. A sharp pain stabbed through Simon's chest every time he heard the word father. He was sharing a body with the Dragon King. Is this for real? An overwhelming panic consumed him. What the hell? Don't tell me I become the dragon god known as Tiamat. Krush roared with fury. There you go again, acting as if you know everything. Do you truly not understand? You have been defeated. Tiamat's voice, however, remained calm. This is simply fate. Mine was just a bit crueler. Once you reach this position yourself, then you will understand. No, I will never become a dragon god, it shot back. I refuse to become as weak as you. Even if I defeat you and become a dragon god, I'll just be one among many. Isn't that a complete waste? Tiamat was taken aback. What are you saying, my son? As I have always said, our dragon race is superior to any in the universe. We are living proof of that, and yet we are supposed to be satisfied with a single throne. How does that make any sense? Kruich, do you still not understand the situation? This is a scheme by the lesser insects who fear our superiority. We are worshipped as sacred beings, as gods, across countless dimensions. Don't we have the right to demand a position far higher than those pathetic constellations? Tiamat's voice filled with frustration. Nonsense. Even with such a right, the dragon realm is permitted only one seat. That is the law. But Kruge sneered. And that's the most laughable part. What about the four from that place? And who pulls their strings? That place is an exception. That world is an anomaly without rules? Exactly. Kruge replied. There are always exceptions. And so, I will find an exception of my own. Simon recognized those eyes. They were the eyes of that being. He remembered him, saying it was easier than he thought the way those gods had secured so many seats. Tiamat roared in disbelief. You insolent brat. Have you gone completely insane? We always warned you children to be wary of them, especially the one you have allied yourself with. Father, do you still not understand? The dragon race no longer needs your teachings. He delivered a fatal blow to Tiamat. The impact ripped through Simon's own body. Now, die in silence. Leave behind everything you have hoarded for us. The dragon realm will return to the time before the dragon gods were born, and from those unworthy names, we will seize the throne that is rightfully ours. Farewell, father. It was over. System. The host's blood has successfully resonated with the philosopher's stone. Simon shot upright, as if jolted from a horrifying nightmare. He pressed a hand to his head, trying to ease the splitting pain. A sense of dread washed over Simon. The Dragon Clan. So that was their grand scheme all along. Everything that happened in the past, it was all their doing. Right. Looking back, it was strange that China made no move. The dragons must have been pulling the strings of the six-party alliance. Now I finally get it. Why they were so desperate to eliminate Sai-Huk. I originally thought it was all Dong Lai Chu's ambition. But it seems I was completely wrong. Your past must be connected to the Dragon Clan, too. It has to be about that seat and qualification Crouch mentioned. They wanted Sai-Huk dead because he was a candidate to become a constellation. Still, it's too early to jump to conclusions. First, I need to confirm if the Dragon Clan has ties to China. Knowing whether it was China or Japan that tried to assassinate me would make things much simpler. Simon glanced back. They'll figure it out eventually. He then turned his attention to the system window. A system notification appeared. Dragonification trait has been added to the Philosopher's Stone. He was baffled. Dragon Snake Eye? What is this? This is too much information to process at once. He sank back into thought. Dragon Force? This must be a unique trait exclusive to the Dragon Clan. No player in history has ever possessed this trait. It looks like I'm the very first. Meanwhile, somewhere else, sizzling meat on a grill was accompanied by a frustrated sigh. T. Is that guy alive or dead? Masa grumbled, annoyed. I called him dozens of times and he still won't pick up. She switched to sending a text. Hey, what's going on? Why was your place bombed? The address you gave me matches the one on the news report. Say something, you idiot. Are you dead? Just answer me. Unbelievable. The meat on the grill was now completely charred, but she was still glued to her phone. Arg, damn it. This is driving me insane. An older woman walked over and rapped her on the head. Hey, you're not the only one losing your cool. The meat is, too, you silly girl. Ma Suk snapped back in anger. Grandma, the woman's tone was firm. I told you to grill the meat, not incinerate it. We can just grill some more. The old woman promptly pinched her cheek. Are you talking back to me now? You think we have that kind of time? The customers are waiting. All right, that hurts. Suddenly, her phone buzzed with a notification. Her mood instantly brightened. A reply. It's from Kim Simon. Sorry, I was too busy to check my phone. You're right, that explosion was at my place. I'm investigating it now, so please don't make a scene. Masuk scowled. That just sounds like a lame excuse. Did he not see all the messages I sent him? Fine. Are you hurt? Kim Seaman replied, Nope, but wow, you sent me a ton of messages. Were you that worried about me? Masuk's face immediately turned beet red. Worried? Me? But she maintained her tough act. Are you kidding? As if I'd worry about you. I was just worried you'd die before teaching me that skill. Kim Seaman chuckled. Now that sounds more like you. Masuk was even surprised by her own reaction. What's gotten into me? From behind her, the old woman's eyes twinkled mischievously. Oh ho, this little rascal. Masuk shyly tried to hide her phone screen. I was wondering why you'd burn your favorite grilled pork belly today. So it was because of a boy, was it? Grandma, it's not like that at all, she pleaded. But the old woman persisted. So where is this young man? Masuk grew even more flustered. I told you, it's nothing. As they washed dishes in the sink, her grandmother urged her. Masuk, I think that boy wants to see you. Leave everything here to me and go back to soon. You need to live your own life, too, don't you? Masuk bristled at her words. What are you talking about? Stop reading so many romance novels. And while you're at it, you should go see your father. Grandma, why are you bringing that up? Are you really that clueless? Is it so wrong for me to tell a daughter to visit her own father? That's not what I meant. Masuk turned away, frustrated. Besides, it's too late now. That relationship is over. Her grandmother let out a helpless sigh. The bond between a parent and child isn't something you can just sever. So please, hurry and go to soon. This is your grandmother's last wish. Masuk remained silent. Meanwhile, Simon chuckled to himself. She's just as stubborn as ever, isn't she? He began to strategize. Once Masuk gets here, I'll connect her to the heavenly demon right away. She'll gain power and allies. Then, something clicked in his mind. That's right. Thinking about it, it's almost time for my gold-ranked match. The system instantly responded. Based on current data, the next arena will be your first gold-ranked match. Simon's eyes lit up. Now this is getting exciting. Time remaining, 22 hours and 26 minutes. He quickly sat up, a new resolve in his eyes. All right then, I should finish setting up the lab before the match begins. The scene shifts to the Minzan Guild, in the industrial district of Sun City. A man lets out a weary sigh. Have all the members arrived? He asked for confirmation. Yes, sir. There are only 2 contestants for this gold-ranked debut match. The guild master of Minzan frowned. Where's the other one? Gangwoo. Yes, sir. The man's voice grew stern. Where is he? I don't see him listed on the report. Gangwoo hesitated. Ah, about that. He's postponed his decision to join the guild. Wang Yin chimed in. It's likely because of what happened during the last ranked match. You mean the survival battle in the hidden dungeon? That's the one. Even though he placed second and advanced to gold rank, he said he feels he's still lacking in many areas, so he's decided to focus solely on his training for now. A sinister glint appeared in Jinun's eyes. Training, you say? I knew my instincts were right about him. Extend Choi Jinsu's sponsorship for another year, but on one condition. He must fight in the upcoming match as our guild's rising star. But Guildmaster, a full year is a massive expense. He's not even an official guild member, yet he's getting this kind of special treatment. The Guildmaster slammed his hand down in fury. So what? Are you suggesting we hire some random mercenary instead? Do you even know anyone capable of that? Guang In hesitated. Well, there is one player, sir. Who is it? The player who defeated Choi Jinsu in a one-on-one duel during the last survival match. The Guildmaster's eyes widened. You don't mean Kim Seun? You know of him, sir. His name is quite infamous. Do you remember the organization's former chairman? Of course. He was the strongest player of his generation. Exactly. He was that powerful. And so are his descendants. You're talking about Kim Si-huk. Wait a minute. Kim Si-huk. Kim Seun. That's it. Kim Seun is also a child of the former chairman. Are you saying he's the chairman's illegitimate son? The details are irrelevant. We don't know for sure if awakenings are directly tied to one's bloodline, but that illegitimate son, Kim Seun, was born with abnormally high base stats. His magic potential was a perfect 10. Is that true? Even now, players who awaken with a max stat of 10 are incredibly rare. but his light was extinguished before he could truly shine. You remember the terrorist incident from 10 years ago. After that, I heard he lost his ability to interact with magic entirely.
So, you're saying, if he can fight now, it means he must have recovered. That's right.
And it's highly likely this is connected to that new treatment for arena sickness that just hit the black market. Then we absolutely must recruit Kim Seun. Forget about the cure. For now, focus solely on Choi Jinsu. After all, he's participating in the gold-ranked debut match. Jang Jisoo and Chae Hyungo alone don't stand a chance against him. At the very least, we need Choi Jinsu on our side just to secure our ranking. I understand. As Guang In left, the guild master turned, lit a cigarette, and exhaled a long, thoughtful stream of smoke. His eyes landed on a family photo on the wall, showing a daughter who looked just like Ma Suk. A system message rang out. The Korean gold rank debut match has begun. Summoning all participants, the gold rank debut match has finally begun. That's right, countless fans have been waiting for this very moment. So let's take a look at our incredible contestants. As you can all see, among the guilds in this debut match, the two top contenders are the Scorpion Guild and the MID Guild. The Scorpion Guild, yes, the very same guild that's home to some of the hottest rising stars in the player world, players Aeon and Dujun. And the MID Guild is led by the powerhouse Choi Jinsu, alongside Jang Jisoo and Cha Hyungu, correct? All of them are household names. Exactly. The players you just mentioned are all top tier and incredibly promising talents, but there's another key player we can't ignore. Another rising star, a solo warrior unaffiliated with any guild. The player, Kim Seun. He has never once lost his top-ranking position and has received countless recruitment offers from major guilds. Tae, can you believe this? How dare they treat us like we're just side characters? Aeon advised, Dujun, the public only believes what they see, so all we have to do is show them our true power. All contestants have arrived. The debut match is about to begin as Seun is teleported in. A beach this time. A voice chimed in. This map shouldn't be a problem for you, right? You can transform into an aquatic creature or anything else you desire. Seun confirmed. That's right. More importantly, the rewards for this match are insane. The battle's theme is survival. Participants, 110. Zone, the floating archipelago. Seun couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. Looks like I'll have to go all out here. A system message appeared. Eliminate all other players or survive until the timer ends. The players instantly rushed into a chaotic brawl. Let them struggle. A water map like this is a piece of cake for us. We just have to wait for the others to take each other out. Right. Exactly. Even the survivors won't be a problem. You should all feel lucky. I got a water-related attribute. It doesn't even consume mana, so don't worry. This trait is a passive. In a survival match like this, there's no need to waste energy early. We really hit the jackpot. We just have to lay low and wait to steal the final kills. Suddenly, her face twisted in panic. Sis, behind you. A fist came flying out of nowhere. It smashed right into the other player, shattering her water bubble and sending her sinking into the abyss. The others stared in shock. What the hell was that? But seconds later, they met the same fate. I can't breathe. My bubble popped. Seun smirked. I have to admit, this thing works like a charm. Who was that? This map requires magic just to survive. How could he do that with his bare hands? Elsewhere, the announcer's voice echoed, while the gold-ranked debut match has only just begun. A fierce battle has already erupted on Island Number 7. Who will be the one to claim victory in this place? And what will Choi Jinsu show us this time? The excitement is off the charts. He's seething with rage. Damn it. He was supposed to be my kill. That's Cha Hyun-woo, looking as calm as ever. So the Hansung Guild has finally been defeated. Sorry about that. Whoa, Cha Hyun-woo, an undeniable dark horse. The Midas Guild is on another level. Completely overwhelming. They wiped out 3 teams in an instant. It's truly unbelievable. The Scorpion Guild is also putting on an incredible performance. With the perfect teamwork between Yu Ah-in and Yuzuru, how many more teams will they annihilate? They are truly a world-class team. Both guilds are incredible. Who will take the number 1 spot? The suspense is killing me. Let's stay tuned and find out. A fearful footstep moves forward. My teammates are insane. Wiped out in a flash. Impossible. What kind of monsters are they? Suddenly, a voice from behind startles him. What are you looking at? Simmons slams his foot down, shattering the ground beneath his victim. It's him. What is this terrifying power? He spoke calmly. If you're complaining about that, you haven't seen my true strength yet. A second later, a massive explosion erupted. Whoa, that's insane. That skill is impressive every time I see it. The entire audience chants Simon's name. With the battle settled, Simon calls up the ranking board. He scans the list, only to find himself still below the top. Stuck in 3rd place. Simon considered his options. It seems one man can't fight against 10. The heavenly demon divine art is powerful, but it consumes too much dark energy. I can't use it continuously. Should I use my achievement points? Just then, a system notification appeared. The constellations sponsoring you are whispering. 4 constellations have given you a quest. Achieve first place in this battle. A satisfied smile crept across Simon's face. Whoa, what a stroke of luck. Now, the tables have turned. He immediately summoned the Philosopher's Stone. It responded eagerly. I'm here. You're thinking it too, right? You can definitely take them all out. I've already prepared it. Insufficient alchemic power for equivalent exchange. Simon was shocked. Wait a minute. 2,000 points? He panicked. But the staff of Asclepius only cost 500. This is way too much. The Philosopher's Stone sighed. It can't be helped. Normally, its power would be equivalent to Asclepius, so 500 would be enough. But you're targeting this entire island, aren't you? Just like with the staff of Asclepius last time. You temporarily boosted its power for me? That's right. It might cost a lot of points, but it has the precise power you need. That's true. If I want to wipe out the whole archipelago, this is what it'll take. Simon began to execute his world-class finger snap. The ocean waves roared violently, swelling into a monstrous tsunami. Simon walked upon the water's surface as the chili pepper constellation smiled with satisfaction. Now, in his hand, a majestic scepter appeared. Simon raised it high, preparing to plunge it down. His face was filled with excitement for what was to come. Shall we begin? Open the way. With those final words, he slammed the scepter into the sea. Arcs of lightning shot out in all directions. Elsewhere, Cha Hyunwoo had been injured. Ah! Player Cha Hyunwoo has sustained an injury to his left arm. Yuzuru exclaimed, Excellent. But with the healer Jiang Ju still standing, he'll be patched up immediately. She rushed over to him. Wait, let me heal you. Damn it all. Right now, the front line is engaged in a fierce battle. The outcome of this war depends on whether or not Choi Jinsu falls. That's right. I can't wait to see the results from Island number 2. Those 2 teams are competing for the top spot. Yuzuru is now casting her spell. You want to face me head-on this time? Don't be ridiculous. Cha Hyunwoo, now fully recovered, fired an arrow to create a distraction. Is this his revenge? The arrow was about to pierce Yuzuru's eye, but Yu Ah-in blocked it, as if she had been waiting for it all along. Thanks. Looks like your revenge failed. Yu Ah-in is absolutely amazing. She's acting as the frontline tank while also supporting Yuzuru's spellcasting. That moment right there was the highlight of the match. Ah! It looks like player Jiang Ju's divine power is running low. The outcome is truly impossible to predict. The winner here will claim the number 1 rank. Who will it be? Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Everyone was caught by surprise. What the hell is going on? The ground is shaking uncontrollably, and the camera feed is shaking so hard we can't see anything. A tidal wave is coming. Impossible. A tsunami. To our viewers, a colossal tsunami is descending upon the island. A tsunami. A mysterious tidal wave has completely submerged the entire archipelago. Commentators Song, as one of the first-generation players, what on earth is happening? Has a tsunami of this scale ever appeared on the floating islands before? This is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. The archipelago has never experienced anything like this. After island number 7, even island number 4 has been swept away. The entire island chain is being swallowed by the tidal wave. The teams occupying the islands are being washed away, completely helpless. There's nothing they can do. At this rate, even island number 2, where the main battle is raging, will be completely submerged. Show us island number 2. Despite the chaos, Yu Ah-in and Yuzuru managed to activate a barrier in time. On the other side, Cha Hyunwoo was swept away. Brother Jinu, Choi Jinsu suddenly transformed into a shark. Everyone was thrown into the churning sea. As the waves finally began to recede, Simon remarked coolly, Good. That should be all the cleanup done. So, the only ones left are Du-jun and Choi Jinsu, huh? I'm a bit surprised. I expected Choi Jinsu to transform into a sea creature. But this is beyond my calculations. Still, this is her gold rank debut battle. I suppose she had to pull off at least this much. One of Simon's hands morphed into a dragon's claw. A thrill shot through him. All right then, shall we finish this? I'll buy Sakorden's body. Looking at the system window, Yu Du-jun cried out in shock. What in the world is that? It seems Kim Si-myun himself was the one who caused the tidal wave. The rankings have already changed. We don't stand a chance. How are we supposed to defeat him? Yuna smacked him on the head. Du-jun, have you lost your mind? She snapped in frustration. What's the point of panicking before we even fight? Did you forget what the guild gave us? But sister, look what he's doing. With just a single wave, he wiped out all the points we struggled so hard to earn. How can we possibly beat someone like that? Just then, Simon began charging toward them at high speed. Yuna reminded him, "Use your brain, you idiot. If he had enough power to create that wave, why hasn't he approached us yet? Does that mean he's too weak to use it again? Please, just snap out of it and use the holy relic." The two bracelets touched, unleashing a strange energy. Frozen heart. The power radiated outwards. Du Jun stammered, "It's working, sis." Simon was still rushing forward, but the strange force began to affect him. He was confused. Why did my body transformation suddenly deactivate? I can't breathe. This is bizarre. He quickly called out, "Philosopher's Stone. Philosopher's Stone." A voice informed him, "This is a curse. A type of seal that can block all energy flow. It must be the work of that sibling pair. If that's the case, then use it." Philosopher's Stone. Understood. Simon clasped his hands together as his body began to transform, one of his eyes glowing intensely. Simon let out a soft breath. He had transformed into a dragon. Whoa, this is insane. He felt both incredibly light and immensely heavy at the same time. On the other side, the siblings clenched their fists with determination. "It's time." He stopped his charge. "All right, let's begin now. Pour all of our power into this and end him in a single strike." Ice Vortex Barrier. That number 1 spot is ours. Simon watched them, intrigued. Oh my, a spell of this magnitude. Must be at least a 5th-tier magic. As expected of them. Their combo is probably on par with a holy power. But I possess the power of a dragon. What's happening? Player Kim Simoon. He's charging straight into that massive vortex. If I were him, I'd be running for my life. The two siblings smirked. That lunatic. Does he really intend to break through head-on? Does he think this is just some ordinary 5th-tier spell? Stop him. Instantly, something mixed into the seawater, rapidly launching an attack at Simon. The Eye of Odin glowed. Simon thrust his fist forward. The siblings watched in horror as Simon unleashed his finishing blow. And now, farewell. They were crushed instantly beneath Simon's draconic claws. Unbelievable. Player Kim Simon showed no mercy, defeating the duo from the Scorpion Guild all by himself. Choi Jin-soo watched, his jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. Impossible. Such absolute power. Player Kim Simon. Now only Choi Jin-soo remains on the battlefield. It's come down to a one-on-one showdown. Can player Choi Jin-soo possibly defeat Kim Simon? In that moment, Simon appeared like a bloodthirsty monster in his eyes. He charged forward with overwhelming presence. What is this? This terrifying pressure. It's not human. It's a monster. Simon grabbed him by the neck. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Choi Jin-soo?" He greeted him. "Personally, I have a lot of respect for you." He couldn't believe it. After all this time, training specifically to take this man down, his body wouldn't move an inch. "Well then, thank you for all your hard work. What kind of monster is he?" Bright red blood sprayed through the air. Choi Jin-soo was knocked unconscious by a single blow from Kim Simon. The final survivor had been decided. The ultimate winner of the gold-ranked debut match has been chosen. Simon stretched his arms. Ah, that was a piece of cake. The system announced, the final island will now appear. Simon was completely stunned. Huh? The final island? The surface of the sea began to tremble as a castle slowly rose from the water. A special condition has been met. The final island will now manifest. Simon spoke aloud. I don't know what the condition was, but it's time to go. He marveled. So fast. This form is definitely quicker than my human transformation. Simon leaped forward, swiftly arriving at the palace. The Eye of Odin began to scan his surroundings. Now what? Let's take a look around. What's inside? He suddenly realized he was hearing the whispers of two sea creatures. A human. A human. This one seems different from the others. Simon was shocked. Are those Nagas? Aren't these high-tier dragon kin that only appear in diamond rank zones? The only relief is that they're just warrior class. His eyes suddenly shot wide open. Simon narrowly dodged a spear they had just thrown at him. One of them complimented him. You're quite fast for a land dweller. How interesting. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. Then, they both charged. Simon gritted his teeth, confused. They're attacking at the same time. Without hesitation, he activated the Eye of Odin to find their weak points. The two Nagas froze, blinded by the sudden flash of light. Those eyes. Simon snapped his fingers, seizing the exact moment they hesitated. A bolt of lightning crashed down on the Nagas. The raw energy pierced straight through their bodies, taking them down in an instant. Suddenly, a voice drifted out, filled with praise. That was truly a spectacular sight. A system notification flared to life. Due to an unforeseen situation, all broadcasts and communication channels will be temporarily cut. Until this event is resolved, all forms of contact. Startled, Simon whipped his head around. You're Princess Aza, the one who possesses the Emperor's gaze. Not only do you hold Poseidon's trident, she mused, but you also have a sacred treasure from Zeus. Simon was stunned. The Emperor's gaze. Was she talking about his divine eyes? So that must be why they hesitated to attack me, Simon analyzed. But these Nagas weren't the common type. The Naga tribe's power is ranked by the number of scales they possess, and this one had 8 whole scales. Only a player at the ranker level should be able to handle a beast like this. Can I really do this with my current power? She asked, a playful smile on her face. How arrogant. Even if you possess the eyes of a king, they are still imperfect. And yet, you intend to challenge me? Simon flinched. You can read my thoughts? To be precise, it's more like empathy, she corrected. Although I cannot look too deeply into the one who bears the Emperor's gaze. The one who bears the Emperor's gaze. May I ask your name? Kim Simon? I see. So you really are Kim Simon, the one who humiliated those arrogant dragon lords not once, but twice. Are you talking about the Manhwa? So it seems you know about that incident. You changed the fate of those dwarves, didn't you? Because of that, the Black Forge suffered a very serious blow. Simon didn't understand the fate of the Black Forge, she continued. And thanks to your actions, the 5 dragon lords have finally begun to move. One of them, Defina, has already made her move. Her words became a cryptic puzzle. Dragons? The appearance of a single dragon could wipe an entire city off the map. Judging by your reaction, it seems you've already faced one. And yet, you're still alive and well like this. You must have the Emperor's gaze to thank for that. If that's true, then those bastards from China have allied with the dragon tribe. They use the dragon tribe's influence to give orders to Desperado. But don't let your guard down, Asa warned. Defina is a true dragon. No matter who you are, she will be difficult to deal with. I think so too. The Council's interference is getting stronger and stronger. There's much more I wish to say, but I must leave now. She placed a kiss on the back of Simon's hand. The Naga princess, Asa, has bestowed the Naga royal blessing upon you. Your underwater abilities in dragon form have increased. Your influence with the Naga tribe has also increased. Simon was completely shocked. This is my contribution, Asa's contribution, to the future king. A king? What in the world was she talking about? So next time, I hope to hear your real name. But I just told you my name. I'm talking about your true name. A high-level member of the dragon tribe only becomes complete once they have a true name. And whatever you do not let a single member of the dragon tribe see those eyes of yours and live. Not even one. The special situation has concluded. The Gold League debut match has been tallied. Simon wondered, so, is that it? The Gold League debut match, an event with the pull of the Olympics, had ended, and the press was focused entirely on one man. Inside the Sung Sam Guild and the Soon Special District, a voice rang out. My lady, are you really going to leave things like this? Didn't you say you would personally handle the matter of player Kim Simon? Now every single news outlet is talking about him. Please, at least say something. Du Dung thought with a headache. I knew he was strong, but I never imagined he was on this level. A rookie who just reached the Gold League easily took down a Naga. No matter how high his skill level is, it just doesn't make sense. Back then, they definitely hesitated for a moment, didn't they? And his light-based magic is abnormally powerful. I'm dying of curiosity. I thought I was starting to understand him a little, but now I don't have a... How in the world did he do it? Oh, now I remember. Senior Jin Gu said he met my brother, right? That means Kim Si-Huk was there, too. Min Xion spoke up. My lady, I will find a way to approach and recruit him. Du Dung stopped him. No, Manager P. Don't worry about it. Go handle the other cases. Huh? Bud. I will go see him myself, right now. She believed that if she met him face to face, she would definitely find out the truth. The scene changes to the Continental Alliance. Inside, a voice called out, All right, please take your seats. The vice chairman of the Special Strategy Division spoke. I believe everyone here knows why we have gathered today. During the recent Gold League debut match, several rookies truly stood out. Among them, the one we need to pay special attention to is a player from Korea. His name is Kim Simon. He's a magic-based player, and he only started participating in the arena 1 month ago. A murmur went through the crowd. What? Only a month? Is that even possible? How can someone participate for only a month? He chuckled. I understand how you all feel. He entered the arena just 1 month ago, participated in the debut match, and won. It's truly hard to believe. But from another perspective, reaching gold rank in just 1 month, he's more than qualified for a debut match. This situation reminds me of a legend from the past. The undefeated emperor, Zhu Zhongli, and the only man who ever defeated him. I'm talking about the sword saint Kim Si-Hyuk. He shattered the 3-person team rule and won with just a partner, making history. And now, just like him, Kim Si-mun went in solo, with no teammates, and still conquered the debut match. The room was in shock. That's ridiculous. Vice President, even for you, this joke has gone too far. Winning a debut match completely solo? That's insane. Someone asked, so what's your plan for this individual? Did the president give any orders? I've already spoken with the president. He suggested we try recruiting the boy once he grows even stronger. But our attempt to scout him during his silver rank days ended in failure. We'll need a different plan. Don't tell me you're actually calling for an internal vote over this. That's a bit extreme, isn't it? A sudden vote? If it's an order from the president, there has to be a reason. Exactly. Aren't we all overreacting? Then allow me to be blunt. Do you all want to witness the birth of a second sword saint? Do you want our Continental Alliance to bow its head to that tiny nation once again? Hold on, Vice President. How can you say something like that? As you all know, Emperor Zhu Zhongli is currently on par with Sword Saint Kim Si-hyuk. What happens if another monster like him appears? Then what are you proposing? I'm sure the sharper minds here have already put the pieces together. The man's eyes widened. You don't mean? You want to assassinate him? Murmurs spread through the crowd. Don't tell me the recent terrorist attack on the Korean Awakeners was also the vice president's doing. The vice president works for the emperor. So could this be His Majesty's will? Enough. For the sake of the Continental Alliance, I trust you will all make a wise decision. I will personally convey your loyalty to the emperor. Now, let us begin the vote on how to handle Kim Si-mun. The system chimed. You have cleared the gold-rank debut match. Si-mun grinned. Oh ho, this is quite the haul. Let's see what the rewards are this time. You have received a special random box as a completion reward. Si-mun's eyes widened. Oh, a special random box? You have discovered a hidden piece in the Reason Archipelago. Si-mun was thrilled. Whoa, the rewards this time are on another level. He scrolled the menu. And I got a ton of sponsorships, too, if I convert the earnings from the debut match broadcast. That's got to be in the hundreds of millions. But the thing that's really got me excited is this special random box. Let's see. Even in my past life, Choi Jin-woo made a fortune off of one of these. Si-mun readied himself. All right, let's open it. But a sudden noise caught his attention. Wait, who's here at this hour? Looking outside, he saw 3 people. Hey, we're here. Congrats, man. Si-mun was flustered. Since they're my neighbors, they're always stopping by. And here I was, about to enjoy unboxing my reward. The moment they entered, the room exploded with energy. That debut match was seriously mind-blowing. Yeah, I had no idea you could fight like that. I'm really dying to know what kind of magic you used. I'll just call it alchemy, I guess. Si-mun thought helplessly. Damn it, I just want to open my box. Hey, guys. Just then, someone spoke up. Ah, Si-mun, about that thing you asked me to handle a few days ago. Prepare to be shocked. The total revenue came to 5.5 billion. What? What in the world sold for 5.5 billion? Jin-guk sounded regretful. Si-mun, I swear, if you hadn't set a price limit, what a waste. It could have easily sold for 10 billion a pop. Si-mun sighed. You're probably right. His friend shot back, annoyed. What do you mean probably right? That's not the issue here. Without that price cap, I could have easily made over 100 billion with that thing. I understand how you feel, Jin-guk. But after suffering from arena sickness myself, I can't just treat the cure like it's some product for making money. So that's why. You set a price limit. So that was it. You care more about people than profit. Yu Young's whole body trembled as she stammered. Wait, if I didn't mishear that. Si-mun confirmed it. You heard correctly, Yu Young. The cure for mana overload on the black market. I made it. She was utterly speechless as tears streamed down her face. I've been searching so desperately for so long. Si-mun pulled her into a hug. I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner. I'm always here for you. I wish I could promise you a cure. First, I need to know your aunt's exact diagnosis. She wiped her tears. She has 2 conditions, mana deficiency and circuit reversal. This time, it was Si-mun's turn to be stunned. People with more than one arena sickness. They usually don't live for long. He asked Yu Young urgently. When did your aunt's symptoms start? She collapsed 7 years ago, but tests showed she's had the illness for at least 10 years. Si-mun was horrified. 10 years ago? This is worse than I imagined. The only reason she's probably still holding on is because of you, and because she's a first-generation ranker. Her base stats probably surpass most diamond rank players. But even so, she doesn't have much time left. This situation is even more dangerous than I imagined. Du-dung clutched his arm, her voice trembling. Is it? Impossible. If I have the right ingredients, I can craft at least one of the cures. But the reverse mana circuits, that's the real challenge. She pleaded urgently. Just curing one of them would be enough for me. Just say the word, and I'll bring you any ingredient you need, right now. Du-dung, wait. Calm down and listen to me. Simon's tone turned serious. Let me be clear. In theory, both conditions are curable. In theory, what do you mean? From what I've heard, creating a cure for reverse mana circuits is incredibly hard, but the real issue isn't the cure itself. It's the side effects. Side effects, Simon began to explain. Reverse mana circuits are exactly what they sound like. They make mana flow backward inside the body. The cure would forcefully reverse that flow back to its normal state. You mean, forcing the flow back to normal would damage my mother's mana circuits even more, wouldn't it? Simon's expression was grim. Her mana circuits must already be incredibly fragile. Using such a forceful method in her current state. Dudong, to be honest, it's a miracle she's still alive. Her face fell. That's exactly what the doctors always told me. They said if she were an ordinary patient, she would have passed away a long time ago. So, in the end, the decision falls to you, her guardian. Dudong, maybe you should reconsider. But her resolve was unbreakable. It doesn't matter. As long as my mom can wake up, I'll accept any outcome. I've always prayed that I would pay any price, no matter the cost. So please, don't worry. Just make the cure. I'm begging you. Simon was taken aback. Such determination. The city lights blurred past the car window as Jin-guk drove the three of them away. They're usually so loud and chaotic, but a hospital visit really quiets them down. Simon opened his system window. Anyway, I still haven't dealt with the reward for creating the basic antidote. Even without any changes, my current stats are high enough for the platinum rank, and once I craft these new elixirs, I'll be in perfect condition. But more than anything, the main prize for my debut match is this. A special random box materialized in his hand. Dudong gasped. Whoa, you got one too? So the reward really was a special random box. Jin-guk grinned. A random box? Huh. If I were on your team, I'd just follow you around to open those. Si-hyuk scoffed. Well, whose fault is it that you debuted before us? Even if we were on the same team, who let a senior like you join? With those skills, Jin-guk's face flushed with anger. Hey. For your information, I was worth 1.5 people in my debut match. So what? You didn't win. You're the only one here who didn't get a reward. This brat. Jin-guk was at a loss for words. I never should have brought it up. Dudong nudged Simon forward. Hurry and open it. Special random boxes usually give the owner exactly what they need at the moment. Si-hyuk catted. That's right. You're still using the sword you got from the last one. Simon eyed the box with growing excitement. All right, here we go. My heart's pounding. I wonder what's inside. You have opened the special random box. The box in his hand began to glow, searching for a suitable item. No suitable item found. Simon froze. What? No item found? The essence stone's voice echoed in his mind. Don't be so shocked. Just make a request like you did last time. Remember your first time in this special arena? There was no reward, so you sent a request. I wish to receive Mithridates as my reward. The memory hit Simon like a flash of lightning. But I can't think of anything to ask for right now. The essence stone sounded confident. Don't worry, I've had something in mind for a long time. Just trust me and make the request. Simon spoke to the air. Galactic Arena. Since no suitable item could be found for me, I will now make a request. Broad search suspended. The reward I desire is an item from the ancient, forgotten constellation. You have requested an item of Paracelsus. Dudong stared in disbelief. A constellation? How do you even know about one that's disappeared? Si-hyuk's jaw hung open. Are you seriously sending a request like that to the Galactic Arena? Jin-guk was equally floored. I know you're a VIP, but can you really just make demands like that? Reviewing request. Review complete. An item materialized in Simun's hand, a wide grin spreading across his face. It was a small, spherical flask. Si-hyuk and Jin-guk stared in utter amazement. You actually got an item from a constellation? Dudong's voice was sharp. Hey, what in the world happened in the arena that let you get a constellation's item? The essence stone gloated in his mind. They gave it to us because, to them, it's just trash. I knew this would happen. Simun was completely absorbed by the item in his palm. A short while later, they finally arrived at the hospital. Inside the quiet room, an IV bag dripped steadily. Dudong's mother lay unconscious in the bed. She approached with a basket of flowers. Mom, I'm back. Above her, 3 robotic devices were channeling energy into her body. Simon's eyes widened. A mana stabilizer and a healing machine? This kind of tech already exists in this era? I'm certain these things shouldn't exist yet. Dudong leaned closer to her mother. Si-hyuk and Senior Jin-guk came to visit today, and Simun is here, too. Simun's heart ached. She was like a mother to me and Si-hyuk. How did she end up in this state? Then, his eye of Odin caught something. Hold on. He felt a strange energy radiating from her body. Dragon power. How is it here? The others noticed his expression shift. Simon, what's wrong? You see it too, don't you? Just like in the last broadcast, Simon confirmed their fears. Yes, but this makes no sense. There are only two possibilities. Either she has a dragon power stat like me, or it was injected into her from an outside source. Du Young, I need to ask you something. Was your aunt a close combat ranker? Yes, you already know that. My mother was known as the Sword Queen. Sword Queen Kang Hee, one of the proud first-generation rankers of Korea, and a player who could expertly wield the internal energy that defined all high-level rankers. Simon fell into thought. She never used dragon power back then, which almost certainly means it was introduced externally. Du Young asked urgently, "Is there a problem?" "Well, actually, I was thinking about using the antidote." She was startled. "What? Why so suddenly? Is something wrong?" Simon explained that a strange energy was inside her body, and if they weren't careful, it could clash with the antidote. A strange energy? If you mean demonic or holy power, that might be my fault. I've used holy magic on my mother every time I visited. No, it's not holy power. Simon clarified, this is dragon power. His words sent a shockwave through all three of them. What? If it's dragon power, then does that mean? Dragon power is a special energy unique to the dragon race, usable only by mid-tier or higher dragons. Normally, a human body wouldn't be able to withstand it, and the structure of a dragon's mana circuit is completely different. When dragon power invades the body, the existing mana tries to control it but gets deflected. Naturally, the mana circuit gets reversed. That must be the cause of the circuit inversion I saw, and this antidote will force that reverse flow back to normal, causing a massive backlash that will utterly destroy the mana circuit. No matter how strong the player, recovering from that kind of damage to their mana circuit is nearly impossible. But what if we could remove the dragon power first? It's an incredibly dangerous idea. But then he called out to Du Young. Yes, Simon said with grim determination. I think I've found a way to cure your aunt. I will definitely save her. Simon slowly brought the blade to Kang Hee's hand. This might tickle a bit. In a flash, the knife had done its job. As fresh blood began to flow, he started to manipulate the dragon power, drawing it out. But the process seemed incredibly difficult. Even a tiny amount of dragon power, if extracted too suddenly, would place a massive burden on the host body. In that moment, Simon's control began to slip. The dragon power is fluctuating, tension etched across his face. Damn it, it's not coming out quietly. The released dragon power felt like it was tearing apart the grim atmosphere in the room. Simon struggled to maintain his composure. Focus. The Philosopher's Stone encouraged him. We've already extracted nearly 70%, just a little more. Du Young offered her support. If you're getting tired, just give me the signal. I'll cast a holy spell to help you. A system alarm blared, energy levels reaching critical limit. His eyes began to glow gold. Simon slowly regained his focus. All right. As long as my mental strength holds, I can do this. The effects of all that training are really paying off. Even in this dire situation, a smile touched his lips. There's not much time left. Simon compressed the dragon power into a small orb. Just need to focus a little more. The accumulating dragon power grew immense, pushing him to his breaking point. A little more. It seemed Simon had finally reached his limit. He cried out and collapsed backward. Everyone stared in horror. Simon. He held up the orb in his hand. He pushed himself up, filled with triumphant joy. It's done. We've extracted all of the dragon power. Seahawk exclaimed in astonishment. What are you going to do with that now? Du Young was furious. What else? Destroy it immediately. Simon spoke calmly. No. There's no need for that. As he finished speaking, he absorbed it into his own body. The three onlookers were left completely speechless. That single act increased Simon's dragon power by 2 and his alchemy power by 1. A satisfied look crossed his face. Good. It was absorbed exactly as I thought it would be. The Philosopher's Stone was delighted. Of course. The dragon power we obtained is no different from the dragon god's own. Du Young worried. Are you really okay? Just to be safe, you should get checked out. Suddenly, Kang Hee coughed, drawing everyone's attention. She was slowly regaining consciousness. Kang Hee whispered in a weak voice, Where am I? Du Young rushed to her side, overcome with emotion. Mom. She threw her arms around her. Do you have any idea how worried I was? Kang Hee's voice was gentle. My daughter. She looked at her with loving eyes. You've been through so much. Sai-Huk wiped a tear from his cheek. Kang Hee turned her gaze toward them. It's been a long time, you too. The next morning, the news spread like wildfire. The chairman was furious as he read the report. Kang Hee has woken up? What in the world is this? Choi Jiang reported. The Blue House has sent an official notice, demanding we release a formal statement. He turned to ask about the situation with Sung Sam. He bowed his head. They've enacted a complete information blackout, so we can't find out anything. The chairman handed an iPad to Choi Jiang-guk. Even though they're on our side, they're still not talking. He began hesitantly. I've contacted Chairman Lun Qian. But Choi Jang-guk interjected. It seems he is also unaware of the details. The man stared blankly. What? The chairman's lips pressed into a thin line. That old fox has been hiding a viper in his heart for decades. Was it all just an act? Or did that girl, Yu Yeong, act on her own? After a long moment of thought, he finally spoke. Is there anything else? The subordinate looked worried. He seemed agitated. The chairman mused. Of course he is. He carries the weight of his sins. If Kang He starts digging into that incident, things will get very complicated. He waved his hand dismissively. Have you sent our response to the Continental Guild yet? Choi Jang-guk replied, It is still pending, sir. A wicked smile spread across the chairman's face. The Continental Guild still wants to assassinate Simon. This has Dong Li-ju and his followers written all over it. Send them a reply, he commanded. Tell them we will secretly clear a path for them. The man hesitated. But sir, due to the recent border situation, security is extremely tight. The chairman shifted his plan without missing a beat. Then contact the old man in Sung-sam. Choi Jang-guk bowed his head. I understand. The chairman continued his rambling. Now that I think about it. That Simon boy, he recently moved into the GNG Palace, didn't he? The subordinate shared his thoughts. Yes. It appears Si Hai and Yu Yeong were behind it. The chairman brushed it off. That place is our territory, after all. A glint appeared in his eyes. As long as that kid stays inside the GNG Palace, even the Continental Guild will find him impossible to assassinate. Continue to observe and wait for the right moment. Our chance will come. The next morning, at Simon's apartment, he stretched his arms wide with a groan. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Simon collapsed onto the sofa. Nothing beats being home. My aunt has finally woken up, so Yu Yang must be so relieved. The Philosopher's Stone piped up with a question. But what about your aunt? All of her stats are gone. Will she be all right? Simon's expression was full of regret. I know. I never imagined her stats would be completely wiped clean like that. Simon said sympathetically. I guess there was no other way. She suffered from that illness for so long. The stone agreed. That's true. In a way, she only survived this long thanks to the devices she created for herself. Suddenly, Simon sat bolt upright, his hand on his chest. But this is my aunt we're talking about. She'll definitely get back on her feet on her own. She'll probably march right back into the arena, saying she's going to live her second life to the fullest. The Philosopher's Stone suggested, let's check on that other thing first. Simon blinked. Huh? What thing? A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, and his eyes widened. That flask. Simon quickly activated the system. Run a scan, now. The stats for the flask of Paracelsus appeared before him. He stared excitedly at the item in his hands, an ancient legend. Well, it did belong to a god who no longer exists. Simon examined it from all angles. But how do I even use this? There's no opening. The Philosopher's Stone blinked. Don't worry, I know how to use it. Just put it here, and I'll show you. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, Simon decided to give it a try. Here's what I'm going to do, it continued. I'm going to use just a little bit of synthesis magic. He nodded slowly. All right. Suddenly, a searing pain erupted from Simon's chest. The liquid from the flask of Paracelsus began to seep into his body. Simon couldn't believe his eyes. What is this? The Philosopher's Stone merged with the flask, feeling as if its very being was splitting in two. A stream of system notifications left him completely speechless. Homunculus. Simon's eyes widened at the long list of achievements he'd unlocked. The Philosopher's Stone let out a cunning smile. The flask was now its vessel. So, you finally made it. Seeing this in person is so much better, Simon stammered. Wait a second. Philosopher's Stone, it let out a chilling laugh. Now, go to sleep. Simon sighed. Snap out of it, you little punk. The Philosopher's Stone pouted. Aw, I just wanted to scare you a little. Simon smirked. I can still feel your main body's presence. You think I'm that stupid? It huffed in annoyance. You're right. Even if I become a homunculus, the link between us won't change. Hearing that, Simon grew curious. By the way, aren't the Philosopher's Stone and the homunculus both forbidden territory? It explained, they are. But so what? That god has already vanished, right? We're just simulating it using the god's holy relic. Besides, you've already mastered body modification. Breaking the rules one more time won't be a problem. It grinned slyly. And in this state, there are a lot of things I can do for you. Simon was astonished. Really? The Philosopher's Stone asked quietly. You said you can feel me in this sphere, and in my main body, right? He confirmed it. Yeah. It asked another question. So that means there are two of me, doesn't it? Simon was skeptical. Right. The divine relic's aura turned mischievous. Then let's head to the laboratory, shall we? A short while later, they arrived. The stone was buzzing with excitement. All right, put me down right here. The philosopher's stone got to work. Time to use my power of transformation. Mix. Its two hands moved with blinding speed, combining the chemicals. Synthesize. Shake. Simon watched the scene unfold, utterly amazed. This is insane. Intermediate creation? The philosopher's stone proudly presented its work. What do you think? My intermediate alchemy is amazing, right? Simon rushed forward and swept it into a huge hug. Oh my god, my precious treasure. Of course you're amazing. The philosopher's stone beamed. Hee hee, calm down. Elsewhere, Ma Shuk let out another deep, weary sigh. She arrived before the imposing tower. So, this is it? Maksu glanced up, trying to picture where Simon lived. Just then, Uncle Kim approached. Young lady, what brings you here? She turned to face him. I'm here to meet someone. The old man stared her down, his eyes filled with judgment. Meet who? Exactly. Uncle Kim's voice dripped with annoyance. I don't know what you're thinking, but you've definitely come to the wrong place. Her patience snapped. What's your problem, old man? Who do you think you're talking to? Are you calling me a liar? He waved a dismissive hand. You probably think this is some ordinary apartment building, but this is the Saint's Tower. It's no place for a commoner like you. Now get lost. Blinding rage began to cloud Mogsuk's vision. This guy was really getting on her nerves. Think your words actually mean something? But before she could escalate things further, Si-Huk appeared. What's all the commotion? Uncle Kim immediately stammered. Sword Saint. Si-Huk's voice was sharp. Uncle Kim, it seems you're being incredibly rude to our guest. The old guard awkwardly scratched his head. Ah, my apologies. Si-Huk then had a thought, remembering he was expecting someone. He turned to her, his question wiping the scowl from her face. Excuse me, are you Moxok? With that, the two of them headed inside. I sincerely apologize for our gatekeeper's behavior, Si-Huk said with a weary sigh. The association pulled a lot of strings to get him this position, only for him to spout such nonsense. It's embarrassing. She just rolled her eyes. Don't worry about it. I gave him a piece of my mind. So, is this Simon's place? He led her forward with a warm welcome. Right this way. This is my brother's laboratory. The moment Ma Xiu stepped inside, she froze in awe. What is all this? Si-Huk introduced it proudly. So, what do you think? Incredible, isn't it? My brother designed this entire space himself. His voice softened. Please, wait here a moment. My brother should be back soon. But before Si-Huk could even finish his sentence, a voice echoed through the room. I'm already here, you punk. Your guest arrived, so I brought her up. Simon looked confused. My guest? Maksu grinned, pulling back her hood to reveal a cascade of vibrant red hair. That's right, brat. Your big sis is here. Simon nearly jumped out of his skin. Maksuk, what are you doing here? She was furious. Hey, you're the one who told me to visit if I had the time. He fumbled for an excuse. Ah, that's right. I did say that, didn't I? My apologies. I've been so swamped lately, it completely slipped my mind. Maksu pouted. Busy? With what? Are those extra arms of yours just for decoration? And just like that, they were bickering again. Hey, who do you think built these arms in the first place? It takes a ton of effort to program the automation. You know? Oh, my goodness, fine. You must have worked so hard. Si-Huk could only sigh, watching the chaos unfold, these two. Suddenly, he burst out laughing. It's kind of amazing. I never thought my brother would know someone so interesting. If Dudung found out about this, she'd be all over it. Simon's face went pale. What are you trying to imply right now? Si-Huk turned to leave. Nope, I'm out of here. You two have fun. Simon shouted after him. No, thanks. She cut straight to the chase. Simon, enough messing around. Hurry up and teach me that skill you mentioned before. Simon led the way. Right, follow me. I'll show you now. A moment later, everything was prepared. Simon had drawn a complex magic circle on the floor. It's ready. Step inside the circle, Moksuk. She stepped in, looking confused. What is this thing? He began to explain. Since we aren't in the official arena, there are some limitations when it comes to meeting the constellations directly. Moksuk's face fell with worry. You mean, I can't meet them? Simon's voice was reassuring. No, you'll meet them. Don't worry. The constellations will bear the entire cost, of course, he continued. This circle is simply the preparation stage. Suddenly, her gaze turned sharp as steel. By the way, Simon, she began, her voice low and probing. Why are you going to all this trouble for me? He stammered, a faint smile on his lips. It's really nothing. Meeting you in that dungeon. It felt like destiny. Of course I was going to help. Maksuk wasn't convinced. But you could have kept it all for yourself. Why give everything to me? You're even letting me meet a constellation? I know how hard something like this is to arrange, he countered. Think about it. Why would I tell you to learn a skill that I've already received from a constellation? His words struck her like lightning. A realization dawned on her. Now that you mention it, you've already used that skill, haven't you? Which means you've already mastered it. Simon chuckled. Magzuk, looks like that brain of yours is finally catching up. What did you just say? She snapped. Her voice dropped again. Whatever. But I doubt that teaming up just once is enough reason to arrange a meeting with a constellation. Simon smiled softly. For me, it was more than enough. Besides, I have my own business to take care of now. Since I received the 2-star Heavenly Demon Divine Art and 5,000 achievement points for free, he reached out and took her hand, his eyes glinting with a sudden intensity. It's because of you that I'm even alive right now. Without that elixir you gave me, I would have died back there. Thank you. For everything, Moksuk. Just then, the magic circle flared to life, catching her completely off guard. Wait, what are you saying? He just smiled. Have a safe trip. And before she could even react, Moksuk vanished. Hey, why this sudden? The nearby philosopher's stone spoke up judgmentally. You did that on purpose, didn't you? Simon feigned innocence. I have no idea what you're talking about. A system notification confirmed his quest reward. He gazed at his achievement screen, a triumphant smile on his face. Without Moksuk and Si-Huck, he never would have made it this far. He let out a sigh. Well, a handsome guy is never wrong. Simeon's resolve hardened. Si-Huck, this time I'll help you. Just you wait. He called out. Philosopher's Stone. The stone buzzed with excitement. Understood. Leave it all to me. A wave of fighting spirit washed over Simon. All right then, let's head to the next arena. The landscape shifted, revealing a scene drenched in a horrifying, bloody red. The system gradually teleported Simon into place. You have entered the special arena, Fallen Nature. It's been a while since I've been in a special arena. Simon started moving, immediately covering his nose. It stinks in here. Seriously, is there ever a normal map in this game? A flood of comments scrolled past as he moved. Simon couldn't make sense of them. What the hell? Why is the chat moving so fast? You have received the title for surpassing 100,000 viewers. You have received 5,000 achievement points. He was stunned. 100,000? Did it just say 100,000? The screen showed 110,469 viewers, and the number was still climbing. Yeah, he was in awe. Over 100,000 viewers for a gold rank stream. It seems the impact of that promotion battle was massive. Simon grinned. Hey, this is just the beginning. But the goal is to eliminate the source of the corruption, right? Simon stood before a colossal tree. He guessed this had to be the place. He looked up at the world tree when a sudden sound caught his attention. Simon whipped his head around. I think I just heard something. He snapped his fingers. Better go check it out. White whale mode has been activated. Simon focused, sending out sonic waves. Got it. There's the sound of a battle over there. A sword is clashing against the claws of a monster. Damn it, he heard a player yell. While I'm drawing its attention, get to the side and attack. It's easier said than done. Simone had already leaped onto a branch, observing the players. The comment section was also exploding with excitement. The enormous bird let out a piercing shriek, but a second later, it was forcibly logged out. This left Taemin completely stunned. Simon walked over, remarking, that was much easier than I thought. The player's jaw dropped in shock as he recognized him. Aren't you the player Kim Simon? That's me. All right. You know who I am? The player greeted him with pure joy. Of course I know. You're the winner of the gold rank promotion battle, right? Simon sighed. Was that battle really that big of a deal? I never thought I'd meet the champion out here. Taemin scratched his face, embarrassed. But you're only gold rank, so how did you get into a platinum arena? Oh, I'm currently in my own special arena. Is that so? It's true that special arenas always have the strangest things happen. Simon turned to leave. Well, I'm a bit busy, so I'll be going now. The other player was thrilled. Oh, okay. Thanks for the help. With those words, Simon leaped away and vanished, leaving the player in awe. Taemin was in disbelief. Is he really only gold rank? He began to question his entire existence. Wait a minute. Are we even playing the same game? He then sprinted forward. Taemin thought. If he's that strong at just gold rank, he must have something others don't. That means if I sneak into his arena, I could probably snag some incredible loot. I'm a genius. I'd better follow him quickly. But Taemin was suddenly stopped by an invisible barrier. A system message appeared. You do not have the required qualifications to enter. What? Seeing this, Taemin shouted in frustration. Damn it. A gold ranker can get in, but a platinum ranker like me can't. At the same time, monsters reappear behind him. 3 roosters charge forward, making Taemin's entire body tremble. Elsewhere, in another location, a person was being held captive. She thought with sorrow, even my master has finally reached his limit. The vines wrapped even tighter around her body. She called out helplessly, "Master," before closing her eyes in surrender. "Please forgive this useless one." At that same moment, Simon had arrived at his destination. He looked up ahead. This is the world tree? Damn, it's absolutely massive. Simon wondered, how am I supposed to handle this? The philosopher's stone spoke up. "I have to admit, you're pretty tough for wanting to destroy the physical body of the world tree. But brother, you don't need to do that." He was confused. "What do you mean?" The philosopher's stone explained that the world tree has a physical body and a spiritual form, like a body and soul. The spiritual form is its true body. Simon was starting to understand. So this giant tree is just an empty shell? It confirmed. Exactly. But that doesn't mean this physical form is unimportant. The world tree needs it to use its full power. But as long as the spiritual form exists, it can always create a new body. Really. So destroying its shell is useless, and I need to destroy its spiritual form instead. Precisely. And the spiritual form is guarded by high-level spirits. High-level spirits? But haven't they been gone for a long time? The philosopher's stone explained. This is an arena. If the world tree's body is still active, they're probably still alive. Simon grumbled, but a normal player probably couldn't even breathe if they came here. He activated the Eye of Odin to take a closer look. Simon saw a cluster of light deep inside. As he focused, he could clearly see the girl from before. Simon was completely shocked. What is that? Why does a high-level spirit have scales? He guessed it had to be the Dragon Clan's doing. I can't believe their influence reaches even this far. Without hesitation, Simon unleashes his dragonification. It seems she's on the brink. He throws a punch forward, thinking he needs to end this, and fast. But in the next instant, Simon is the one left in shock. His fist had slammed into the wall right in front of him. Wait, where did she go? Just then, the intruder's voice echoed from behind him. It was the spirit girl who'd been tied up, now radiating a murderous aura aimed straight at Simon. Must be eliminated, Nen declared coldly. I will eliminate you. She then shot towards Simon like a bullet. As he dodged, he analyzed the situation. He wasn't sure why a high-level spirit was being consumed by draconic energy, but it was making her attack patterns far too simple. If I can help the spirit who holds the world tree's soul, maybe we can fix the source of this corruption. Simon stomped his foot and threw another punch. That was easy. Gaze of light. But do I really need to kill her? Is it possible to save both the spirit and the world tree's corrupted soul? Redfire's voice was filled with despair. Master, that's a noble idea, but saving a corrupted world tree is impossible. In terms of mythological rank, the world tree is on the same level as the constellations. So unless a constellation themselves heals it, it's a lost cause. Simon continued to evade Nen's attacks. So killing her is my only option? He grabbed her arm, flinging her away. Or, I could just create a new soul for the world tree myself. Redfire reminded him. Master, don't tell me you have a world tree seed. The kind that's been missing for tens of thousands of years. If I don't have one, I'll just make one. He smirked slightly. What's the big deal? Ah, now that I think about it, the item I got for entering the arena was kneel before me. Right. Simon wondered, just as she roared, Intruder, eliminate. Simune held out a hand, using his power to overwhelm her. Stop right there. She froze instantly before his power, as if encased in ice. Simon's lips curled into a smirk. It worked just as I predicted. As the viewers went wild, he issued another command. Now, hand over the world tree's spiritual form that you're holding. Nen's eyes were still glowing red. A strange light began to seep out from within her body. Her jaw went slack, unable to speak a word. The world tree was being extracted. Simon marveled. So this is the world tree's spiritual form. It looks just like a little bonsai tree. I better finish this fast, before the draconic energy's resistance grows stronger. A notification appeared. You have come into contact with high-grade draconic energy. Now absorbing draconic energy. The high-grade energy is resisting fiercely. He tried to pull it into his hand, thinking, humph, it's putting up a fight. We'll see who wins this. The high-grade draconic energy has surrendered. You have absorbed a massive amount of high-grade draconic energy. Draconic power increased by 50, converting to a support stat for alchemy. Alchemy power increased by 25. Simon was shocked. 50 times? That's a lot. But this is the very draconic energy that corrupted the world tree, so I guess it makes sense. Philosopher's Stone. To establish an equivalent exchange via the Philosopher's Stone, you need 10,000 achievement points. Do you agree? Yes or no? Simon thought. 10,000 points is a reasonable price. Fragment of the World Tree Seed. Mythical rank, a seed of the world tree. Even though it's in an embryonic state, its divinity remains unchanged. The eyes of Constellation Odin and Constellation Black Sun are shining brightly. Constellation Heavenly Demon watches with curiosity. Nen woke up, clutching her head. Simon asked, "Are you awake? Don't push yourself, just rest." Simon's eyes suddenly flashed gold as a spear shot toward him. Simeon threw up a shield to block it. He snapped back to his senses. What the hell? An ambush. I was wondering why Lord Nidhogg's power had vanished. It seems an interesting creature like you has shown up. A woman who looked like a classic villainess appeared. The system announced, due to special interference, all broadcast audio will be muted. The comment section exploded just as things were getting good. The villainess asked, "Why is a human like you here? To reach this place with that pathetic body is commendable, I suppose." He shot back. "And why would I have any reason to explain myself to you?" She was taken aback. "Wait a minute. Your eyes. How can a mere human possess the eyes of an emperor?" Simon smiled, curious. "Are we? Then how about you take this first? Heavenly Demon Art, Emperor's Annihilation Strike." The woman's eyes widened as she shielded herself from the power, forcing out her words. "For an inferior race, you're surprisingly strong." Simon was a little surprised. She blocked my Emperor's Annihilation Strike like it was nothing? She sneered with contempt. "A lowly human dares to look at me with those eyes? I'll tear you limb from limb." The system chimed in. The hidden boss, General Dranis, has appeared. He looked her over, assessing her. She's not exactly a high-ranking dragon. Judging by her form, she's probably an evolved type of Diwali. The villainess smiled wickedly. "Oh, the little human knows about evolution? This is getting more and more interesting." She stomped her foot. "I'm quite curious about your tiny little brain." Her aura flared. She charged at him. "So I think I'll just take it apart." Simon's expression turned serious. He never thought she'd be able to block that move. "But handling this will be as easy as flipping my hand." His eyes began to glow. A system notification appeared. A few constellations have placed a restriction on Dranis. The constellations began to complain. Constellation Odin, are you kidding me? How dare you? Constellation Black Sun, ah, you wretched woman. Go on, keep trying if you think you can. The constellations Geode and Heavenly Demon nodded in frustration. She screamed, "What is the meaning of this? Why is the arena punishing a player?" Simon was shocked. "Huh? A player? That monster is a player?" The other constellations raged. Constellation Geode, for a platinum-ranked player like you to interfere is completely unacceptable. Heavenly Demon added, "Your dragon didn't exactly enter through the front door. I hope you'll make a wiser decision." Simon was confused. What's going on here? A platinum player? Just like that time with Manhwa. Heh, this is getting more and more interesting. Simon wondered why the galactic arena called Dranis a hidden boss. The council is deliberating. I get it now. The dragons must have interfered with the arena's council system. The discussion ended. The complaint has been accepted. Player Dranis will be expelled from this arena. A dark energy consumed her body. As chains wrapped around her, she begged, "No, let me undo this incarnation. I won't fight anymore. Just let me talk to him. I need to know something." Simon agreed. There was no way he could let her leave like this. Simon remembered Asa's warning, don't let her live. On top of that, she called herself a hidden boss just to invade this arena. Cheaters like her can never be forgiven. But wait, kill her now, while the other constellations are still protesting. That could cause serious problems down the line. Especially if the dragons have spies on the council, they would definitely raise hell. Someone else has to do it, then. He released his dragon form. All his magic, including the serpent men, was nullified. A surge of power enveloped him. Geode and Heavenly Demon tilted their heads in confusion. The Black Sun and Odin watched him with curiosity. He collapsed to his knees, blood trickling from his mouth. The Black Sun noted, "It seems to be an old wound." The Black Sun erupted in fury. "You bastards. My child is injured because of you useless fools. According to the rules, the Galactic Arena cannot directly execute a player." The Black Sun scoffed. "What? You can't even kill one little lizard now?" Dranis was bewildered. "Why are you targeting me? Constellation Black Sun? Or perhaps you'd rather deal with the Mother of Chaos?" The Black Sun's rage sent ripples through the constellations. Simon smiled. Perfect. The bigger the scene, the better. At her fury, the constellations of chaos stared them down. Dear members, the Galactic Arena always prioritizes fairness. The Black Sun shot back. Fairness. A top-tier platinum ranker invades a normal gold-ranked arena. And you call that fair? Do I look like an idiot to you? Fueled by their mother's rage, the constellations of the void began to gather. Murderous intent filled their eyes. We will discuss this immediately. Please be patient. The villainess felt the pressure vanish. A system message appeared. The arena sympathizes with your words and expresses deep regret. However, Please understand that our rules prevent direct intervention. Simon wiped his mouth. It's working. The Black Sun declared, you've admitted your fault. Therefore, you will bear the full punishment for this incident. Simon's eyes shot open. He was in a different space. Where am I? Is this? The Black Sun's domain. It was pitch black. He couldn't see a thing. He heard the villainous's voice, cursing. Damn it. Why did the other factions suddenly get involved? This is against the rules. Galactic Arena. Are you listening to me? Then, the Black Sun's voice echoed through the dark. You filthy serpent. How dare you use your cheap tricks to injure my child? She shrieked. It's not just Nidhogg. The other Dragon Lords won't stand for this. Is this how you constellations treat players? The Black Sun boomed. Silence. How dare you speak of those damn lizards in my presence? An unseen force began to drag her away. She screamed, what are you doing? Let me go. The Black Sun delivered her final judgment. For your sins, I will tear you to pieces. And you, my child. You did very well. Simon was startled. Even your fragility resembles mine. He asked, you knew about that, too? The constellation replied, of course, I'm no fool. Simon gave a weak smile. The other constellations must have noticed as well. She continued, the high-grade constellations have long known that the blood simulated by the stones looks fake. He wondered, but why did the arena go along with it? Did they really not know? She explained, because most of them are spineless idiots, my child. You intend to resurrect the world tree, don't you? Simon answered, yes. I plan to save the High Elf, too. I suspected as much, ever since you spared that elf. You truly are something else. Between the dwarven girl and now this, the forces of darkness must have taken a painful blow. That little bastard is probably furious right now. None of us have ever managed to do something like this, and yet, a mere human like you. Simon's consciousness began to fade. What's happening? My head feels so hazy. Her voice echoed, I will grant you a gift. His eyes grew heavy. He was so sleepy. Farewell, my child. A quest from the constellation Black Sun. Simon's eyes fluttered open. You're awake, Nen said. He looked around, surprised. She explained, don't be alarmed. You fainted, so I was looking after you. Simon was a little stunned. Is that so? She introduced herself. My name is Nen, companion of the world tree. Roll, he had to ask. Is the dragon energy completely gone from your body? She replied, yes, and it's all thanks to you. You eliminated the very source of the corruption. As Nen spoke, she suddenly coughed up blood. Simon panicked. Are you all right? Could it be from the missing part of the world tree's soul? I believe so, she cried out. But it's also because the dragon energy from the 5 dragon lords has severely weakened my body. Simon held something out. Then please, take this. It's only a fragment, but it should help. Nen immediately refused. This belongs to you. I can't accept it. But he insisted. It's fine. This is the very reason I've been saving it. Simon gently placed it in her hand. You have to survive, he urged. Live and plant the world tree once more. Who knows? It might even give rise to a whole new power. Nen was still in shock. You're really? She tried to hand it back. But I just can't accept this. The world tree can only have a single companion, even though it was destroyed. I am already bound to it. I cannot accept another. He looked surprised. But I can act as an intermediary, Simon echoed. An intermediary? That's right, she explained. If you become the world tree's companion, then everything will be resolved. I have witnessed your sincerity. It's completely pure, without a single trace of corruption. It surpasses that of any other race. You are worthy of becoming the world tree's companion. So, may I know your name? He answered quietly. Kim, Simon. She repeated his name twice. Then, she declared loudly, I, Nen, companion of Roll, hereby acknowledge the worthiness of Kim Simon. A system window appeared. You have been chosen as the companion of the world tree. Please give your companion a name. Simon. He clenched his fist. A name. He decided, Sim Draco. That will be my companion's name. You have obtained the title, Companion of the World Tree. You have earned the achievement, the one and only companion of the World Tree. You have received 10,000 achievement points. Simon thought with a smile. What is this feeling? It was incredibly refreshing, as if every impurity in his body had been cleansed away. You have completed the special arena, the corrupted wilds, returning to your original world. Simon watched in surprise as his body began to fade away. Am I being recalled? Nen understood. It seems our time is up. But this will not be our last meeting, she promised. The next time we meet, I will be in a much more beautiful form. My savior. Simon shook her hand. I'm looking forward to it. Take care. Nen replied, You as well, Simon. The scene shifts elsewhere. The ground was littered with monster corpses. but one was still standing, letting out a furious roar. Jin Guk shouted a warning. Hey, we've still got one over here. The monster opened its massive jaws, ready to devour him. But in the next instant, a flurry of slashes tore it to shreds. The attacker was Si Hyuk. He smirked. Senior, I told you to lure them over one by one. Jin Guk was breathing heavily. Hey, you make it sound so easy, he gasped. Even if I pull it off, it's exhausting. This kid. I'm beat. Suddenly, he realized. Wait, there's another one behind me. Another one? Si Hyuk sighed. Honestly, Senior, you're completely useless. This little punk. A series of dazzling attacks were launched by Si Hyuk towards the monster. He scowled in annoyance. I still have to catch my brother's live stream. Now I'm going to be late because of you. Jin Guk shot back. Hey, you think I don't want to watch it, too? That's got to be a high-tier dragon up there. Suddenly, a system message appeared, shocking them both. Due to a special factor, the map is being altered. What? Why now? The defiled forest has changed into the forest of How could this happen all of a sudden? Si Hyuk glanced at the live chat. Senior, look at the chat. It seems like gold rank is behind this. Then, a sudden realization hit him. Wait a second. Gold rank. Don't tell me it's... In another location, comments flooded a screen. An enraged hand slammed down on a desk. Damn it, a man seethed. With this many eyes on him, how are we supposed to assassinate him now? Choi Jang-guk, the plan has changed. What's the status of the mainland contingent? Sir, they've just arrived in Incheon. Ha! Of all the times for those lazy bums to act quickly. Absolutely nothing is going according to plan. His subordinate asked, should we report this to them? Sir. They've just arrived, so they might actually listen if we contact them now. But the man scoffed. No. Why would they listen? Let them handle it on their own. So, we're pulling out of this operation. If we back out now, the mainlanders could raise hell. Especially if they start talking about the illegal entry. Don't worry. The current mainland guild master, Dong Lai, isn't a fool. Besides, that old geezer from Sung Sam has his hands in this, too. So, should we contact the chairman? Do it. He'll understand if the plan has failed. More importantly, I feel like I'm missing something. What could it be? What secret is that kid, Kim, Simon, really hiding? The scene shifts to the palace of Asgard. System notifications flooded in. You have completed the special arena, the corrupted wilds in an unimaginable way. The fate of the arena has been drastically altered. Simon smirked. Just as I thought. He rubbed his hands together excitedly. Now, let's see what kind of reward I get. Simon assessed the situation. This whole incident was clearly the arena management's fault. They'll definitely have to offer a generous reward to make up for it. But after waiting for a moment, no new notifications appeared, and his excitement began to fade. What's taking so long? Are they really calculating it, or did they just ghost us? The Philosopher's Stone spoke up. Saving a high-class spirit was a huge reward on its own, but you even managed to birth a new world tree. Even if it's from an imperfect seed fragment, giving life to a world tree is a colossal achievement. Is that right? I think I did get an achievement related to the world tree a moment ago. Simeon's eyes lit up. Whoa, this is insane. A growth-type title? Those are as rare as SSS class items. Philosopher's Stone. Do you know the conditions to receive one? It replied, It's likely that you'll gain progress every time you synthesize a world tree seed fragment. But even I don't know how much the growth rate will increase. This is my first time encountering a world tree as well. So, it looks like we'll have to synthesize it ourselves to find out the exact growth rate. Sounds like a plan. Just then, Simon noticed something. He tapped open his quest window. He'd almost forgotten. Black Sun had given him a quest called Forgotten Knowledge. Simon was confused. The method to create a homunculus, this is a gift from Black Sunday. So why give it in the form of a quest? Couldn't he have just handed it over directly? Presenting it as a quest probably means you're not a high enough level to create a homunculus yet. The Philosopher's Stone explained. That makes sense. In the end, creating life itself is the domain of the gods. Simon wondered, so how many achievement points will it take to reach 60% completion on the alchemy board? It told him to wait a moment. We're currently at 40%. To reach 50%, you'll need 20,000 points, and for the next 10%, you'll need another 10,000. Simon did the math. So, 30,000 points total. That's right, he sighed, covering his face. To increase it by just 20%, I need 30,000 points. This is crazy. It looks like I'll have to be frugal with my achievement points for a while. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The reward has been determined. Simon sat up straight, quickly scrolling past the other items. Enough of this, let's see the reward. You have received the reward, Mia's spring water. The Philosopher's Stone cried out in alarm. Ah, Mia. Mia's spring water. Simon was puzzled. What is it? Due to an error in the special arena, all related teams have been disbanded. Player Kim Simon, who was affected, will receive a special reward. You received a fragment of the world tree, another one. Looks like their guilt paid off because this one is brand new. The expenditure of causal power must have been astronomical. The constellation smiled, thoroughly pleased. Simon was thrilled. Ha! Just like that, I saved a cool 10,000 points. Suddenly, a loud shout broke his concentration. Damn it, that meddling old geezer. Simon recognized that person. Masuk. She yelled out, Hey, Kim Simon. Masuk pointed right at him. You're going to fight me. Simon was baffled. Huh. I literally just got back, but it looks like you've inherited a fair bit of the heavenly demon's legacy. Her clothes were completely shredded, and she was fuming. Tease, that old man really is something else. Simon snapped his fingers. Forget about the fight for a second. You should put on some decent clothes first. Masuk's outfit was instantly restored, leaving her stunned. What the hell? She beamed with excitement. Hey, did you just put all the clothing shops out of business? How did you copy my outfit so perfectly? That's so like you, Simon replied, exasperated. I didn't copy it. I reconstructed it from the tattered shreds you were wearing. Old man Kim can't create things out of thin air. Huh? You're right. Do my clothes feel thinner? Then, she remembered her original goal. Wait, this isn't the time for that. You. I said we're fighting right now. Masuk grinned mischievously. That damn old man. At least he had enough of a conscience to give me a pretty interesting quest. And I plan on taking all the rewards. Simon put the pieces together. Hey, don't tell me the heavenly demon gave you a quest to fight me. She jumped. How did you know? This time, it was Simon who looked excited. Well, this is perfect. I was just looking for a chance to test out my new stats. Let's fight. When they entered the training room, Masuk gasped. This place is insanely huge. Is this supposed to be an arena? Why is it so big? This is the indoor training ground of the Gambler's Palace. It has to be massive to make sure the damage doesn't spread outside. The two of them stood, facing each other. All right then, shall we get started? Masuk grinned. Let's do it. You better grit your teeth. She stomped her foot, and the ground beneath it cracked and shattered. I'm going to fight you seriously. With those words, she shot forward. Simon mused to himself. Oh, she's way faster than last time. He dodged with ease, but her moves were too predictable. Suddenly, his eyes widened in utter shock. Her legs swung horizontally at his stomach, forcing Simon to bend backward to avoid it. He was a bit flustered. What the hell? Was that last attack just a feint? Once again, Masuk's fist came hurtling toward him. Simon stood still and took the hit. But a split second later, he vanished, leaving her shocked. Simon's voice echoed from behind her. I have to admit, you surprised me, Masuk. She whipped her head around. Behind you. A kick from Simon sent her flying. Not bad. Masuk slammed into the wall, using the impact to propel herself into a perfect landing. Simon offered some praise. Not bad at all. To think you could still counter in a situation like that. She wiped a smear of blood from the corner of her mouth. Teased. What counter? I haven't even started using my full power yet. Simon let out a silent laugh. That's because you're still in the silver rank. Your rank doesn't do your talent justice. If you keep getting stronger at this rate, you could easily reach the diamond rank. Without a moment's hesitation, Masuk charged forward again. She keeps attacking while I evade. Is she trying to close the distance for a melee fight? You don't want to let me use my alchemy, is that it? If that's how you want to play, then I'll beat you at your own game, using nothing but my bare fists. But he had no time to act. Masuk's fist was already screaming toward his face. He barely managed to dodge it. A powerful energy erupted from her fist. Simon was stunned. A destruction ray. He was in disbelief. Isn't that a technique from the second level of the heavenly demon arts? She's already mastered it. She was still coming at him with everything she had. Where do you think you're looking? This isn't over yet. Their next clash sent shockwaves through the very air. Simon struggled just to hold his ground. She even blocked his emperor's fist. It seemed he couldn't underestimate her anymore. He focused his mind, preparing for a serious counterattack. Masuk cursed in astonishment. You absolute monster. How can you throw a punch while releasing your aura at the same time? Their two powers collided in a violent storm. Masuk struggled against the onslaught. I can't let this drag on. Stomping her foot, she decided to seize the initiative. The force of her move made the entire room tremble. Simon's eyes widened with concern. Is this the heavenly demon's fixed step? The pressure is immense. I can't even move. And just like that, Masuk vanished from his sight. She reappeared in the air, a triumphant look on her face. I've won, haven't I? But to her utter shock, Simon caught her fist midair. He smirked, enjoying this. For me, that's easy. She was furious. You're an alchemist. Why do you have demonic energy? What in the world are you? At first, I was only planning on a light spar with you. I honestly never expected you to be this powerful. What did he just say? You came at me with all your strength, so you left me no other choice. Ma-suk tried to de-escalate. Hey, Kim Simon, wait. But he wasn't listening, his fighting spirit soaring. Ma-suk, you really are incredible. His magical power flooded the entire chamber. A moment later, the room was shrouded in smoke and debris. Deus reported no serious injuries, just some minor effects from his excessive mana usage. That's a relief. The system had a question. Why didn't you just go easy on her? Your magic is strong enough to adapt to her technique. Simon looked down at his own hand and explained. I tried, but it's not as simple as it sounds. Besides, I was surprised too. The Heavenly Demon's fixed step. For real? Does the Heavenly Demon's fixed step mean Ma-suk's mastered the third level of the Heavenly Demon arts after seeing it just once? It was still imperfect, but if my stats hadn't risen to 35, I would have been forced to use one of my own Heavenly Demon techniques. Deus then chimed in. So, what's the plan now? Weren't you going to establish a guild after you ranked up using the World Tree Seed Fragment? Simon's eyes lit up in remembrance. Oh, that's right. The system then posed another question. You're going to let Ma-suk join the guild, aren't you? He turned to look back at her. Simon let out a helpless sigh. Yeah, if she wants to. You saw what she's capable of. After meeting me just one time, she improved that drastically. There's no telling how much stronger she could become. As evening began to fall, a figure approached the Van Kerr building. Jin Guk walked with a smile on his face. I heard Simon has something to show me today. I can't wait. Suddenly, a voice called out, startling him. Hello there. I don't think I've seen you around here before. The man gave an awkward laugh. Ah, yes. The old guard just quit, so I'm his replacement. Jin Guk sighed to himself. That crafty guy. How does he pull these things off? That Si-hyuk is really something else. He waved as he walked inside. Don't mind me. Just carry on with your work. What was that about? Ah, yes, sir. Jin Guk headed for the elevator. As he waited for the doors to open, a familiar voice made him turn his head. You're here too. Senior Hyuk waved with a grin. You're here to see Simon too, right? Let's go up together. Hey, about that new guard? I heard the association chairman himself hired him. So what in the world happened? Si-hyuk explained with a smirk. Oh, him? I already took care of it, thanks to my brother. Apparently, the guy was rude to one of his guests. Jin Guk laughed. Perfect evidence, isn't it? We can't just fire someone for being a little rude. You must have dug up some real dirt on him, didn't you? Nice work. The elevator arrived at the first floor. Just as they were about to step inside, a voice called out, Wait up. It was Du Dung, panting as she ran to catch up. Senior, you said we would go together. Jin Guk scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Oh, that's right. Du Dung, you were coming too, weren't you? Sorry, I was just so excited to see Simon. Si-hyuk looked curious. Why are you here? A little later, the four of them were gathered in a quiet room. Everyone arrived right on time. I rushed right over as soon as I heard about your new product. By the way, Du Dung, didn't you say you had something to discuss with Simon? Yes, I do. She continued. Actually, I have a proposal for all of you. Please, take a look at this. Jin Guk's eyes went wide as he read the document. Du Dung, is this for real? Simon was just as surprised. The Sung Sam Guild will help us sell potions? She smiled happily. We'd just be sharing a bit of our sales space. If you use our Sung Sam name, it will handle all the legal procedures, payment processing, and of course, it lends credibility. You know, as well as I do, the black market is no place for legitimate business. It's a place that would sell a seller's information if the price was right. Simon had to agree. It's true. The black market can't be trusted. He considered her proposal. This really was a much better option. She blushed slightly as she continued. And also, I want to repay you. My mother feels the same way. Simon let out a sigh. Well, I wasn't expecting anything in return, but this is an offer I can't refuse. Thank you. Si-yoon pulled up his system window, and I have a proposition for all of you. The three of them stared in shock. It was a growth-type title, and it even had a buff for every member of the Union Guild. Si-hyuk asked urgently, Senior, what's the going rate for an EXP-boosting item? Jin Guk answered, an earring with no other stats. Sold for around 27 billion. That's about right. Yu Yang was floored. You can basically name your price for something like this. Items that boost experience are beyond rare. They're things money can't buy. And this one even has a growth effect. Si-hyuk warned him, Si-yoon, I'm telling you. If word of this item gets out, it'll shake the entire world. Si-yoon said calmly, That's why I'm thinking of forming a guild. What do you all think? Are you in? The other three were completely blindsided. A guild. Si Hyuk and Jin Guk's eyes blazed with excitement. Of course. I'll sign on the dotted line right now. But Yu Young remained silent, lost in thought. Si Yoon noticed her hesitation. Si Yoon. I. Before she could finish, he cut her off. I know, he sighed. You're the guild master for Chung Sam. If you want to join, can't you step down, even temporarily? I can't, she stated firmly. If I do that, he'll. But then, Si-yoon hit her with the one thing she'd forgotten. But you have your mother, don't you? She's out of the rehabilitation center now, isn't she? Her eyes lit up with sudden hope. That's right, my mother. Si-yoon smiled, satisfied. Go talk it over with her. It's never too late to make a decision. Yes, thank you. Just then, a sharp voice cut through the air. Damn it, what's all this noise? Ma-suk emerged, complaining loudly. Kim Si-yoon, don't you have anything smaller? This shirt is ridiculously huge. Si-yoon's jaw dropped. Hey, why are you wearing my shirt? And where are your pants? What do you mean? She shot back. You're the one who ripped them, you idiot. Si-hyuk and Jin-guk watched the scene unfold, their eyes wide with anticipation. Si-yoon snapped his fingers impatiently. Sk. Still, you can't just walk around in a shirt. In the very next instant, the shirt magically resized and pants materialized. Ma-suk's eyes sparkled. Whoa, that's amazing. But across the room, Yu Yong was biting her lip, fuming. A fiery glare shot from her eyes. If you had a guest over, you should have told us. Is she your girlfriend? Si-eun was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, high atop a nearby skyscraper, a figure watched from the shadows. Still no progress today. I see. Wait. I have a feeling Kim Si-yoon. Don't tell me he's already sensed our presence. Tiesk. How much longer must we wait? Suddenly, an urgent report came in. The two figures exchanged hushed whispers. Oh, is that right? Without another word, she leaped from the building. Well then, I suppose it's time to make our move. I finally get to see the handsome face of his up close. Ma-suk sighed dramatically. This is all so annoying. Walking beside her, Si-yoon chuckled. The misunderstanding is cleared up. What's the problem now? She clutched her head. No, I mean, why did they even think that in the first place? How could anyone possibly think we're dating? Ma-suk's face turned beet red. He sighed. I'll admit, I was a bit surprised, too. Si-yoon teased her. Well, what did you expect? Walking out in just my shirt. Hey, I didn't have anything else to wear, she shot back. He laughed. No wonder Yu Young thought we were having a passionate night. Her face flushed an even deeper red. That makes no sense. A passionate night? With you? Si-yoon waved it off. Just forget it. She already lent you some clothes. Ma-suk nodded. Yeah. This stuff looks expensive, so I feel a little bad. But she's actually really kind. Si-yoon mused to himself. This is the first time I've ever seen Yu Young be so nice to a stranger. It seems she's taken a liking to her. Let's just go buy some clothes and get out of here, she declared. I don't want to get these expensive things dirty. All right, Si-yoon agreed. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. He whipped around, sensing a strange presence. A white-haired figure was already in midair, launching a devastating kick at his head. Si-yoon grabbed Ma-suk's hand and leaped away just in time. The spot where they'd been standing erupted like an earthquake. Oh, you managed to dodge that? The attacker smirked. Just as I suspected. You're no mere gold rank, are you? Si-yoon's mind raced. What the hell? Who is this guy after? Hey, are you insane? Si-yoon yelled. There are civilians here. What do you think you're doing? A woman's laughter echoed. Are you really that naive? Is this really the time to be worrying about a bunch of civilians? Kim Si-yoon. She appeared behind her white-haired partner, her power flaring towards the sky. The real battle is about to begin. You scared me half to death, Ma-suk said. But nothing happened? She was just bluffing, right? No, he replied grimly. It's real. This is a rare spatial attribute. Ma-suk looked shocked. A pocket dimension. A new space had just enveloped them completely. Oh, the woman cooed. You even know about this attribute? Si-yoon continued, his eyes narrowed. It looks like an S-class, or perhaps even higher. Ah, I'm getting excited now, she exclaimed. Such a sharp eye. You guessed right. The S-class attribute, magic mirror. That is my power. Her partner turned his head. Shin, less talk. Hurry up. She scoffed at him. What's the rush? Oh, none. He's going to die soon anyway. Si-yoon watched them carefully, analyzing their lip movements in different language. So, they're foreigners using the arena's translation software. Their names are Oh-nun and Shin. Huh. Could they be from the mainland? No matter who they are, I need to destroy the core of this dimension first. Shin smirked slyly. It would be a real shame to destroy that pretty face. Gong Oh-jun, just rough him up a bit. I'll handle the rest. He clicked his tongue. Tesk. Can't make any promises. Then Anjun shot forward. Get back. I can't promise I can control my power. He threw a punch right at Simon, but he dodged it. Anjun turned his head with a smirk. Oh, you dodged that pretty easily. Just as expected, you're fast. This is getting interesting. May cursed under her breath. Damn it, that startled me. Where the hell did they come from? Simon swore. Damn it. That guy's gotta be diamond rank. He was getting excited. It's been a long time since I've had this much fun. May was stunned. What diamond rank? A diamond rank player is here to assassinate you? What on earth did you do? Simon calmly replied. Do I look like I know? She said. No, I didn't think you were the type to be targeted. She then asked. So, what's the plan? He answered. There are two options. 1. We destroy the spatial core that woman Shin is holding and escape. 2. We kill every single one of them. May grinned slyly. I'm definitely voting for option number 2. Simon laid out the plan. Then I'll handle this guy. You take care of the girl. She cracked her knuckles. Sounds good. Guess it's time to test out the skills I learned from the heavenly demon. As she got into a ready stance, he cheered her on. I'm counting on you then. Anjun realized their plan. Splitting up, they want to fight us one-on-one? Well, that just gives us the advantage. Simon darted in another direction, and Anjun gave chase. Get back here. Kim Simon. Shin closed her eyes and sighed. Tias, that idiot can't even take down one gold-ranked player. Looks like I have to step in. May's taunting voice cut through. Hey, you little small fry. The woman opened one eye as May provoked her. Why don't you try facing me head-on? Shin was flustered. Huh? Me? May laughed. That's right, you little poser. It's just the two of us here, isn't it? The woman flew into a rage. You're clearly just a low-level player. I'm platinum rank, you hear me? She was all talk, but May just casually waved a hand. So what? Sin exploded. You crazy bitch, you must have a death wish. May continued to provoke her. Is a platinum ranker going to fight with her mouth? Have you no shame? The woman screamed, I'm going to rip out your tongue and kill you. On the other side, the two men were locked in a fierce battle. Anjun sneered, cracking his knuckles. Hey, Kim Simon, are you just going to keep running away? Simon assessed the situation. This was bad. There were civilians nearby. He couldn't carelessly use his full power. He suddenly realized something. Wait, why are the other awoken so calm during this fight? Could it be? They're on the same side? Simon gritted his teeth. The man revealed two sharp fangs on his hands with a gleam in his eye. Looks like you finally figured it out. Move out, everyone. At his word, the so-called civilians shed their clothes, revealing pitch-black assassin gear underneath. Anjun gave the order. Take him down at all costs, Simon smirked. A group attack? That won't do you any good. His eyes flashed gold as lightning sparked around him. You people always think numbers are everything. Are you sure about that? The man leaped up, aiming to slash him. I know you can use mind manipulation magic. His eyes turned blood red as he screamed. Now die, Kim Simon. And that's all for this video. The content above was a summary of this incredible series. If you have any thoughts, please leave them in the comments below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye and see you next time.